आप सभी से मेरा विनम्र आग्रह रहेगा, कृपया कर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। और समस्त साथी जो बाहर भी हैं, मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा प्रधान के साथियों से कि जो बाहर लोग हैं कृपया कर उन्हें आप अंदर आमंत्रित करें। हम कार्यक्रम की विधिवत शुरुआत करेंगे। आप सभी को जो यहाँ पर आज इस महत्वपूर्ण परिचर्चा के लिए, संवाद के लिए उपस्थित हैं, मंच, इस सम्मानित मंच के माध्यम से मेरी साथी शिखा और मैं आप सभी का स्वागत करते हैं। और कार्यक्रम की विधिवत शुरुआत करने के लिए परंपराओं का अनुसरण करते हुए मैं यहाँ पर दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा हमारे आज के जो विशिष्ट अतिथि हैं, आदरणीय शैलेश कुमार जी, आदरणीय सुनील कुमार जी, मिस ध्रुवी शाह जी, मिस सीमा अरोड़ा जी, प्रधान संस्था के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर आदरणीय श्री सरोज महापात्रा जी। और हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से आप लोग जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। हमारे साथ में हमारी बहन निहारिका सुकृति जी, आप बुंदू ग्राम पंचायत झारखंड से आप मुखिया हैं, तो आप सभी से निवेदन रहेगा कृपया कर दीप प्रज्वलन करें। उसके बाद हम कार्यक्रम की विधिवत शुरुआत करेंगे। आप लोगों से निवेदन कृपया कर तालियों के साथ में जो है आप सभी का स्वागत करेंगे। हमारे बीच में मिस उषा प्रसाद पोल जी भी हैं। मैम, आपका भी बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आप एडिशनल डायरेक्टर जनरल हैं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की। तो आप सभी से आग्रह डॉक्टर रेड्डी साहब भी हमारे साथ में हैं। डॉक्टर साहब प्लीज़, आपका स्वागत है। समागम के इस चौथे संस्करण और समागम की शुरुआत आज से 5 वर्ष पूर्व 2018 में हुई थी। तो हम अपने चौथे और महत्वपूर्ण पड़ाव पर आज इस सतत यात्रा पर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। सब आप ही लोगों के सहयोग से संभव हो पाया है। संक्षेप में जो हमारा जो 1.5 दिन का कार्यक्रम है, हम उसकी रूपरेखा भी आपके साथ साझा करना चाहेंगे। तो जैसा आप लोग भली भांति परिचित हैं, आप ऊपर भी देख सकते हैं कि ये एक ये जो साझा मंच है, जो साझा प्रयोग है, ये प्रधान संस्था और हम प्रधान के माध्यम से अपना आभार व्यक्त करना चाहेंगे एक्सिस बैंक फाउंडेशन को। तो आपके सहयोग से ये जो कार्यक्रम है ये एक मूर्त रूप ले पाया है, तो हम आपके आभारी हैं। हम आभारी हैं नीति आयोग के और CII फाउंडेशन के। आपका भी सहयोग जो है इस सदैव रहा है और आज पुनः जो है आप लोग हमारा सहयोग कर रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए भी आपका आभार। जैसा मैंने कहा 2018 में इसकी शुरुआत हुई थी और समागम की जो मूल भावना है वो 3 जो प्रमुख हितधारक हैं, स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं हमारे। जब हम सरकार, समाज और बाजार की बात करते हैं तो इस जब तिकड़ी की बात होती है तो ये पूरा जो समागम की जो पूरी सोच है कि किस तरीके से इन 3 हितधारकों को एक मंच पर लाकर, चाहे हम चुनौतियों की बात करें, चिंताओं की बात करें, सफलताओं की बात करें, असफलताओं की बात करें, सहयोग की बात करें, इन सभी चीज़ों को एक मंच पर लाकर और निसंदेह सभी समाज, समस्त देश जो हैं आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं। तो यही इसका मूल उद्देश्य है। पूर्व के जो समागम हुए हैं उस पर रोजगार के ऊपर चर्चा हुई है, जलवायु परिवर्तन के ऊपर चर्चा हुई है, पलायन के ऊपर चर्चा हुई है, तमाम ऐसे विषयों के ऊपर चर्चा हुई है। लेकिन 2023 के इस समागम का जो विषय है, हम बात करेंगे कि किस तरीके से जो हमारे सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हैं, सतत विकास के जो लक्ष्य हैं, उन्हें हम किस तरीके से स्थानीय स्तर पर, और ये बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि किस तरीके से स्थानीय स्तर पर, जब हम लोकलाइजिंग की बात करते हैं, किस तरीके के साथ पे हम स्थानीय स्तर पर उनको अमली जामा पहना पाते हैं। जो भी हमारी योजनाएं बनती हैं, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से बन रही हैं, राज्य सरकारों के माध्यम से बन रही हैं, अंततः गत्वा ज़मीनी जो उनका क्रियान्वयन है वो किस तरीके से हो रहा है। तो लोकलाइजिंग एसडीजी, और इसमें भी 3 प्रमुख बातें, पर्सपेक्टिव यानी अलग अलग पहलू, पॉलिसी यानी नीतियां, और प्रैक्टिसेस यानी ज़मीनी स्तर पर जो है हम उसको किस तरीके से उसका संचालन कर रहे हैं, आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। तो ये 3 प्रमुख बातें, जैसा मैंने कहा, महत्वपूर्ण बात है, इसलिए मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा कि लोकलाइजिंग, तो इसीलिए जो आप सभी लोग जो अलग अलग राज्यों से आज यहाँ उपस्थित हुए हैं, आप लोगों की बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है इस पूरे अभियान में, इस पूरे मिशन में। तो यही जो है इसी को लेके हम लोग आगे बढ़ेंगे। मेरी साथी शिखा आपके साथ बाद में साझा करेंगी कि हमारे साथ कौन कौन प्रतिभागी हैं, लेकिन संक्षेप में बताना चाहूँगा कि चाहे सरकार के स्तर से, कॉरपोरेट के स्तर से, पंचायतों के स्तर से, फिलैंथ्रोपी, CSR डोनर्स के स्तर से, सिविल सोसाइटी के स्तर से, तो अनेक भागों से यहाँ पर आप लोग आए हैं। शिखा को देने से पहले यही कहूँगा कि जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो हमारे अनुभव हैं, विभिन्न अनुभव, आप लोग इतने अनुभवी हैं, सभी के सब इतने वर्षों से आप लोग, इतने दशकों से आप लोग ज़मीन पर काम कर रहे हैं, तो आपके अनुभवों को जो आपने देखा है, जो आपने सीखा है, जो आपकी सफलताएं रही हैं, जो आपकी असफलताएं भी रही हैं, तमाम तरीके से इंसान सीखता है। तो हम इसे किस तरीके से समाहित कर पाते हैं, उसी को लेकर ये समागम का मंच। तो इन्हीं के साथ में मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा अपनी साथी शिखा को कि वो कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएंगी।
थैंक यू अनूप। आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, अ वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। तो जैसा कि मेरे साथी ने बताया कि हम आज इस मंच पे क्यों जुड़े हैं, किस उद्देश्य के साथ जुड़े हैं, उसी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं थोड़ा सा आप सभी को प्रदान के बारे में और एक्सिस बैंक फाउंडेशन के बारे में एक्सपीरियंस साझा करना चाहूँगी। तो प्रदान के बारे में अगर हम बात करें, आज का कार्यक्रम हम थोड़ा हिंदी और इंग्लिश में रखेंगे क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे विभिन्न राज्यों से भी लोग आए हुए हैं। तो प्रदान के बारे में बताते हुए मैं बताऊंगी कि प्रदान जो है वो 1983 में एस्टेब्लिश हुआ था, विच ऑपरेट्स इन द पुअरेस्ट रीजन्स ऑफ इंडिया, एमिंग टू असिस्ट वल्नरेबल कम्युनिटीज in forming collectives that support individuals, particularly women, to secure a sustainable income. This initiative supports families and aids in accessing government programs and citizen entitlements. The organization primarily focuses on women and people from marginalized communities and facilitates them in developing their own skills and initiatives instead of delivering services or solutions to them. They learn through experience how to build a livelihood and to access the information they need to engage effectively with government, authorities, and other people in power. Talking about Axis Bank Foundation, Axis Bank Foundation was registered as a charitable trust in 2006. ABF works towards making rural communities self-reliant through its sustainable livelihood programs set up in 2011. For the last decade, the foundation has been addressing the socio-economic and ecological challenges faced in some of the most remote regions in India. Under the program, the foundation focuses on creating stable livelihoods for rural communities and skill development for rural and semi-urban youth. ABF vision is to create resilient communities with self-sustaining ecosystem that are managed by the very people they benefit. Every project is designed and implemented according to the varied requirements and aspirations of each community. This is achieved by working with several entities ranging from NGO partners, government departments, and community institutions. इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं आप सभी को बताना भी चाहूँगी कि हमारे साथ इस कार्यक्रम में 2 दिवसीय कार्यक्रम में जूम के द्वारा और यूट्यूब के द्वारा अन्य राज्यों से भी बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो हैं इस कार्यक्रम में भाग ले रहे हैं और यहाँ मौजूद बहुत सारे एस्टीम्ड गेस्ट जो हैं वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट, नीति आयोग, CSOs फ्रॉम 7 स्टेट्स, पंचायत रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, CBOs and SSGs, NIRD and various experts are present in this 2-day event. इसी के साथ मैं इस कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ जो है वो एक ओपनिंग फिल्म के साथ हम लोग करना चाहेंगे, उसके बारे में अनूप आपके साथ साझा करेंगे।
धन्यवाद शिखा। तो अगले जो 1.5 दिन की रूपरेखा है, हम 10 अलग अलग सत्र जो हैं, हमारे 10 अलग अलग सत्र होंगे, तो ये हमारा खैर इनॉग्रल है। इसके अलावा 6 अलग अलग सत्रों में हम संवाद करेंगे। इन 6 सत्रों के अलावा, सेशंस के अलावा, इस इनॉग्रल के बाद में एक और उसे हम एक नॉलेज सेशन कह सकते हैं, जहां पर पंचायती डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स को लेकर बातचीत होगी और वे फॉरवर्ड जो कल का जो हमारा बड़ा एक मुख्य कार्यक्रम रहेगा। तो इस तरीके से ये हमारे 1.5 दिन की रूपरेखा है 10 अलग अलग सत्रों के माध्यम से। जैसा मैंने जिक्र किया, संक्षेप में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण जानकारी आपको देना चाहूँगा कि जो हमारे जो 6 सत्र हैं, सेशन 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, उसमें हम 6 अलग अलग चीज़ों को लेकर बात करेंगे। सबसे पहली बात, जो आप लोगों के ज़मीनी अनुभव हैं, हम उन्हें समझने की, सोचने की कोशिश करेंगे। हमारे दूसरे सत्र में, बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण सत्र, कि समाज में वो लोग जो कि मुख्य धारा से वंचित रहे हैं, हम उन्हें किस तरीके से इस लोकलाइजेशन की प्रक्रिया में जोड़ सकते हैं, ये हमारा दूसरा सत्र होगा। हमारे तीसरे सत्र में जो हमारे कॉरपोरेट्स हैं, हमारे CSR हैं, हमारे डोनर्स हैं, कहीं ना कहीं हम इस बात को महसूस करते हैं कि हमें उनकी भी समझ में एक इजाफे की आवश्यकता है। तो उसको लेकर के, इस लोकलाइजिंग को लेकर हमारा एक बेहतरीन पैनल डिस्कशन होगा। उसके अलावा जो हमारा चौथा सत्र है, वहाँ पर हम पंचायती राज जो हमारी संस्थाएं हैं और कम्युनिटी बेस्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, उनका समागम किस तरीके से और बेहतर हो सकता है, हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे। 5वां महत्वपूर्ण सत्र हमारा कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग को लेकर के होगा। और 6वें सत्र में, जो हमारा 6वां सत्र है, वो एक नीतिगत परिदृश्य कैसा है, पॉलिसी लैंडस्केप कैसा है। तो ये तमाम जो पहलू हैं, सरकार, समाज, बाजार से जुड़े हुए, जो हमारा विषय है, उसको लेकर के जो है ये एक कार्यक्रम की जो रूपरेखा है अगले 1.5 दिन की, हमें लगा कि महत्वपूर्ण है हम आपके साथ साझा करें। जैसा शिखा ने कहा कि आप लोगों के अलावा जो यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, सैकड़ों हमारे साथी ऑनलाइन भी जुड़े हैं और इसका YouTube पर भी संचालन हो रहा है। तो अगर कोई अभी नहीं देख पाता है, आपसे विनम्र आग्रह रहेगा कि आप लोग भी उस YouTube के लिंक को आगे साझा करें, ताकि और लोग जो हैं इससे लाभ, समागम 2023 से लाभ उठा पाए। तो ये कुछ जानकारियाँ थी। शिखा, अब फिल्म की शुरुआत कर सकते हैं, लेकिन फिल्म पर आने से पहले उसका भी एक संक्षिप्त परिचय। हम आभारी हैं आदरणीय श्री प्रसून जोशी जी के, जिन्होंने इस जो फिल्म हम आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत करेंगे, उन्होंने उसकी पंक्तियां लिखी हैं। इस फिल्म का जो लगभग 3 मिनट की फिल्म है, इसका निर्देशन श्री किरित खुराना जी ने किया है, वो डायरेक्टर हैं इसके। म्यूज़िक, संगीत इस फिल्म में अक्षय एंड IP के द्वारा दिया गया है। और इस फिल्म के निर्माता जो प्रोड्यूसर हैं, श्री गुरमीत गुलाटी जी हैं। जो पूरी फिल्म है उसकी अवधारणा भी समागम की अवधारणा है कि किस तरीके से जो संस्थाएं हैं, समाज है, सरकार है, वो मिलकर काम कर सकती है। तो जो प्रदान की सोच है वो कहीं ना कहीं परिभाषित इस फिल्म में होती है। बिना किसी विलंब के मैं आग्रह करूंगा कि हम सीधा फिल्म की तरफ चलें।
चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, थामे उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल। चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, थामे उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल। निकले इरादों की टोली लिए हम करें एक दूजे को शक्ति प्रदान। रातों के चेहरे भुलाने हैं हमको, नए राग सुबह के गाने हैं हमको, बदलाव की फौज कदमों में लेकर नए रास्ते भी बनाने हैं हमको। नई ओस तलवों को छू कर कहे कि ये है नया एक प्रभात। चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, हमें उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल। चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, हमें उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल।
कैसे चल पाओगे, इस आंधी में कैसे संभल पाओगे, मगर हम तो सच्ची सी बारिश लिए, आशा लिए, मन में कोशिश लिए, समंदर की लहरों से उठ जाएंगे, लिए हौसले हम तो लहराएंगे, हमसे ही होगी शुरुआत।
चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, हमें उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल। निकले इरादों की टोली लिए हम करें एक दूसरे को शक्ति प्रदान। चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, हमें उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल। चल चल चले साथ साथ, जुड़कर चले साथ साथ, हमें उम्मीदों का हाथ अब चल चल चल।
इसी के साथ हम कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अपने पहले सत्र की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, जो कि है की नोट सेशन। इसमें मैं यहाँ उपस्थित हमारे चीफ गेस्ट्स को मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी। मैं इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी श्री शैलेश कुमार सिंह जी को, सेक्रेटरी MORD गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। सर प्लीज़ वेलकम। मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री सुनील कुमार जी को, जो कि फॉर्मर सेक्रेटरी हैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पंचायती राज में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मिस ध्रुवी शाह, जो कि एग्जीक्यूटिव ट्रस्टी और CEO हैं एक्सिस बैंक फाउंडेशन में। मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मिस सीमा अरोड़ा, जो कि एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं CII Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development. Okay, so I invite Ms. Dhruvi to come on stage and give a welcome address to the participants who are present here and also the keynote. So Dhruvi heads the Axis Bank Foundation, which aims to create sustainable livelihoods for rural communities in India by enhancing and diversifying their streams of income. Before joining Axis Bank in 2016, Dhruvi was with the ABN AMRO Bank NV for 18 years, where she took up the responsibility of ABM AMRO's sustainable development and not-for-profit management vertical in 2008. She is also the curator and author of the Book of Aspiration, a collection of inspirational memoirs from social leaders. As an advisor to multiple NGOs and a member of various working groups, Dhruvi passionately supports several social causes such as sustainable development, natural resource management, women empowerment, and financial literacy. With this, I take this opportunity to invite Dhruvi on the podium.
Very good morning. Sorry, my voice is really bad. I think once the SGD 11 gets fully actualized, we'll have better air quality. So very good morning to everyone present here. Also people online, I'm told there are many people who are joining us online, so a very warm welcome to them. Samagam is confluence of a lot of people, and I would like to thank our guests here today, Shri Shailesh Kumar ji from Ministry of Rural Development, and Mr. Sunil Kumar from the Panchayati Raj, and Ms. Seema Arora from CII. So this, as Anup ji mentioned, is our partnership with Pradhan for this dialogues on localizing SGD perspective, policy and practice. And the next 2 days or 1.5 days, the 6 sessions, are going to bring forth a lot of experiences of working for the problems we are trying to solve. Not all 17 fall in the realm of what we do and the 169 sub-targets, but there are several of them which are designed to solve the inequality, ecological restoration, multidimensional poverty. So those are the issues we will see a lot more ground experience coming from. But the challenge that lies in front of all of us as different stakeholders is going to be about actually achieving the targets. All of us are working, and based on our experience, we've also tried, right? All of us are trying to solve this problem of inequality that we face. But the SGDs and the talking together, sharing of experiences continues to be a challenge, and that includes all of us. That includes us as funders in the funding community, that includes the NGOs, that includes CSOs. So some of our experience that I would like to share, which I feel can help, at least has helped us as funders to look, the way we look at things is somewhere like it was mentioned, we have to keep the community at the center, give them more power, more leadership that can develop, even if sometimes it's not the best solution, but if it's a solution that there is ownership for, I think those solutions last for a very long time. We are all outsiders to an extent, so it's very important to develop local leadership. It's very important, especially there are many silos that we see trying to solve the same problem. Increasingly with CSR, you sometimes have multiple NGOs trying to solve the same problem in the area. There is no sure sort solution for this, but what has worked is local collaboratives. We have had experience where there are network of collaborative organizations along with the government, along with the community, trying to work on a common design. It is a bit of an effort, but I think those results go in much longer way than before. Measuring impact, we all measure impact, outcome separately, CSR measures it separately, CSOs measure it separately. I think understanding, and if we are able to localize SGDs and understanding the impact from the side of the community, I think that is going to be the biggest challenge. We can, there is enough power in this room to make this happen. If we all get to it, if we are able to simplify certain metrics, the localizing of SGDs gives us that strong platform to be able to do that. I was thinking and reading about it in the last couple of days, and I think there are answers that some of us grapple with it. And here is where a lot of collaboration between CSOs and NGOs is going to be required. Not that it has not been attempted in the past, and the reason I'm stressing on it is there is a lot of ownership and responsibility that lies with us. And I feel if we are not able to capitalize on this opportunity, which we have for the next 7 years, I think there are opportunities to create pathway of simplification. Keeping community at the center can help us answer a lot of those questions. Again, I'm stressing on the same thing. It can build partnerships, it can remove inefficiencies. There is no other way to work than collaborative. We've seen projects where there is collaboration versus projects there is no collaboration, and the impact is just immense with collaboration. While we all talk of collaboration, it is hard work, and I would urge everyone to walk that path now. It will take time, but I feel there is more efficiency, strength to be able to do that. There are large networks that are coming up. There are networks like RCRC. There are networks like Rain-Fed Agriculture Network. There are networks like CII FICCI. It's also a confluence of these networks that is going to help the larger ecosystem in which we operate. I'm also slightly talking on the philanthropy and the CSR side, because that's the side I represent. There are boardroom decisions that will be required if we have to actually do this, and it will not happen by anybody alone. There are few principles that by the end of tomorrow, if we are able to come up with a charter to be able to do this, I think it will be a time well spent in these 2 days. Is can we have a charter for all of us, for the donors, for the implementing organization, on how do we engage with each other to be able to actualize the opportunity that is going to come to us. So lastly, I think let's be the change we want to see. We need to have a sense of urgency, and we have to be impatient about this. We don't have much time. So that's what I would like to conclude with, is let's have a sense of urgency and impatience about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dhruvi, for your kind words and very important part to highlight to start this event. How keeping communities in center will help to develop local leadership, how localizing SDGs is very important, and how collaborations between CBOs, CSOs and government is playing the vital role to initiate this. Thank you so much. Going next, मैं मंच पे आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी श्री शैलेश सर जी का। सर के बारे में बताते हुए मैं साझा करना चाहूँगी कि सर जो हैं वो सेक्रेटरी हैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ रूरल डेवलपमेंट में। Sir has worked on comprehensive policy making for the rural development sector in India, which involves formulation, coordination and implementation of programs that address the development needs of the rural areas, focusing specially on mitigating and eradicating poverty, creating sustainable employment and livelihood opportunities. Sir has more than 30 years of experience as an IS officer, having worked in the field of small and medium enterprises, steel, coal, transport, urban development and rural development. Under his leadership in rural development, more than 90 million women were organized into SHGs, and the plan is to promote 20 million Lakhpati Didis. He has very strong focus on community collectives and livelihoods and very good support to the CSOs. With this, I take this opportunity to invite Sir on the podium.
यहाँ डेस्क पर बैठे हुए सेक्रेटरी पंचायती राज, पूर्व सेक्रेटरी पंचायती राज श्री सुनील कुमार जी, मैडम ध्रुवी शाह जी, एक्सिस फाउंडेशन की एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर और CII की प्रतिनिधि श्रीमती सीमा अरोड़ा जी, यहाँ इस हॉल में उपस्थित कुछ लोगों को मैं पहचान रहा हूँ और बाकी जो भी हमारे साथ इस सेक्टर में काम करने वाले सभी लोग हैं, खास करके अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ डॉक्टर थॉमस इसाक हमारे साथ हैं, WR रेड्डी साहब हमारे साथ हैं और तमाम लोग जो इस हॉल में उपस्थित हैं और all the people who have joined us through video. It's a great opportunity for us. I thank Pradhan and the Axis Foundation for giving me this opportunity to talk and also for putting together this Samagam 2023 on this extremely important topic of localizing the SDGs and the relevance of it all. So this conference, as has been explained earlier, this promises to bring together a very diverse array of people who are involved, who are stakeholders in this process. So we have government functionaries, we have people from the corporate sector, we have the civil society, NGOs, foundations, etc. So we all come together to discuss this. In the beginning, I would like to talk about the great work that the Rural Development Ministry has done in this regard. So as Madam said, the idea is to bring the community to the center. So our Day NRLM program, जो हमारा दीन दयाल अंत्योदय योजना नेशनल रूरल लाइवलीहुड मिशन है, it's the very epitome of this idea to bring the community at the center. ये इस तरह का काम तो पिछले करीब 3 डेकेड से हो रहा था, लेकिन इस मिशन की शुरुआत 2011 में हुई और करीब 10-12 साल में हम लोग इस स्टेज में पहुंचे हैं कि आज हमारी जो दीदियां हैं, हमारी जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप की जो दीदियां हैं, वो अपने आप को बिल्कुल एम्पावर्ड महसूस करती हैं और हर तरीके से, मतलब ये जो दिस प्लेटफॉर्म दैट वी हैव क्रिएटेड, ये प्लेटफॉर्म सोशल, इकोनॉमिक, हर तरह के डेवलपमेंट का एक बहुत ही सशक्त प्लेटफॉर्म बन के उभरा है और इसमें हम लोग इसके माध्यम से ये जो लोकलाइजेशन की सारी जो हमारी परिकल्पना है उसको पूरा कर सकते हैं. सो जैसा कि बताया गया, एट द मोमेंट वी हैव the 9 crore figure is slightly old, so we have around 9.75 crore women who are engaged with the self-help groups, and so one woman means one household, which translates to a population, if each household has 4-5 people, तो इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि roughly around 40 to 50 crore people in the rural areas we are touching through this program. And as I said, it can become a medium for all kinds of development intervention and for achieving our SDG goals. Along with this, whatever has been done in the NRLM, we also have started this initiative of PRI CBO convergence. तो इसमें हमारे जो community based organizations हैं within the NRLM, the idea is to have some kind of convergence with the Panchayati Raj institutions. In fact, in many places, on a standalone, informal basis. Our Didis have gone ahead, they have contested elections, and they are now office bearers in many of the Panchayati Raj institutions and other institutions as well. So this is a very, very heartening development, and within the PRI CBO convergence framework, we have the Gram Panchayat development plans which are formulated on a regular basis. The village, earlier we used to call it the village poverty reduction plan, now we call it the village prosperity and resilience plan. तो VPRP ये भी इसमें इसका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण अंग है, और इस सब के जरिए the idea is basically only this, to localize. So as was stated in the concept note, we have made progress, but we still have a very long way to go. It mentions the study done by the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, and it talks about the need to focus on 19 of the 33 SDG indicators, with special focus on issues related to poverty, hunger, health, well-being, gender equality. To make these goals a reality, we need to understand the needs of the local community. And the organizations which are there at the local level, they know their stuff much better than people sitting in the center or the state capitals. They can make the goals fit the needs at the local level. And breaking down these big goals into local actions is what we are talking about. So we need to include everyone in this planning process and in decision making, especially those who are left out, the marginalized people. So the local involvement, as we are talking about in this conference, is the key. Our Panchayati Raj system, it shows how local action and community participation can create lasting change. But as we have seen, there's a lot that needs to be done in the direction of empowering our PRIs as well. In order for them to be part of this whole process, a lot of capacity building needs to be done, training and adapting, and making sure the people at the local level, they understand how we make these goals happen. साथ ही साथ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का जो एक फोकस है वो ये है कि सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को एक साथ लाना है, गवर्नमेंट्स, एनजीओज, कॉरपोरेट्स, एकेडमिक्स, मल्टीलैटरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, सभी को एक साथ मिल के जो भी इसमें करना है, सोचना है, be it CSR funds or any other aspect of it. So we have to think about it collectively, and innovations and resources from all these disparate groups, they are very much vital for tackling the SDG challenges. And we also need good data, as we all know. So data is also important. The strong local data systems also will need to be created to help us keep track of progress and step in when needed and hold people accountable. In addition to, I spoke about the day in RLM. Within day in RLM, as ma'am mentioned, we have an immediate campaign, you may call it, or mission, you may call it, to help 2 crore of our Didis become Lakhpati. But that is not the end. We aim to ensure that all our Didis become Lakhpati. So just the kind of empowerment that is brought about by the DNRLM, that is amazing. In addition to DNRLM, some of our other flagship programs have also done a lot in the direction of achievement of the SDG goals. Be it PMAY, the Awas, the Housing Yojana, or the MG Narega as a social security net. And rural roads. Rural roads have, I always remember when we were younger, when I used to go to our village, there was just, going to our village from the railway station, you can either walk or go on a bullock cart. So I'm not that old, but still, in my village, in my adolescence, in my early adulthood also, we used to go there, and it used to be on a bullock cart or on foot. And it also happened on one occasion that the bullock cart, in Bihar we call it ular ho jata hai. So it became like this kind of turtle. And so all these things used to happen, and there were so much hardships people used to face. But now with the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, we have such a good network. हालांकि उसमें और भी काम करने की ज़रूरत है. A lot more needs to be done toward, but still I would call it substantial progress. So with this, I would like to summarize saying that there's an urgent need for all of us to think. This is a chance for us to meet our development goals in a comprehensive manner, and to do it in a community-centric manner. So I hope with this, I wish this Samagam 23 a great success, and I hope it will lead to very good discussions, and it will lead us to a good way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your views so lucidly with us, and in the end emphasizing on the need for urgency involving, of course, the community, putting the community in the center. It's really heartening to know that almost 40 to 50 crore people in our country are impacted by schemes which are being planned, executed by your ministry. So extremely grateful for setting this tempo, this energetic tempo for Samagam 2023. Going ahead, I would now like to invite Ms. Seema Arora. She's our next speaker, and a brief biodata also, or some information about ma'am's background. She is, of course, from the CII Foundation. Ma'am has pioneered the creation of several services on sustainable development within the CII umbrella. Her journey with the organization began more than 3 decades ago in 1992. As a run-up towards the Earth Summit. She works on designing innovative products and frameworks to build the business case for industry to invest in sustainability and CSR. So she also, within the CII umbrella, works with, she and the organization, they work with industry, government, community-based organizations to develop policy instruments, curate collaborative initiatives across sectors, stakeholders, and develop innovative voluntary approaches. So ma'am has many notable achievements to her credit. She has incubated innovative alliances such as India CEO Forum on Clean Air, CII Climate Action Charter, India Plastic Pact, etc. Kindly welcome Ms. Seema Arora. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for that very, very generous introduction. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Secretary Shailesh Kumar Singh Ji, Secretary of the Ministry of Rural Development, Shri Sunil Kumar Ji, former Secretary, Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Dhruvi from the Axis Bank Foundation, of course all colleagues here from various initiatives that Pradhan takes and experts, and I'm sure there are so many experts who are there, and I humbly welcome all of them, and also thank you all for giving me an opportunity to share my perspectives, share CII's views on what we think is possible in terms of localizing the SDGs, which is the theme today. Honestly, CII, as was mentioned, started this journey of working on sustainability when the Earth Summit was held in 1992. So 31 years we have tried to work on the agenda of sustainability. I remember when we first went to our members to talk of sustainable development, we back in 1992 very excited because we understood what was the Agenda 21 document that the Earth Summit had come out with and what's the role of industry. A lot of them said, what do you mean by sustainable development? We don't understand. So, and I don't fault them because many parts of the world, many sections of the society were still discovering what did sustainable development mean. That journey actually then evolved into CII creating a Center of Excellence on Sustainable Development in 2006, based on what we understood the industry could bring to the table. And this is not the only Center of Excellence that CII has. We have several. We have one on food and agriculture, we have on water, we have on green buildings, and we have on technology, we have on logistics. The whole idea is that how does CII as an institution bring together the understanding that the industry has, the solutions that the industry has, right to the level where it is required to be implemented. That's really the purpose of creating these verticals within CII. And we continue to strive to do this, and working with Pradhan, having relationship with organizations like Pradhan is an important aspect of being able to learn from all of you that what is the need that continues to evolve at the local level, and also then customize the solution that CII as an organization and our industry members can actually create to solve those challenges. That said, it is a long journey that still needs to be actually traversed, and I'm sure there's so much learning that is there from the experience in this room that we can benefit from. So I stand here to just share my perspectives, but I'm sure there's so much we can learn from you. I think the whole idea of the SDGs, as everybody knows, is that no one is left behind. It's inclusion. And I think industry can play a huge, huge role in this inclusion journey. And we believe that industry, because of the various touch points it has, across its value chain, is ideally positioned to bring this inclusion into its main agenda. Like we all focus a lot on the 2% CSR, and that's important. I believe, and in the Center of Excellence on Sustainable Development, we believe the 98% has to be inclusive. It's not just the 2%. Every day what we do in industry needs to be about inclusion, needs to be about sustainability, needs to be about the action on climate. Each one of these SDGs, the 17, have to be a part of the daily way we conduct business. And that's the whole purpose of the Center of Excellence, that how do we tell industry, how do we help industry to build this into their entire business model? Because it can't be left only through a CSR activity. Of course, it needs to be done through CSR also. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that that's not good to do, but that is just a small part of how we think it can be done. It's the 98% that we think in the business models, and therefore most of our platforms that was mentioned very generously in the introduction are created so that industry can actually learn how to collaboratively work on these SDGs and solve those problems for the community and also for themselves. Because if they understand the business case, they are going to be able to scale those solutions for the SDGs to get localized, for policy to actually reflect how SDGs can actually be implemented. So we believe that that's the lens that needs to come to fore. Just give you a couple of examples. One was mentioned, I think we all right now in NCR, and Dhruvi mentioned that her throat is bad, everybody's having this problem. We know that this is the problem that we have of air pollution throughout the year. I mean, I don't think that we can say it's only the farmers that create the pollution. It's just the episodic pollution that we get in November because of the various factors that is causing us to see this visibly. Otherwise, Delhi itself and all parts of India, I was in Mumbai yesterday, extremely polluted again. So it's not just Delhi. But what we did starting 2015-16, when, a lot of the time stakeholders came to CII and said that your industry causes the problem. What are you doing about air pollution? And frankly, yes, our industry members are a part of the problem. I mean, we can't say that they don't cause. So we basically worked on scoping out what can CII do to help in some ways overcome this problem, and that's when we created the entire CII CEO Forum on Clean Air. What it did was first to put all the actors together, very much like what Samagam does, because we realized that everybody in the space working on air pollution, very well intentioned, but maybe just working in silos. So we put all of them together to understand that what is really lacking. We realized that, and particularly for the issue that we are discussing these days, and it's related to community, so I want to take that example. We did multiple things, but just this one, we realized that nobody is actually working to solve the problem of the farmer. They're actually looking at it from the air pollution lens and not from the farmer's lens. As I speak, we are in 450 villages in 12 districts of Punjab and Haryana as CII Foundation, but the programming is done through the CII Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, bringing the solutions from industry where farmers are actually putting back the waste. As you know, all of you work there, so you know it's much more healthier to put it back into the soil rather than to burn it. But behavior change, showing them that how it needs to be done, the capacity building, and bringing the machines that are affordable, accessible, and available, the 3 A's, at the time in the window that the farmer needs. You know, you can imagine that the penetration still is not there. I mean, all of the people work on the ground, that the penetration of the, the solution has to be there at the ground. So that's what we have focused on, looking at the farmer's need. And consequently, we think we are getting health benefits and, of course, subsequently air pollution benefits. The CEO Forum actually works with the farmers, with the farmer entrepreneurs to create those solutions, which are XC2. So how do you bring it into the economic value chain? We have people who are making, paper boards, we have people who are making packaging material, and we are facilitating that access to the market as well. So this is, and again, we think that this is not CSR because businesses, we did a study, businesses based out of NCR, they lose productivity. Their employees have health issues. They lose also the ability to attract good talent. That's the economic case for businesses to work on this issue. That's what we also created as the evidence for them to do it. Frankly, there are multiple examples. The second one I'll just take is the one that we do with, people who are, disabled, persons with disability. They're also very marginalized, and within that also women, as you know, are very, further marginalized. And I know Sir also talked about the wonderful programming that's happening through the SHGs, and also I know Pradhan works with a focus on women. In this space, again, we have created a network called the India Business and Disability Network. And what we do is we essentially get companies together to create jobs opportunities for people with disability. Our job as CII is to make sure that people are not left behind just because they have a particular disability. We're focusing right now on physical disabilities only, but I know there are so many disabilities that and we do it in multiple ways. We actually train the people, so we have training programs. We train the companies to understand that what is the ecosystem they need to create to accept people with disabilities. Because a lot of the time the people with disabilities get into the mainstream, but they leave because nobody understands them. Yeah, and nobody really understands their needs. So this is what we do. So we do this through systems, processes, capacity building. We also do a lot by recognizing companies who are doing it so that many more can do it. Again, we are building evidence. What is the business case for this? I come back to this. This is not done as only as CSR. The business case is important. So we are doing studies to say that if you actually understand the needs of people with disability, you can create products and solutions. If you're an IT company, if you're a bank, like Axis Bank is a bank, you can create products for people who have disabilities. So if you include them in the mainstream, you actually can increase how you service them, and that is a business case for you to do. And this is where we think CII as an institution can play a role by ensuring that business understands that all of these STDs every day have to be put into their business case, and they can do this by empowering all of you as well on the ground level because you understand the needs. They can also do this in partnership with the government by feeding the learnings into the policy to see how we can take advantage of the already good things that are happening to build on these and scale these. And this is where I stand to understand from you also how we can do this better. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Seema ma'am, for your kind words and also focusing on very crucial points and how since last 3 decades CII is serving towards sustainable development, how the problems can be catered from the local level through NGOs and other partners, and how CII can extend support and has always been doing that. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we will go next, and I would take this opportunity with a brief introduction to invite Shri Sunil Kumar sir. Sir is an IS officer. During his long and illustrious career, he has worked in different government departments, notably Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, Drinking Water and Sanitation, Finance, Education, Planning, Information and Broadcasting, and Industry and Commerce. Sir retired as Secretary to the Government of India, Ministry of Panchayati Raj in October 2023. Under his leadership, the localizing SDGs framework was developed, and there is a strong focus on strengthening Gram Panchayats and developing Panchayat Development Index. With this, sir, I welcome you at the podium.
मंच पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथिगण, यहाँ इस सभागार में देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से आए अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स, डॉक्टर थॉमस आइजैक, पूर्व वित्त मंत्री केरल, जिन्होंने लोकल गवर्नमेंट को मजबूत करने की दिशा में काफ़ी प्रयास किए हैं, डॉक्टर सरोज दास from Odisha, who was one of the authors, one of the members of the committee which prepared that localization of SDG goals, along with Ms. Jayashree Raghunandan, among others, under whose chairmanship this report was prepared. यह एक बहुत ही उपयुक्त विषय है जिस पर हम सभी लोगों को चर्चा करने की आवश्यकता है. I am happy that Pradhan, along with Anode Governance and other partners, they have brought out a summary of the report of the LSDG committee as well as the Panchayat Development Index. And it is important that we understand why it is important. Sustainable Development Goals 2015 में UN ने जारी किया, 2030 तक इन लक्ष्यों को पूरा करना है, और जो अभी मिड टर्म अप्रेजल हुआ है उसमें ये बताया गया कि अधिकांश राज्य, अधिकांश देश इन लक्ष्यों से पीछे चल रहे हैं ऑन अ वेराइटी ऑफ गोल्स. उसके पहले सदी की शुरुआत में वी हैड दोज मिलेनियम डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, उसी को हम लोगों ने रिफाइन करके एसडीजीज के रूप में लाए, और इसके भी 7-8 साल निकल गए. बीच में 2 साल आपका कोविड का भी रहा, विच हैड अ वेरी नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट ऑन पीपल, स्पेशली द पुअर इन डिफरेंट पार्ट्स ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. तो जब हम बात करते हैं सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स की, तो यूएन के लेवल पर जब बात होती है तो दे लुक एट द कंट्री, एंड व्हेन एट द नेशनल लेवल वी लुक एट द स्टेट्स. एंड नीति आयोग इज द कोऑर्डिनेटिंग बॉडी जो पूरे देश में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स कैसे हाउ इट इज़ बीइंग इम्प्लीमेंटेड, उस चीज़ को वो मॉनिटर करती है. और मुख्य रूप से हम लोगों ने देखा है कि जब हम व्हेन इट कम्स टू इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एनी पॉलिसी, we depend on departments, and the departments depend on their field level functionaries जो आपके normally up to district level होते हैं. Most departments they have functionaries up to district level, a few departments up to block level, and a very few who have functionaries at the village level. लेकिन जिस चीज़ को नज़रअंदाज किया गया कि you have since 1993 when the 73rd Constitution Amendment Act came into force, you have Panchayati Raj institutions as a unit of constitutional unit of local government, which is there in 2.5 lakh panchayats. और अभी तक ये पिछले 30 साल का जो जर्नी है, जैसे 92 से जब CII ने सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट पर काम करना शुरू किया, उसी के साथ साथ ये हुआ. By and large, local government has been ignored in most parts of the country, and at best we have looked upon them as an implementing agency, not as a real unit of government which has decision making, which can decide for themselves what is good for them or what is not so good for them. And we have created an environment where the local government also looks up to state and central government for directions. और localization of SDGs में भी, although very well intentioned, सारा कुछ जो हम लोगों ने किया कि it is a step forward. जब हम लोगों ने इसे 9 themes में बांटा, तो उसके पीछे मकसद था कि ग्राम सभा में आम लोग उस गोल के साथ स्वयं को जोड़ सकें, उसके साथ आइडेंटिफाई कर सकें. अगर हम कहते हैं कि क्या हम अपने गांव को गरीबी मुक्त और उन्नत आजीविका युक्त यानी पॉवर्टी फ्री एंड एनहांस्ड लाइवलीहुड पंचायत बनाएंगे, तो ये एक गोल है जिससे आम लोग भी जुड़ सकते हैं, वो उसको बना सकते हैं. ये कोई गोल नहीं है कि किसी डिपार्टमेंट का, कि रूरल डेवलपमेंट डिपार्टमेंट या पंचायती राज डिपार्टमेंट का कि मेरा इतना टारगेट है, हमें इस साल इतना पैसा मिलना है, हमें इतने लोगों को आवास देना है, इतने लोगों को हमें SHG ग्रुप्स का बनाना. इट इज़ समथिंग मोर देन दैट. तो जो 9 थीम्स में हम लोगों ने इन सभी SDGs को इंटीग्रेट किया, तो उसके पीछे मकसद केवल यही था कि आम लोग ग्राम सभा में उस चीज को आसानी से समझ सकें. और वो अगर उसके इफ दे बिगिन टू आइडेंटिफाई देमसेल्व्स विद दीज गोल्स एंड बिगिन टू वर्क ऑन दैट, तो होल लॉट कैन बी अचीव्ड इन अ शॉर्ट फ्रेम पॉसिबल. ये और जो केरला का एग्जाम्पल है जहां पीपल्स प्लान कैंपेन हुआ, जिसको अभी हम लोगों ने GPDP से पिछले 7-8 साल से नेशनल लेवल पर सभी राज्यों में GPDP बन रहा है, लेकिन उसके पीछे की जो मूल भावना थी कि सारे लोग उसमें जुड़ें, लोग अपने गोल्स को आइडेंटिफाई करें और उसके बाद उसे प्राप्त करने के लिए क्या कार्रवाई वो कर सकते हैं अपने स्तर पर, जिसको हम लोग कहते हैं कि लो कॉस्ट और नो कॉस्ट और लो कॉस्ट एक्टिविटी, और कौन सी चीज है जिसमें वो डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के डिफरेंट स्कीम्स के अंतर्गत प्राप्त धनराशि को उपयोग करके उन लक्ष्यों को प्राप्त कर सकते हैं. इस दिशा में अभी हमें बहुत लंबा रास्ता तय करना है, क्योंकि जब हम लोगों ने इसे लोकलाइजेशन ऑफ SDGs को इसको लॉन्च किया, उसके बाद GPDP का इसे पार्ट बनाया, हम लोगों ने ग्राम पंचायतों से अनुरोध किया कि यू कैन सेलेक्ट एनी 1, 2 और 3 ऑफ दीज SDG goals on which you would like to give priority, and then you should focus your attention on that, and that should get reflected in the GPDP. और आप सभी लोग फील्ड में काम करते हैं, उसमें भी अभी मतलब till recently one was a part of that year. We have and it is heartening कि at least people began to think on these कि there can be any one of these 9 themes need to be focused upon. और हमारे पास आंकड़े हैं कि साहब जब जीपीडीपी बना तो उसमें इतने प्रतिशत लोगों ने हेल्दी विलेज पे काम करने का ठाना, इतने लोगों ने चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली विलेज या क्लीन एंड ग्रीन विलेज या वाटर सफिशिएंट विलेज, इन लोगों पर काम करने की उन्होंने निश्चय किया। जो आपका थीम 9 है, विमेन फ्रेंडली विलेज, या जहां पर एंजेंडर डेवलपमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं, उस पर इवन ऑन पेपर नॉट इवन 5000 पंचायत्स हैव मेड इट अ प्रायोरिटी इशू। तो जब जेंडर सेंसिटिविटी और जेंडर रिलेटेड इश्यूज की बात होती है तो इट ओनली शोज कि हाउ बिग एन इशू इट इज, एंड वी हैव अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो व्हेन वी डू दैट। और इसमें भी जब इन लोगों ने इन संकल्प को या ऑन दीज थीम्स दे डिसाइडेड टू वर्क ऑन दैट, my gut feeling is that in most cases that decision was taken by the panchayat secretary and agreed to by the sarpanch, because they had to fill this up in the GPDP, and unless they did not do that there would be no expenditure incurred. ग्राम सभा में उस पर कितना डिस्कशन हुआ, आई थिंक ये मैं नहीं कह सकता हूं कि यहां से बैठे बैठे कि देश भर में कहीं पर कोई डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ, लेकिन आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो। हमें एक लंबा सफर तय करना है जब लोग खुद चर्चा करके, विचार विमर्श करके खुद तय करें कि व्हाट दे कैन डू। और वो जब तय करेंगे तो उसमें केवल वो सरकार के अलग अलग स्कीम्स के तहत धनराशि की ही चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, कम्युनिटी के द्वारा, उनके द्वारा क्या किया जा सकता है, दे विल ऑल्सो फोकस ऑन दैट, एंड दैट मीन्स मोर फोकस ऑन लो कॉस्ट एंड नो कॉस्ट एक्टिविटी विच कैन बी फंडेड बाय द कम्युनिटी themselves। बिहेवियरल चेंज की बात करनी, अगर हम हर एक घर में नल से जल पहुंचा भी देंगे, इफ आई डोंट स्टोर इट प्रॉपरली and if I don't take out the water from the pot properly, it can get contaminated and there will be no reflection on the level of waterborne diseases that are happening in that panchayat or that village. ये correlation हमें स्थापित करनी होगी कि how do you establish a linkage between water prevalence of waterborne diseases and clean water, because at the source yes it is clean water। वहाँ पर हमने PhD ने या जिसने भी whichever is the department which is undertaking these works, they have set up a testing mechanism and they say कि yes it is pure water which is going, but on the way if the pipeline is broken, if it is not maintained properly, if it is not stored properly, there can be various ways where contamination can occur, and that becomes, and now all these are being transferred to the panchayats for operation and maintenance, but how they will do it, on that there has been little thought which has been given. In fact 20 years back there was a sector reforms program under which World Bank funded, under which similar type of activities were being done. It got transformed into Swajal Dhara, but then it died its natural death because the departments concerned were not interested in that. So this is a huge challenge before us कि even after making such big investments, how do we ensure its sustainability? और ये एग्जाम्पल मैं इसलिए दे रहा हूं कि local government is the agency, is the unit which is the closest to the people, which is directly accountable, and which all of us we have sadly ignored, and that includes industry too. We are happy to interact with central government and state government, but we find it very cumbersome to deal with district panchayat, gram panchayat, less said the better, it's too wide. And that mindset, I think that is the one which has to change. Community में भी जो हमारे NGOs में भी हैं, they are happy to interact with secretaries to Government of India, secretaries to state governments, लेकिन when it comes to पंचायत function they say नहीं नहीं यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा politics चल रहा, इससे हमें दूर रहना। तो इसमें हमारा बहुत समय खराब होगा। तो जैसे आपका समय खराब हो रहा है, उसी तरह से वो पंचायत सेक्रेटरी भी सोचता है कि इस महिला सरपंच से चर्चा करने में मेरा इतना समय खराब होगा, इट इज बेटर टू डील विथ हर हस्बैंड and get the thing done. And then we blame everyone ki they are you have 46% women elected representatives, and they actually it's proxy sort of people who are working. So these are real issues. तो अभी जो हम लोगों ने किया है, जो localization of SDGs जारी हुआ है, that is the first step. सेकेंड स्टेप होगा जब सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स इसमें स्वीकार करेंगे कि इफ इट हैज टू बी एक्चुअली इंप्लीमेंटेड ऑन द ग्राउंड, यू हैव टू डील विथ लोकल गवर्नमेंट। और जो पंचायत डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स आया है, आई जस्ट स्पीक, इट इज ऑल लिंक्ड टू दीज 9 themes and all these SDGs. This is sort of plugging a huge gap which existed in terms of data. डेटा में आपको नेशनल लेवल डेटा मिल जाएगा, स्टेट लेवल डेटा मिल जाएगा, एंड इन सर्टेन ये आपका डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का मिल सकता है, कुछ ऑन सर्टेन पैरामीटर्स सम ब्लॉक लेवल डेटा. बट इफ यू वांट डेटा एट द पंचायत लेवल, इट विल नॉट बी अवेलेबल. एक पंचायत में देर आर 5 आंगनवाड़ीज and each Anganwadi is reporting independently, and all that data is coming to the center or at the state level, and there it is being ye ki this is green color, this is red color, this is yellow color, whatever. But if you ask ki at that panchayat level, if you want intervention and support from the local panchayat, have you ever presented before the panchayat ki look, this is the extent of malnutrition in this panchayat, these are the families where the children are malnourished, what can we do for them? वो हम नहीं करते. तो this paves the way for that. और पंचायत डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स में I am extremely happy that almost all state governments, they have really come forward, and जो आपका सेशन होगा उसमें जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी पंचायती राज, when he will be making his presentation, he will be explaining in greater detail कि कैसे हो रहा है, क्या हो रहा है. क्योंकि हमें जब डेटा हम कलेक्ट करते हैं तो डेटा फॉर हुम, इस चीज को भी हमें ये करना होगा. जिससे हम डेटा कर रहे हैं उसको पता होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए. हम डेटा प्रिवेसी की बात करते हैं, हम बड़े बड़े फोरम्स पे इंटरनेशनल और ये फेक डीप क्या AI के माध्यम से किस तरह से एवरीथिंग कैन बी, एंड वी लिंक इट अप. लेकिन जिसका हम डेटा ले रहे हैं, वी आर नॉट विलिंग टू शेयर इट विद देम. तो पंचायत डेवलपमेंट इंडेक्स प्रोवाइड्स एन अपॉर्चुनिटी वेयर इफ ऑल ऑफ अस वर्क टुगेदर, ऑल ऑफ अस डिमांड, then it can become available. Local government will also need to demand ki yes, I want to see this here, otherwise it is there on paper. If they refuse to see it, no one can force them to see it, no? And not only see it, take corrective action. So that is one area where all of us, and the good thing is ki all this will be in the public domain. In fact, this is one good thing in Ministry of Panchayati Raj, that whatever data is there, nothing is confidential, everything is in the public domain, whether it is relating to expenditure, whether it is relating to projects, schemes taken up, right or wrong, whatever is there, but it is there in the public domain. So now it is up to us. So without taking too much time, because I am sure that in the sessions that will follow, all of you would be discussing it in greater detail. It is an extremely important subject. लेकिन उस पर हम जब SDGs बना रहे हैं, SDGs तो केवल एक गोल है. हमको वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क में वी नीड टू रिकॉग्नाइज कि लोकल गवर्नमेंट हैज एन एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट रोल टू प्ले. Without having strong local government, whether in rural areas or urban areas, we cannot become a developed country. That is my belief. And for this, all of us need to work together. चाहे कोई भी हो, किसी भी लेवल पे काम कर रहे हो, whether it is in the field of academics, whether it is in the field of government, wherever. All of us need to collectively come together and begin to work towards that end. इसमें जो सेक्रेटरी आरडी ने बताया कि जो SHGs का कोलैबोरेशन अब शुरू हुआ है, where we have taken sort of baby steps in that direction and where we have a long way to cover, that will be extremely critical. And this is one area where, since we have more than 80 lakh SHG groups, 8 crore or 9 crore members, how we can bring them together, and their collaboration with local government will be mutually beneficial both for local government as well as the SHGs. और तीसरा जो आखिरी बात है कि हमें एक नया लीडरशिप डेवलप करना होगा at the local level. A leadership which is looking at finding solutions to their problems and not leaving it to someone else to find solutions, bring out a scheme and then implement that. ये चीज हम लोगों को समझना होगा कि अपनी समस्याओं का हल हमें स्वयं ढूंढना होगा. There are no shortcuts in this. और वो चीज जब हम करेंगे तो सभी चीज जो स्कीम्स हैं, चाहे वो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की हो, चाहे वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की हो, वो सभी फिर उसी के हिसाब से बनाई जाने लगेंगी. अभी जब कहीं से कोई डिमांड नहीं होता है तो हमें जितना अच्छा लगता है, बुरा लगता है, जितनी हमारी समझ होती है, हम लोग वी मेक इट. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि वी मेक रॉन्ग स्कीम्स, बट इट डज नॉट रिफ्लेक्ट द ग्राउंड रियलिटी टू द एक्सटेंट दैट इट शुड. तो इस दिशा में भी हमने काम करनी होगी. जो हमें लोकल गवर्नमेंट की लीडरशिप है उसको हम कैसे चेंज करें. दे शुड नॉट बिकम अ रेप्लिका ऑफ ऑल दैट इट प्लेग्स सो कॉल्ड पॉलिटिक्स, कि वहां पर भी हम मुर्गा खिला करके हम वोट ले लें, हम पैसा बांट करके वोट ले लें. ये सारी चीजें नहीं हो. इसके लिए विल नीड टू वर्क रियली हार्ड. अदरवाइज ऑन इट्स ओन, no matter how many laws we frame, it will remain on paper. Those laws will remain on paper and politics will go on the way it is going on in large parts of the country. So I congratulate Pradhan कि आपने समाज, सरकार और बाजार तीनों को जो साथ में लेकर के चलने का प्रयास किया है. And now you are also including local government in this. That I think holds a very strong message. और जिस दिन जो आप बिजनेस मॉडल की बात कर रहे थे, जिस दिन ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में लोग सर्विस स्टैंडर्ड्स की बात करने लगेंगे, क्वालिटी ऑफ सर्विस की बात करने लगेंगे, उस दिन बिजनेस मॉडल अपने आप डेवलप होगा. चाहे वो वाटर हो, चाहे वो सैनिटेशन हो, चाहे वो एनर्जी सप्लाई हो, चाहे वो हैबिटाट हो, एनीथिंग दैट विल नीड टू हैपन. बट दैट इज अ सेपरेट सब्जेक्ट. वील हैव अ डिस्कशन ऑन दैट सम अदर टाइम. थैंक यू. विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट.
सर बेहतरीन. सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. आपने बिल्कुल जो हमारे 2 दिन का ये जो समागम है उसकी बिल्कुल टोन आपने सेट हम सभी के लिए की है. और इतने सारे जो आपने विचार दिए कि एक बिल्कुल जन आंदोलन, अगर मैं आपके समस्त विचारों को सर उसका समागम करूं एक शब्द में, तो वाकई में एक बड़े जन आंदोलन की आवश्यकता है समाज में भी और तमाम उन संस्थाओं में जो कि इन योजनाओं का एग्जीक्यूशन कर रहे हैं, इनको क्रियान्वित कर रहे हैं. मैं अपने जो चारों यहाँ पर पैनलिस्ट हैं, मैं आप चारों का ही आभार इस मंच के माध्यम से करना चाहूँगा. वैसे तो बहुत सारी बातें हैं बोलने को, लेकिन समय जो है हम समय से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. तो आप सभी ने जो अपने विचार प्रस्तुत किए, ध्रुवी जी से शुरुआत करते हुए, उसके बाद सेक्रेटरी साहब से, उसके बाद सीमा मैम से, और सर जो आपने किया, तो आप सभी के लिए मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा और आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा सरोज जी को यहाँ पर कि आपको जाने से पहले एक छोटा सा स्मृति चिन्ह सरोज जी. आप सभी का पुनः बहुत बहुत आभार। मैं अब शिखा को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा कि हम अपने अगले सत्र की शुरुआत करेंगे। सरोज जी, आप भी कृपया कर आइए प्लीज। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर एंड मैम।
With this, we will move to our next session, which is about presentation of reports on LSDGs and Panchayat Development Index, which will be presented by Anode Governance Lab team. Introducing Anode Governance Lab, it is committed to strengthening governance and enabling public institutions to function effectively, especially at the village level, with a strong belief in capacities of people to identify and prioritize their development agenda. The presentation will be done by Ms. Sonali Srivastav and her team member Padma. And introducing Sonali, I would say that as an organizational development practitioner, Sonali leads, designs and manages complex change management interventions across corporate, government and non-government organizations. With a strong belief in capacities of people, she set up Anode to help stimulate, activate and mainstream local institutions towards inclusive and effective governance. She has been instrumental in conceptualizing the Gram Panchayat Organization Development Framework, which is a process-driven approach to develop organization capacitates of local governance. Sonali is a founder and CEO to Anode Governance Lab. With this, I would like to take this opportunity to invite you at the podium.
Manage this, is it? Then? Yeah. Okay, then I have to copy. Huh?
So we, okay.
No, it will be slow.
Acha.
Presentation.
This is your.
No, go back. Can you go to the screen? Full screen. One sec. No. This. F. This is a different laptop, right? So F5, yeah, okay. No, that just reduces the space. Good morning, everyone. So we present to you the two big reports which have been, developed over the last year on the localization of sustainable development goals and on Panchayat Development Index. This work has been done, I think, by the ministry and the expert committees which are formed, which Mr. Sunil Kumar mentioned about. It's extremely exhaustive, and I hope to do justice to the contents of the report. Just before we go into the report, I wanted to mention that we have liberally taken contents from the report and the figures. These are both about 1,000 pages each, and it seemed to sort of make sense to borrow from the report rather than keep on making new figures, and so we have done that too. We have taken care to be loyal to the contents of the report. There are some reflections. We've been working in the field for too long to not, accommodate that. I just wanted to acknowledge Pradhan. I'm thankful that we have taken this as a theme for this Samagam, because it's extremely imperative that we acknowledge the role of local governments in SDGs. So the fact that Pradhan has taken it in this theme at Samagam is very heartening for us also, because we love local governments, we love to work with panchayats. So the whole theme itself was something that inspired us to work further. I just wanted to acknowledge Mr. Vijay Anand, who couldn't come here today. Sudhir from Pradhan, Sukanto, Sarbani and Suparno. They went through our iterations, they went through our reports, and they kept giving us feedback over the last couple of several weeks. I want to acknowledge my colleague Padma and the team from MXV who are here for rapporteuring also, who've put in like night outs trying to summarize the reports of these 1,000 pages each. What I'll try to do, so the first time when I gave the first draft to Sudhir from Pradhan, and he said, Sonali, we need a summary of summaries. This itself is very long. So I said, I got it. Let me see if the presentation slides serve that purpose. So we are trying to do that, and we will touch upon the concepts of localized SDGs. Then we will move to the Panchayat Development Index, which has been basically is based on the LSDG. We'll also talk about panchayats in India. There are most people here are very aware of the 73rd Amendment, but there may be some because this is a group of people from the corporate sector, from the CSRs. So I just sort of allowed ourselves a couple of slides on the panchayats, and we will talk a little about data. Which Mr. Sunil Kumar also mentioned. So as to how we are going to actually look at, making data available to all. So yeah, without much ado, I'll move to the next. So this is actually a monumental effort. We are talking about localizing SDGs to 2.63 lakh panchayats across the country. There is no alternative to doing this, because I don't think something like this can be achieved at a country as large as India, as diverse as India, without actually taking this to the levels of the institutions. So, I mean, a huge sort of shout out for Niti Aayog, to the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, to all the other ministries who are going to be working on this and are working on this, as well as the entire civil society, the corporates, academia, and the citizens at large. Everybody has to get involved, and the term that they have used nicely is the whole of government and whole of society. Without this, it will not be possible. Very briefly, the context: India is a signatory to the Sustainable Development Goals, which are 17 in number. The UN has set 169 targets, and there are 231 distinct global indicators for that. Basis that, India has framed a national indicator framework. It's been evolving. The latest version, which is 3.0 in 2022, has also got 169 indicators and 286 targets. Where are we as against the SDGs? We are ranked 112th out of 168. The index score is 63.5, and something called a spillover in score, which we are trying to Google, which says basically that does India have a positive or a negative spillover on other countries, and I believe we have a fairly positive score on that, as you can see. We are on track on 2 SDGs. We are moderately improving in 9, stagnating in 4, and a downward trend in 2. Just quickly jumping to panchayats in the country. These are, as I mentioned, that unless we involve them, these panchayats will not, the SDGs, I don't think will be able to see the light of the day, or as to the extent that we want. These are local governments. Panchayats can be sized between 1,000 people population to 50,000 in states like Kerala, 1,000 people in states like Uttar Pradesh, sometimes Chhattisgarh, smaller panchayats. 30 lakh elected members, and it always gives me goosebumps. I mean, have entered the political fray. These are men and women in villages who have not entered politics, who don't know anything about politics, and people have started entering. And we'll meet a few of them when you see in the next session when I'm moderating on grounds theories. So this itself is a huge, huge potential for getting people who hitherto were not, open, or they did not have access to a whole lot of development language, models, etc., that we are talking about. Now they are entering this fray. And they have been entering, they have entered since 1993 when the Constitutional Amendment was Act. These are equal representations of men and women, mostly. So just to look at the map, you have 6 odd lakh villages with 2.5 lakh panchayats, and then they are segregated into block panchayats, districts, and then the state and union territories. The 73rd Constitutional Amendment, which was passed in 1993, gave powers to the panchayats. In fact, the powers are given to states. Panchayat is a state subject, and powers are given to states to devolve. The language is devolved, which means these are the subjects which panchayats can actually work on. So there are 29 such subjects which have been devolved, or the states can decide. So some states have devolved more, some have devolved less, depending on their faith and the capacities of panchayats there in those states. But these are the subjects. So if you see those subjects, agriculture, social forestry, spanning from those to subjects like libraries, subjects like family welfare. So panchayats can and have a strong role in impacting each of these sectors, or subjects as they are called. This figure also is actually very large figure of 400,000 crores. Can be impacted if a panchayat functions well. This is the amount of funds of rural development schemes, central sector schemes in the country, which can be impacted positively if panchayats function well. So as you can see the schemes there, there's Narega, which everybody here must have heard of. There is social assistance programs, which are basically pensions to old age, disability, widow, etc. There's Health Mission, there is Gram Sadak Yojana, Swachh Bharat Mission, Jal Jeevan Mission, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, PM Poshan, PM Awas, PM Krishi Sachai. So spanning across all these schemes are basically being implemented at the village level. And who governs villages is basically panchayats. So each of these programs can be positively impacted if panchayats work well. So that is a scene for us. That's the scene that we are setting. That if the panchayat has, maybe on paper, and some panchayats sort of capture that space very well, some don't. But if that is the status, a constitutional status of panchayats, then the global to the national to the local becomes imperative. And we have therefore what has evolved as a local indicator framework, which is referred to again and again in the reports called the LIF, and which contains 9 themes, which Mr. Sunil Kumar also was talking about: zero hunger, livelihoods, engendered panchayats, etc. And these are translated to 168 targets and 389 indicators. These are all evolving. Through the reports, we kept seeing different numbers, and sometimes we were trying to get consistency, then we gave up hope because they are evolving. So it's fine. I mean, if you see in our summaries also, you may find some different numbers sometimes. It's not because they were making errors. It's just that the numbers are actually evolving. and these are the 9 themes that we talked about. And these 9 themes, the font is a bit slow, I think, but basically it is to help people in rural areas to be able to identify with the SDGs. So the 17 SDGs, out of which 13 could be positively impacted by if panchayats work on those, and they are then translated into these 9 themes. So these are basically poverty-free, healthy village, child-friendly village, water-sufficient village, clean and green village, self-sufficient infrastructure, socially secured villages, good governance, and women-friendly, which is also called the engendered development at panchayats. So the LIF is also aligning with the subjects that I just mentioned earlier. So if you see, these are not something new that the panchayats have to work on. Each theme, which is derived from the SDGs, is actually sort of a combination of many subjects that the panchayat was already supposed to look at, and which in some sense is good, because the subjects are, you know, like they could be silos. Okay, I have to work on agriculture, I have to work on water, etc. But if you look at the themes, they combine those, so it becomes that the meaning of those themes become far more relevant to the people. Those numbers here, you'll keep seeing them, because there are numbers across the reports, which is basically for poverty-free and enhanced livelihoods. There are 21 targets and 40 indicators. Similarly, for healthy village, 14 targets and 26 indicators at the panchayat level. So basically, the components of the LIF, which is a local indicator framework, are themes. Each theme is then sort of elaborated as a vision, and from the vision there are modified gram panchayat level targets, and then there are indicators. So that is the way the LIF is followed. It's founded on the SDGs, founded on the national targets, founded on indicators of that at the national level, and also they are aligned with the GP subjects, as I was just mentioning. It is supported by the many government schemes and programs, both at center and state, with data, without which it will not be possible, and of course the whole of government and whole of society approach that we're talking about, multiple stakeholders. So this is just an example. So the theme is water sufficient village. 2 SDGs are basically linked to this, or it's derived from these 2 SDGs. The vision of this particular theme is a village with functional house tap connections to all, with targeted standard of quality water supply, groundwater management, and abundant availability for agriculture and all needs, and conserving its water ecosystem. The number of GP level subjects are also put there, and these are the number of indicators that have been, so providing access to clean water to all households. The indicator could be percentage of functional household with water supply. So one of the other indicators which we have also seen many other times is per capita supply of water, which is the LPCD, liters per capita per day, is also one of the indicators which is coming also in the LIF, which is a local indicator framework. For SDGs, now how does the panchayat experience SDGs, localized SDGs? So panchayats annually prepare what is called a Gram Panchayat Development Plan, and these plans are to be based on the priorities of panchayats, based on what is called a resource envelope, which is the money which is available to panchayats directly and through the various programs and schemes of the government. So each panchayat in the last, that's 23-24 GPDP, was asked to choose 2 or 3 themes and mandatorily one theme to base their Gram Panchayat development plan on. And this is just an example from Arargaon Panchayat. The Sarpanch is going to be here, she's sitting there. And she shared with us that, we worked on this theme. We didn't know the indicators, but we know what it is, right? So we know what is a clean and green village. So based on the priorities of our panchayats, we decided these activities, which made a lot of sense to me. I said, I'll not show her the indicators, because this is enough for her to know that this theme is important. So they talked about construction of public toilets, farmers' cooperatives, segregation of dry and wet garbage, plantation of trees, and other activities. I've just listed a few. So this is the way the panchayats are going to understand the localization, because they will otherwise not know. These are words, right? Now, just to set a context to this, it's not that immediately after we have done the localization of SDGs, all problems at panchayats are solved and they are now set to deliver everything that we have asked them to do. So what I'm going to show you in the next slide is actually not just in the context of localization of SDGs. It is in the context of panchayats at large. There are challenges that panchayats face. The first big challenge is basically there is inadequate devolution. Which means what? Which means that the states are supposed to devolve subjects to panchayat, saying this is your area to work on, to deliver. We have not done that well. We have done it, half-heartedly. What we have also done is we have said, okay, you will look after agriculture, but I'll not tell you what in agriculture you should do. I'll not give you the functionaries for agriculture. I'll not give you the money for agriculture, but please look at agriculture. So the panchayats have no idea. We worked in Jharkhand with Pradhan very closely and we said, education is devolved to panchayats. And said, oh really? So what are we supposed to do? Then we started looking at the acts and the notifications, and then he said you should ensure enrollment of children, you should ensure attendance. And then we actually sat with them, completely analyzed the legal framework on the act, on the notifications, and then the panchayats started to understand what is their role in education. So if we don't do that, devolution is just going to be a word. And when we keep on talking about capacity of panchayats, actually it's the lack of devolution which is causing that. And I'll sort of try to explain that. This is our thinking. I hope, this is not completely from the report, although the report does talk about a lot of, on each of these subjects quite substantively. Because of lack of devolution, and I think sir also mentioned earlier, what happens is every ministry is implementing till the village level. So they have staff till the district, maybe at the block, and we don't need data at the Gram Panchayat because I'm not implementing at the Gram Panchayat, I'm not implementing along with the Panchayat. So there is lack of local data, local Gram Panchayat level data, barring a few schemes and programs like Manrega, maybe Jal Jeevan Mission. Most programs and schemes have no disaggregated data till the panchayat level. So what happens with that? People keep saying citizens are not involved in governance. Why should I be? I mean, I have no information. I don't know what my panchayat is doing. I don't have any data on what programs and schemes, what money is being spent in my panchayat. So it's very difficult to sort of engage in a framework where I'm supposed to come and say, okay, this year please tell us what your priorities are, then we'll ask you next year. Till then, don't bother. So we are talking about weak citizen engagement, which is, I think, a function or an outcome of many of these things rather than just, just a fact per se. And that, in my mind, leads to limited capacities. So I don't think I would like to, so a lot of times we start with limited capacities of panchayats and then we say, it is because of this. I would say the capacities of panchayats are starting from lack of devolution, lack of data, because of which there's lack of citizen engagement, and then for the institutional capacities of panchayats, nobody is inspired to really work there then. I mean, of course, there are fantastic success stories right now, but I'm just giving a more generic thing for making a point here. So I feel the PDI, which is what the next topic I'll move to, is actually going to address one of the big core issues in these challenges. That if you actually start looking at data at panchayats, which it is making mandatory, then the ministries and the departments will have to be sort of, they will have to start, so the devolution, the whole cycle will actually get impacted. So data at panchayat level is going to make a huge shift to this, is what I think, and has a huge potential. So this is a Panchayat Development Index. As I mentioned, Gram Panchayats need data at village, ward and habitation levels. So I want to know when I'm planning, how many hand pumps are working effectively. So in a Chhattisgarh Panchayat with only 1,000 people, it may be easy to do. But in a Kerala Panchayat or a Karnataka or West Bengal, you need data to do that. So how many people with disabilities have yet to receive disability pension? I should have that data. I'm not supposed to go on every year, go house to house and collect that data. It's not feasible, right? How many subsistence farmers have access to seeds in my panchayat? So data like this is something that should be readily available to a Gram Panchayat, basis on which they should start planning. So this is, because of lack of such data, what happens at panchayats is there's a lot of opinion-based planning. the dominant groups of panchayats prevail in terms of planning, or like sir mentioned, that you could have the secretary and the sarpanch decide and finish it off, because who's going to engage with all this when I don't have information? Because of which eligible people may be left out, and there is low priority on low cost and high priority indicators. There's priority on highly visible infrastructure, etc. So the Panchayat Development Index, if it can actually potentially provide this data to the panchayats, that is a big gap that it's going to fulfill. So it is supposed to provide disaggregated data to panchayats on 577 indicators, development indicators, which are basically, which I'll just explain, which is across all the 9 themes that we spoke about. The 9 themes, which are basically, when we talked about the local indicator framework in the LSDG, were 169 indicators, if you remember, and 169 targets and 389 indicators, which is now expanded or simplified to 577 indicators, because at the village level there will be very different contexts and you may need to have many more as we move along. The PDI, the Panchayat Development Index, is an aggregation of development performance parameters, indicators based on the thematic areas and the localized area indicator framework. So I hope I am sort of, building this together for you, and that is what we were attempting. The components of PDI, data, grades, etc., which I'll come to, primarily for us to understand, there are 9 large localized themes. There are targets which I just mentioned, from 169 to has been simplified to 144 in the PDI, and the indicators have improved or increased from 389 to 577. The calculation of PDI, it's an arithmetic mean presently, there is no weightages. There is an arithmetic mean of 9 thematic scores, where the thematic score, each thematic score is an arithmetic mean of the number of indicators in those within that theme. So what are these indicators? The country is, the MOPR, and with consultation from the states and the ministries, has come out with a list of 577 indicators across the 9 themes. These are common, 444 common indicators and 133 specific indicators, which are more specific to the different contexts of different panchayats. The report also talk about what is priority indicators. Priority indicators means what are the priorities at the nation, at the state, at the block, at the district, etc., these levels, and also which have been articulated in documents such as the Mission Antodaya survey, because it has 157 indicators on the Mission Antodaya survey. So that means these are basically infrastructure related indicators which have been prioritized for each panchayat. There's a National Panchayat Award which has 90 indicators, that's the NPA, which again is basically to say that these 90 indicators are important to the country, and therefore if the panchayat works on that, it is something that should be recognized and rewarded. And in the GPDP, which I mentioned, the Gram Panchayat Development Plan, there are 181 indicators which the ministry has sort of summarized to say that these are the indicators which the panchayats can actually have a maximum impact on. So out of these, the panchayats can, if they are able to understand till now whatever I've said to you, they can identify what should be their priority. Basis that, what is the third category, which is called a mandatory? It is this circle inside. The mandatory is basically a number. So we took some time to read this in the report, sir. So these are number of indicators which a panchayat should act on. So the proposal was, in 1 year the panchayat should at least take 100 indicators. So those 100 indicators, if it comes as a mandate from the ministry or the state, then those panchayats from the priority and the common specific indicators are to choose those 100 indicators. And basically the report very clearly mentions, although it is not followed, at least in the last GPDP, because every state told the panchayats to either work on clean and green village or water sufficient village. So I know that's not happening, but it is fine. I mean, we are starting this on. But the report very clearly mentions that as a local government, the panchayats are to take decisions on the priority as well as the mandatory number of indicators. So this is just an example. There was a proof of concept study done in Maharashtra across several districts, And this is one of the panchayats, Pargaon panchayat, which if you can see, the color coding is basically to say the green is the best, and then followed by the yellow, if the color is not visible, then the orange, and then the red. So each of these panchayats, basically, this panchayat has this score in each of these themes, and the rows below are basically the overall targets and indicators from which they were calculated, and the total PDI here for this panchayat is 62.5. She's showing me the timers. I'm going to take 5 minutes more. Yeah. At the panchayat level, we wanted to sort of visualize how it will pan out when I have this LSDG and PDI. So I am imagining that at a panchayat there should be a nice visualization of the PDI to say that these are the 577 indicators. This is where your panchayat stands, and that should be in a big screen like this, maybe bigger, and all of the panchayat members and the community sit there, and then they say, oh, this is what we are, this is where we are in engendered panchayat, this is where we are in zero hunger, and they start and they go through each theme, etc. Basis that, the Gram Panchayat development plan is formed. Basis the panchayat and the community decide on their priorities, and they form the GPDP, and then the implementation starts, right? And basis that, the status of year 2 should change, is what is, I'm hoping, was the imagination of the committee, and this is how we were just sort of thinking that if we are able to do this, how will it work? These are basically the number of grades that, you know, A, B, C, the country and the block and the district can divide panchayats basis the several grades that they have. For the ministries and for even CSRs, for companies who want to engage at village level, these are inputs for targeted interventions. Which panchayats should I focus on? Which theme should I focus on, etc. For a panchayat, in Maharashtra, for example, in all 30 GPs, and again, Mr. Sunil Kumar, you mentioned that engendered panchayats does not find priority. Here also, all GPs in the 30 panchayats were in grade C as far as this particular theme was concerned. So it's a nice point of reflection for the community as to where are we on this, right? This is just an arithmetic table. I wish the world was like that. But yeah, if panchayats keep taking indicators year on year, then we hope that in the next 6-7 years we reach the 570 target. This is an important slide, so I'm going to take a couple of minutes. This is a data that is going to be the bedrock of the PDI. And if you don't get this together, there is no point having the PDI and the LSDG. So we've tried to categorize this. Data, as we see, there are 577 indicators and there are 688 data points, which I'll mention. So if you look at this quadrant, data falls in these categories. So data which is available for Gram Panchayat as a unit, and it is digitized. So which is basically, you know, where what needs to be done is to have an API linkage, basically linking the data from the ministry's dashboard to the PDI. Yeah. These are basically programs which are implemented at the village level, and the data is available at least at the village level. So this is like Manrega, NRLM, PMAY, etc. Then there is data which is digitized, but data is not available for GP as a unit. So it may be available for the beneficiaries, for example, the National Social Assistance Program or the ICDS, which is available for Anganwadis. So the data does exist. But we have to, what is being called as a LGD coding, which is basically putting the code of that particular panchayat so that it gets aggregated at the panchayat level. So that is a second category. The third basically is data which is not digitized but is available at the panchayat level, which there we have to start looking at digitization. And the last one, not available for GP as a unit, not digitized, these we have to do surveys, we have to think of different other methods. If the data is going to be available, and we all know that the quality of data is suspect. I mean, not for various reasons. It's not because people are faking data. It is just that it's too large. Now what we think is, what will happen with this data is, if the common man starts looking at the data which is available to me, I will know exactly, right, what is the health of my primary health center, whether doctor comes or not. So if the data says something else, I am able to sort of relate to the data very quickly. So with everyone accessing and with it being in the public domain, we are hoping that this the quality of this data over time is going to be improving drastically. So to yield results, we have to get everyone in this room, outside, the whole of government, whole of society, to believe in the primacy and capacity of communities and panchayats. And this is a nice one, it's a WhatsApp thing, but I think all of us have to sort of train ourselves on technology, including the village, so what are the apps? E-Gram Swaraj, PMA Wide, then PDI, real names, right? So we have to start looking at that also here. Finally, the capacity building, the RGSA budget is supposed to be 850 crores, but the report quotes that with convergence of various ministries and departments on their efforts towards localization and capacity buildings should amount to 10,000 crores, which is a substantive budget, which hopefully will, sort of add to this thing. And this is my last slide on the strengths, and it's there in a report. There's a printout available, which I'll not deal with it much now, but I just wanted to say that in terms of strength, I think the first top point for each I will elaborate on, a holistic measure to capture SDGs at village level. So this is something which is very ambitious, but it has a concept, a huge strength which has a huge potential. In terms of the weakness, we are not just the panchayat members, I mean all of us are not that data. It took us several weeks to understand what was written in the PDI. So just to sort of see how data savvy people are and what they understand with this entire framework is going to be quite a job. And the data is not real time. And whether a single PDI, these are questions that we have to think about. In terms of threats, so already the Sarpanch and the Secretary are the people who decide on plans. Because it's become so complicated, right? You should have 3 themes, you should be adhering to the VPRP, you should look at this there's several things. So already they are excluded. The chances of exclusion may get even furthered if we are going to make it so digitalized and so indicator based. Many states have their own systems, panchayat level systems. How will that integrate with this? Of course, that's the ministry is going to think of that. Data primacy we spoke about. In terms of opportunity, I think it's a huge opportunity to this one point. If we are able to start working on, I think it's a big benefit for everybody working at the village and for development at large in the country, which is availability of GP-wise data in all departments. If we are able to do that, if that opportunity is met, I think we will move forward very substantively. Just one last point on targeted interventions. The last point of we haven't mentioned here. In fact, I think the space was an issue. Basically, the kind of conversations in a village may undergo some change, because we are not talking of agriculture, we are not talking of water, but we are talking about hunger, we are talking about poverty, we are talking about women empowerment. So the way people talk about, what does it mean, what does engendered panchayat mean, may undergo change if we are going to take this to the village level. So thank you very much, and I hope that was useful.
Thank you, Sonali, for your detailed insights on reports of LSDZs and Panchayat Development Index. And I'm sure it is going to put a thought in everyone's mind to process and, initiate this further. With this, we have come to a tea break, which will be of 15 minutes. So I think we are already running ahead of time by 30 minutes. So we will expect you to come back by 12:15 at the same place, and the tea arrangement has been done towards your left. Thank you. Hello everyone. I request everyone to please settle down on your seats.
So friends, welcome back after the tea break. We are about to begin our session 1 on experiences from ground zero. I humbly and gently request each one of you to kindly take your seat, please. As we settle down, I'll take the time to invite our respected panelists to please come and take their space. I would like to start first of all with Dr. Thomas Isaac, who's a politician and economist. Sir, please kindly come and take your seat. A brief introduction about Sir. Friends, may I kindly request Dr. Thomas Isaac, श्रीमती विभा प्रवीण राव राउत, आपका स्वागत है. कृपया कर आप भी मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. निहारिका सुकृति जी जो बुंदू पंचायत से आई हैं, कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. श्री रमेशा एम फ्रॉम कर्नाटका. आई वुड लाइक टू काइंडली इनवाइट श्री रहमत उल्ला फ्रॉम कर्नाटका अगेन. Shri Rabindranath Beda from West Bengal. So as our panelists settle down, very briefly and very quickly, Ms. Sonali Srivastav, who we just heard a short while ago, is going to be moderating this session. So Sonali, I'm not going to introduce you since, Shikha has already done the same, but a quick round of introductions for our 6 panelists here. I'll start with Dr. Thomas Isaac. As perhaps most of you would be aware, he's an Indian politician and economist who has served as the Minister of Finance and Coir of the Indian state of Kerala. So he's been the Minister of Finance for 2 terms of 5 years each. As a member of the Kerala State Planning Board, he was in charge of People's Planning in Kerala. So he has obtained a PhD from the Center for Development Studies, held various posts, so naturally a very, very gifted individual. Sir, we are really honored and humbled to have you amongst us in the first session. विभा प्रवीण राउत जी का मैं संक्षिप्त परिचय देना चाहूँगा. आप सरपंच हैं आरागांव ग्राम पंचायत से. विभा जी, आपका स्वागत है. और आपने जिस ग्रामीण इलाकों से आप आती हैं वहाँ पर चूंकि रोजगार की कमियां थी, शिक्षा की कमियां थी, तो आपने जो है और लोगों को भी प्रेरित किया है. आप जो हैं गाँव की तस्वीरों को बदलने के लिए बड़ी पैशनेट हैं, उसको लेकर के उस पर आप काम करती हैं. और आपने स्वयं हमें जानकारी दी है कि जो आपने अभी तक सबसे बड़ी चुनौती, जो चुनौतियां आपने देखी हैं, पानी को लेकर के आपने बड़ी चुनौती देखी है और उस पर आपने काम किया है. आपका स्वागत है यहाँ पर इस मंच पर. हमारे साथ में निहारिका जी भी हैं. निहारिका जी बुंदू पंचायत, जैसा मैंने कहा, झारखंड से आप आई हैं. और एक बड़े गर्व और गौरव की बात हम सभी के लिए कि निहारिका जी जो हैं प्रथम महिला मुखिया हैं बुंदू पंचायत की, जो पेतारबार ब्लॉक है, बोकारो डिस्ट्रिक्ट, झारखंड का. आप इस बात से इत्तेफाक रखती हैं कि जो स्थानीय हमारे जो पंचायतें हैं, जब तक वो सशक्त नहीं होंगी तब तक बदलाव संभव नहीं है. तो उसी के तहत आप काम करती हैं और आपकी पंचायत सम्मानित भी हुई है। आपने एक प्लान बनाया है ओन सोर्स ऑफ रेवेन्यू। आप लोगों ने स्वच्छता शुल्क जो है वहाँ के अपने लोकल हाट बाजार से लिया है, तो हम आपको इसके लिए बधाई देते हैं निहारिका जी, और आपका स्वागत समागम के इस पहले सत्र में करते हैं। हमारे अगले पैनलिस्ट श्री रमेश एम, आप जनरल स्टैंडिंग कमेटी मेंबर फ्रॉम नागर मेगरम इन कर्नाटका, ग्राम पंचायत इलेक्टेड मेंबर फ्रॉम वार्ड नंबर 1। तो आपने एक डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी आपने सेट करी है, टेकन मैनी इनिशिएटिव्स, बट बिकॉज ऑफ पॉसिटी और टाइम आई विल बी लिटिल बिट क्विक। ऑल्सो वर्कड विद कम्युनिटी टू एक्सेस सोशल सिक्योरिटी स्कीम फॉर सीनियर सिटीजन, पीपल विद डिसेबिलिटीज, जिसको लेकर पहले बात हुई थी। सर, वी आर वेरी हैप्पी टू हैव यू अमंगस्ट अस, थैंक यू। और नेक्स्ट पैनलिस्ट हमारे साथ में रहमत उल्ला जी हैं, आप जीपी मेंबर हैं यालागोडू कर्नाटका से, और आप जो हैं पहली बार आप 2020 यानी 3 वर्ष पूर्व आप चुने गए थे, और आप पूरे प्रयासरत हैं कि जो आपके जो स्थानीय विधायक हैं, आपके स्थानीय सांसद हैं, उनके माध्यम से कैसे आप जो उनकी विधायक निधि है, सांसद निधि है, उसको आप अपने ग्रामीण विकास में किस तरीके के साथ लगा सकते हैं। आप एनोड गवर्नेंस फाउंडेशन के एक पंचायत फैसिलिटेटर की तरह पिछले लगभग 11 महीने से भी आप जुड़े हुए हैं। रहमत जी, आपका बहुत बहुत यहाँ पर स्वागत है। हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आप लोग जो हैं हमारे बीच में यहाँ पर अपने अनुभव साझा करने के लिए हैं। लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट वी हैव श्री रविंद्रनाथ बेड़ा, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट फ्रॉम दिगंबरपुर ग्राम पंचायत। आप टैक्स कलेक्टर अपॉइंट हुए थे दिगंबरपुर ग्राम पंचायत के, और आपने अपने आप को उस पंचायत से जोड़ने के बाद में आपने कई जानकारियाँ जो हैं पंचायत की जो उनकी कार्य प्रणाली होती है उसको आपने आत्मसात किया है। 10 वर्ष पूर्व यानी 2013 में आप पहली बार जो थे ग्राम प्रधान का आप चुनाव जीते थे, और उसके बाद से आप जो है कई अलग अलग विषयों पर काम कर रहे हैं। तो मैं इन्हीं सभी संक्षिप्त परिचय के साथ में मैं सोनाली को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा। एंड वन इम्पॉर्टेंट मैसेज फॉर योगेश जी हमारे साथ में ऑनलाइन जुड़ गए हैं। योगेश जी, आपका भी स्वागत है। You joined us online. Dr. Yogesh Kumar is the Executive Director of Samarthan Center for Development Support, operating in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. So I want to, before I hand over to Sonali, one message with a lot of respect and a lot of humility, and I'm going to say this in English and Hindi both. I think we all value our time. So with, as I said, with a lot of gentleness, I think we started at 12:20. So we have, if I'm not mistaken, I think we have 1 hour, right? We have 1 hour. So we have planned 60 minutes for this session. It will be our humble endeavor to conclude everything in 60 minutes. Of course, we all know कि आप लोगों को आप तो बहुत सारी जानकारियाँ हमारे साथ साझा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन समय का अभाव है। तो इसके लिए हमने एक छोटी सी व्यवस्था बनाई है। हमारे यहाँ पे एक युवा साथी हैं, मोहिनी, आप एक बारी खड़े हो जाएंगे। तो मोहिनी को एक बहुत ही हमने चुनौतीपूर्ण वो दी है जिम्मेदारी। क्या जिम्मेदारी है आपकी? आप समय याद दिलाएंगी। तो जब आपका 1 मिनट बचेगा वो आपको बता देंगी। आप लोग जब बोल लेंगे उसके बाद में सर जो है आप लोगों की बात को कंक्लूड कर लेंगे। तो वील फॉलो दिस पैटर्न, ट्राई एंड फॉलो दिस पैटर्न फॉर ऑल सेशंस। इज दैट फाइन विद यू? इज दैट फाइन विद एवरीवन? ऑलराइट, सोनाली प्लीज।
Thank you, Anup. So, my privilege to be in this panel discussion to moderate this. Thank you for introducing all the panelists. We have panelists here from Karnataka, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, West Bengal, Kerala, and I am from Uttar Pradesh. So, this is the reality of our country. I don't know how much we can standardize and bring out indexes. So that's the challenge that we have in front of us. The structure that we'll follow today, and also the challenge of language, because Professor Isaac has told me he doesn't understand a word of Hindi, or he doesn't want to, and and the other panelists are not comfortable except in the language that they speak. So we have translators, Lingadevaru and Padma from Anode. They will help us out, and Sarbani from Pradhan, who are sitting with us, and they will just take the mic whenever people are speaking so that they can translate in English. And we have already briefed the panelists So while I'll speak in English, most of the questions have already been told to the panelists, so we don't need that translation. The structure would be that each panelist, and we'll start with Dr. Yogesh Kumar, who's joined us on online from Samarthan, and who is basically going to talk about, Samarthan has been working with panchayats for many years, so he'll talk about the relevance of panchayats in development, and he may share some examples with us, and what kind of sort of effort is required to develop the capacities of panchayats basis his experience. So he will talk about that. We will then move to each panel member, and who will speak for 5 minutes on some of their achievements. It will be nice to hear, because there's a lot of beautiful work which has been done with these panchayats, which we should sort of understand. And I've asked them also to share if they have any expectations from departments, because that is the other big, sort of big need when the panchayats and departments to work together. So I've requested them to think through that and give a response on that. We will end the session with Professor Thomas Isaac talking about summarizing and whatever else he wishes to, touching upon his very rich Kerala, People's Plan campaign experiences, Kudumbushri, and also the kind of investment that he envisages should be done for panchayats. So I'm going to stop here, and I'll hand it over to Yogesh ji from Bhopal. Yeah.
धन्यवाद सोनाली जी. माय अपॉलॉजीज फॉर नॉट बीइंग प्रेजेंट देयर. अपहार के कारण की वजह से मैं उपस्थित नहीं हो पाया. आई एम एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी अबाउट दिस प्रेजेंट इन पर्सन. प्रधान बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी साथियों को, ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को इस अवसर को देने के लिए. ये आवाज़ क्या आ रही है? मुझे आ रही है. आपको क्लियर आ रही है मेरी बात? सुनाई दे रही?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
तो मैं थोड़ा हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों को मिक्स करूंगा. माननीय मंच, खासतौर से प्रोफेसर थॉमस आइजैक, उनको सुनना हमेशा ही प्रेरणादायी रहता है. ऑलवेज इंस्पायरिंग, एंड सो मेनी पंचायत लीडर्स वर सिटिंग हियर. So briefly, I will try to take some time, as Sonali said, to focus more on the relevance of panchayats with some examples. तो मेरा पहला बात में रखना चाहता हूँ, देखिए पंचायत त्रिस्तरीय पंचायत के स्तर पर देखना पड़ेगा. 3-tier structure पंचायत has to be kept in mind, because we have on the bottom ग्राम सभाs, they have governance function, उनको अभिशासन का काम दिया गया है, और ग्राम पंचायत को एजेंसी फंक्शन का काम दिया गया है. बहुत सारे काम ग्राम सभाओं में होंगे, ग्राम पंचायतों के माध्यम से करने की बात की गई. ये जो स्ट्रक्चर है, ये हमारे अपने यूनियन एंड स्टेट्स और लोकल गवर्नमेंट का जो स्ट्रक्चर है, वो उसमें एक यूनिफॉर्म थी. ग्राम सभाओं को काम करने के लिए, ग्राम पंचायत को काम करने के लिए समितियाँ हैं. There are many committees, specific committees. They are supposed to support Gram Sabha and panchayats undertaking. So it has to be seen in that constellation. And Gram Sabha is nothing but a collection of interest of various stakeholders. However, voters are eligible to be Gram Sabha members, but they bring in various interests. महिलाएं जब बैठती हैं तो वो शिक्षा की बात करती हैं, आंगनबाड़ी की बात करती हैं. पुरुष बैठते हैं तो वो खेती की बात करना चाहते हैं, वहाँ पर सड़क की बात करना चाहते हैं. नवयुवक बैठते हैं तो रोजगार की बात करना चाहते हैं. इसलिए अलग अलग इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप्स वहाँ पर इकट्ठे होते हैं. साथ में बहुत सारी ऐसी हैं जिसे हमें जनपद और जिला के स्तर पर देखना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज दोज टीयर्स आर इक्वली इम्पोर्टेंट. The whole health services are not designed to cater each panchayat. On a cluster of panchayat, we have PHCs. Therefore, particularly the services of the revenue department are not particularly for a particular panchayat. Therefore, cluster of panchayats will have to be considered. हमारे फॉरेस्ट के काम, हमारे इरिगेशन के काम, उनके साथ जरूरत है. इसी तरह जिला स्तर पर डीपीसी, डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्लानिंग कमेटी, which is a constitutionally mandated body under the 74th amendment, और मध्य प्रदेश में एक एक्सपेरिमेंट हुआ था जिसको कहते थे ग्राम ये जिला सरकार, यहाँ पर सारे फंक्शनरीज को भी पंचायत के अधीन कर दिया गया था कि प्रशासनिक ट्रांसफर्स निर्णय सारे वहां पर हो सके। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस पूरे ग्रामीण चित्र को समझना और देखना बहुत आवश्यक है जब पंचायत की बात। ग्राउंड जीरो रिपोर्टिंग मेरी तरफ से इस प्रकार से होगी। मैं ये बात रखना चाहता हूँ कि पंचायतों को जो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट और सोशल जस्टिस का काम दिया गया है, जिसमें आपदा प्रबंधन भी एक महत्वपूर्ण काम है, और कोविड-19 के दौरान पूरे राष्ट्र ने महसूस किया जब सरकार वहां नहीं पहुंच पा रही थी, government, the functionaries were not able to reach to the people to support them because of the lockdown, because of the spread of COVID, social distancing norms that were to be followed. Only the political leadership of panchayats that was available and providing support to the people. तो इसलिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इकाई है उन समयों में भी जब आपदा है और उन समयों में भी जब लोगों को बेसिक सर्विसेज की आवश्यकता होती है। हम लोगों ने छत्तीसगढ़ में लगभग 335 क्वारंटाइन सेंटर्स का अध्ययन किया। पूरे प्रदेश में ग्राम पंचायतों को आदेश था कि वो क्वारंटाइन सेंटर्स बनाए। बहुत सारे प्रवासी वापस आ रहे थे, तो हम लोगों ने वहाँ पर देखा कि महिलाओं के रहने की अलग व्यवस्था नहीं है, महिलाओं के लिए टॉयलेट्स नहीं है, छोटे छोटे बच्चे आए हैं वो भी 2 वक्त का खाना मिल रहा है। ये जो सोशल जस्टिस के मुद्दे थे ये पंचायत के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण थे। इस अध्ययन से जो निकला कि राज्य सरकार ने पूरे प्रदेश की पंचायतों के लिए इस तरह की गाइडलाइंस भेजी और उसके अंतर्गत इन सब चीजों में बहुत सारी सुविधाएं हैं। So one, that because panchayats were present, omnipresent across the rural areas in the state, they were able to reach out to all the migrants in one go when the administration was unable to reach. And second, they were able to improve the situation on ground very quickly. The second was later on labor resource centers were established. We were supporting about 9 labor resource centers because large number of migrants who had come were without any entitlements. They didn't have the previous ration entitlement, they didn't have the labor card, Ayushman card. Therefore, it was very important to register them. And therefore, panchayats took responsibility of building पलायन पंजी। ये जो सारे माइग्रेंट्स थे उनका उन्होंने पलायन पंजी बनाई। हम लोगों ने लगभग 262 पंचायतों में
Sorry, Yogesh ji, I think you have maybe 30 seconds.
तो वो उस तरह के काम हम लोगों ने किए। स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में बहुत कुछ हम पीएचसी और पंचायतों के बीच के संबंधों को देख सके। जब बहुत सारे हमने देखा कि पेशेंट्स की रजिस्टर्स बने और पीएचसी के साथ बात हुई, पीएचसी की भी प्लानिंग। एक ऐसा क्षेत्र है जहाँ पंचायत बहुत दूर है, लेकिन जहाँ पर हमने एक्सपेरिमेंट किए वहाँ पर हमने देखा कि पंचायतें और पीएचसी करीब आई तो लोगों की सुविधाएं बढ़ गई। अभी लगभग हमने देखा है कि 95% लोग आज पीएचसी की सेवाओं को छत्तीसगढ़ को। 4 बात जो मैं कहना चाहूँगा चैलेंजेस और सपोर्ट की तरह से, एक पहला है आपने बताया कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं, लेकिन इनके कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन के कोई रास्ते नहीं है। मध्य प्रदेश में खुला बोर्ड की बात की कि इलेक्टेड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स को कैसे हटाया जाए, उनकी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ अगर दिक्कतें आती हैं तो रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी की आवश्यकता है, so that they can also go and talk to the administration if they are harassed. So that is going to make them local government because at the moment they are the lowest rung of the district administration. उसको हमें अगर हटाना है तो हमें सुविधा देनी पड़ेगी। दूसरा, ये जो बॉटम अप प्लानिंग की बात हम कर रहे हैं ये टॉप डाउन ड्रिवन है, और ये टॉप डाउन ड्रिवन आवश्यक है कि राज्यों को फ्रेमवर्क दिया जाए, लेकिन हमारी अपनी तैयारी नहीं है। लोकलाइजेशन की बात हम करते हैं, इतने इंडिकेटर्स की बात करते हैं, गांव के स्तर पर इंडिकेटर्स का मतलब बहुत अलग है और उन मतलबों को समझाने के लिए एक बड़े टीम की आवश्यकता है जो इनके एक्सपेरिमेंट्स को करे, सिंप्लीफाई करे। एक महिला से हमने पूछा कि आप अपने गांव को कैसा देखना चाहती हैं, उसने कहा हम चकाचक। चकाचक का क्या मतलब था? हरा भरा हो, पानी हो। अब पता नहीं किस इंडिकेटर में ये बात उसकी होगी, लेकिन उसके आधार पर ये पानी की व्यवस्थाएं अगर हो सके तो वो ये चाहता है। और तीसरा मेरा जो मुख्य चुनौती के रूप में है कि पंचायतों के चुनाव के काफी समय बाद तक भी उनके कोई प्रशिक्षण की व्यवस्था नहीं है। और सिर्फ SIRD के माध्यम से अगर हम सोचेंगे कि इतनी बड़ी संख्या में पंचायतों का प्रशिक्षण हो सकेगा, जिसमें बड़ी संख्या में महिलाएं हैं, आदिवासी हैं, SC कम्युनिटी के लोग आए हुए हैं, तो अलग अलग समस्या है, तो बड़ी संख्या में सिविल सोसाइटी के लोगों को साथ लाना पड़ेगा, तभी इस तरह के फंक्शंस को करेंगे। सोशल जस्टिस के फंक्शंस अभी भी पंचायतों में नहीं हो पा रहे हैं। हमने छतरपुर में प्रयास किए किस तरह से महिलाओं के साथ होने वाले जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस है उनके बीच में पंचायतें आ सकें। उन महिलाओं के लिए जो डेजर्टेड है और अपने परिवारों के बाद वापस आ गई हैं, उनके लिए नेगोशिएशन के रास्ते बने, सेफ्टी ऑडिट्स हो सके, इसलिए बहुत सारी लड़कियां जो बहुत सारी पब्लिक प्लेस।
Sorry, Yogesh ji. Yeah, I'm afraid I have to sort of.
I'm really thankful for providing me this opportunity. I stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and sorry for this, but thanks for your words. Yeah, thank you very much. So thank you, Yogesh ji. Basically, the importance of panchayats, especially they came through during COVID, is what he pointed out, when nobody else could reach and panchayats could do that work. And he's talking about training not just by SIRDs but by many other organizations. So thank you. पंचायत मेंबर्स के साथ शुरू करेंगे, तो विभा जी आपसे शुरू करें। जो आपके साथ बात हुई है हमारी कि एक दो आपकी उपलब्धि जो आप अचीव किए, और एक दो चीज़ जो आप डिपार्टमेंट के साथ कुछ जानकारी चाहते हैं अपने पंचायत को अच्छे से करने के लिए, इन दोनों के ऊपर आपसे सुनेंगे और आप बोलोगे और पद्मा आपका ट्रांसलेशन करेंगे। हाँ हाँ जी प्लीज़।
हमारा नाम है विभा प्रवीण राउत। मैं वर्धा डिस्ट्रिक्ट को माझं आव्हान होतं की माझ्या पिपरी गावामध्ये
आप पूरा बोल लीजिए, बाद में वो ट्रांसलेट करेंगे, आप कंटिन्यू करिए। हाँ, हम कुछ कुछ समझेंगे, आप डोंट वरी।
माझं आव्हान होतं माझ्या म्हणजे गावाचं का आम्हाला पाणी म्हणजे गावामध्ये पाण्याची उपलब्ध होतीच नाही तिथे। त्यांनी म्हणजे अविश्वास आणायचं काम केलं होतं, म्हणजे ग्रामपंचायत निवडणूक करायचीच नाही बा असं त्यांचं आव्हान होतं। मग मी त्यांना म्हटले का बा मला तुम्ही वोट द्या आणि मला निवडून द्या, आणि मग मी म्हटलं त्यांनी मला म्हणजे चांगल्या पद्धतीनं निवडणुकीमध्ये साथ दिला आणि मी त्यांना भरभरून म्हणजे पाण्याची व्यवस्था जलजीवन मिशनमधून छान विहिरीला पाणी वगैरे लागलं, गावामध्ये पण पाण्याची व्यवस्था खूप छान झाली, घरोघरी नळाचं पाणी सगळं चांगल्या पद्धतीनं गेलं। माझ्या ग्रामपंचायतीमध्ये खूप चांगली व्यवस्था आहे, पूर्ण म्हणजे स्वच्छतेचं पण छान हे आहे, मंदिर डेव्हलप है हमारा तुम्हारा मैडम
नहीं तो आपको तो सबको समझाना है। यू वांट टू टेक अ क्विक ब्रेक एंड ट्रांसलेट देन शी विल कम बैक। हाँ yeah you are.
So Vibhaji is saying that how she got elected, I think it's first, I mean appreciating I think the way she got elected. She did a lot of work and her husband in the village for a temple, and looking at that, people actually thought if she can do such work for just temple on her own will, if she becomes a sarpanch, she will do the better job of taking care of their village and providing those services. So that is how I think she has actually become the sarpanch, and she's after that I think they have actually put demands on water and lot of other demands. She said if she gets elected and she will fulfill all the demands whatever I think citizens have asked, and that is where I think she was talking about how she actually helped the panchayat, I mean in the village with Jal Jeevan mission and some other mission. They have actually were able to provide the water facility to all the households, and I think she also mentioned, I think she might have missed about digging a well, and then how that connected the pipelines to all the village, all the households in the village, and that water and clean water, also sanitation was also provided in the village, and this is what I think so far.
It would appear I am the only person who do not follow Hindi. Therefore, simplest way would be to give me a note here. And others do follow Hindi, so why do you want to?
Marathi, Kannada, there.
sir, I think there is Kannada that we also don't understand, so somebody has to
There
do
is
that.
Bengali, Kannada, that's why I said there are 5 languages here. Okay, Vibhaji, continue. The work that you've done for कैसे आप घर का पानी household water supply कैसे किया और funds कहाँ से आया?
जिला परिषद को
जिला से फंड आया और उसमें कुछ चुनौती हुआ क्या आपको?
नहीं तो
चुनौती नहीं हुआ. गुड, वेरी गुड. और आपका दूसरा, आप हेल्दी विलेज के बारे में बात करेंगे. स्वस्थ विलेज.
मी बताई तुम्ही मराठीत सांगा.
आरोग्य दवाखान्याचं
हां,
दवाखान्याचं काम आमच्याकडे दवाखाना नव्हता. मी
ट्रांसलेट.
हां, I think
I just talk.
spoke
So
English.
she's a fantastic sarpanch. I mean, it's sad that in front of this audience she's feeling a bit shy. But yeah, so I guess we have the notes. So Padma आपके बोलेंगे. Yeah.
So I think I'll elaborate. I mean,
Yeah.
she spoke to me, so I'll just elaborate
Sure,
on the work.
sure.
So I think she also mentioned about health. I think how the work has been done on the health. She has actually, there was no PHC center. There was no healthcare facility in the village and the panchayat. So she actually, after becoming the sarpanch, ensured that healthcare has reached to the her village and all the villages. So that access to healthcare has been done very nicely from beginning. I think construction of the center from there onwards. So
Okay.
that is on the health. That I think you were asking which sector.
Sure.
So in the water, I think also she said that funds. On the challenges also she mentioned, which I think I have not mentioned here, that the challenge, she said that it is difficult to coordinate with the different tiers. So she had to meet the different departments or whichever department, for example water. So from block to all the departments, multiple number of visits as well as letters have been written with the support of secretary. So that kind of efforts that have been put into ensure. So that kind of a challenge, she said that it's back and forth of going in person for everything and anything. They have to request.
Okay. Thank you, Padma. We will move to Rabinder ji. Thank you, Vibhaji. Thank you so much. Rabinder ji, Sukanto is here, translator. Sorry, Sarbani is doing the translation. Hanji, please.
नमस्ते, मैं रविंद्र अकबरा हूँ. मैं वाइस सरपंच ऑफ दिगंबरपुर ग्राम पंचायत फ्रॉम वेस्ट बंगाल. तो मेरा ग्राम पंचायत सोमवार जो डेल्टा है ना, उसका साउथ पोर्शन में लोकेटेड होता है. तो इसीलिए वहाँ पे हर ईयर नेचुरल कैलामिटी होता है, तो साइक्लोन फ्लड भी होता है. इसीलिए उसी का जो लाइफ होता है पब्लिक का बहुत ट्रबल्स में चल रहा है. मैं कुछ हिंदी और इंग्लिश में बोल सकता, तो
ठीक है.
नहीं बांग्ला तो पूरा ट्रांसलेट करते হবে, नहीं वो डिस्टर्ब होगा. तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा हिंदी में बताने के लिए. तो मैं 2003 से पंचायत में आया, अभी तक भी है. एक टाइम पहले टाइम था 5 इयर्स ऑपोजिशन लीडर, देन उप प्रधान, देन प्रधान, देन उप प्रधान, देन अभी भी जो टर्म है 2 साल पहले हम लोग फिर भी उप प्रधान बना. तो इसीलिए उसको पहले हम लोग पंचायत के साथ जोड़ा था. तो पहले आप लोग सुना कि मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन जब हुआ था, जो मैं उसी पंचायत का टैक्स कलेक्टर था. तो इसीलिए पंचायत के जो धारणा है ये गंभीर था. तो मैं देखा जब पंचायत में आया, वहाँ पे अच्छा तरह से पानी का जो जुगाड़ नहीं था, सैनिटेशन व्यवस्था अच्छा नहीं था. तो इसीलिए जो सुस्वास्थ्य का व्यवस्था वहाँ पे नहीं था. तो वहाँ पे जो आदमी लोग सब बाहर में पार्टी करता है, तो पार्टी बाहर में होता है तो वाटर कंटेनमेंट होता है. तो मेरा लक्ष्य क्या है, ये ग्राम पंचायत के मॉडल बनाना. तो मॉडल बनाने के लिए ज्यादा सोचा जाए, पहले हम लोग जो एकादश तफसील में 11 सीडी में जो 29 वर्क्स था, वही काम करता था, वही पढ़ के किताब पढ़ के. तो लेकिन बाद में तो एसडीजी आया, 17 गोल्स, मिलियन गोल था. तो बाद में एसडीजी जब आया 17 गोल्स, तो हम लोग कोशिश किया कि वो गोल पर जाने के लिए जो जो काम करना है, पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन, मोहल्लार, हेल्थी विलेज, चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली, वुमेन फ्रेंडली, हम लोग कोशिश किया। तो ये बाद में जब थीम 9 थीम आया, तो ये मैं सीखा कि थीम का साथ एसडीजी कैसे लोकलाइजेशन करना है। तो यहाँ पे मैं सोचा कि जो होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट करने के लिए जो पहले प्रयोजन है वो सुस्वास्थ्य चाहिए। सुस्वास्थ्य वही मिलेगा जहाँ का पानी कंटामिनेट नहीं, जहाँ का सैनिटेशन जो अरेंजमेंट वो अच्छा है। नहीं तो बुखार होता है, वाटर बोर्न डिजीज होता है, तो जब बुखार होता है, डायरिया, कलेरिया, एड्स होता है, तो उसी टाइम जो इन्फेंट मोर्टेलिटी रेट, मैटरनल मोर्टेलिटी रेट, स्कूल छूट, ड्रॉप आउट ऑफ स्कूल, ये बढ़ जाता है। ये जब बढ़ जाता है तो मैंडेज लॉस होता है, स्कूल डेज लॉस होता है, तो इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट इसी से नहीं कर सकता। इसीलिए हम लोग एम्फसाइज किया कि वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन थीम 4 एंड थीम 5 के ऊपर जोर दिया हम लोग। तो देखा कि वहाँ पे सफिशिएंट पीने का पानी नहीं, अरेंजमेंट नहीं था। जो कुछ मेरा टाइम कितना है?
कितना? 1 मिनट।
1 मिनट मोर। ये कैसे होगा? तो कम्युनिटी टॉयलेट नहीं था, हर घर पे टॉयलेट नहीं था। हम लोग पहले वार्ड लेवल कमेटी बनाया, देन जीपी लेवल भी कमेटी बनाया हम लोग, टास्क फोर्स, पंचायत जो इलेक्टेड मेंबर, ऑफिशियल्स, एनजीओ, सीवीओ और सब जो बढ़िया पावरफुल एसएचजी ग्रुप, मेरा ग्राम पंचायत में 500 एसएचजी ग्रुप है, मिनिमम 6000 फैमिली उसका साथ जुड़ा है। इसी उसके लिए हम लोग कोशिश किया कि कैसे वाटर, सफिशिएंट वाटर मिलेगा, कैसे अच्छा तरह से सैनिटेशन अरेंजमेंट होगा। इसीलिए हम लोग जो ग्राम सभा, ग्राम संसद का जो रेजुलेशन है, उसी माफिक हम लोग एक कंडीशन दिया, 1 हैंड पंप वहीं पर इंस्टॉल होगा जहां पे एक आदमी जो बेनिफिशियरी है, वाटर लेने वाला जो बेनिफिशियरी है, और उसका कंट्रीब्यूशन रहेगा, तो पार्टिसिपेशन रहेगा। तो हर हैंड पंप में एक वाटसन कमेटी बनाया। वो वाटसन कमेटी टैरिफ कलेक्शन करके होल ईयर फंक्शनल रखता है। तो एक वाटर टैंक हम लोग बनाया, वो भी एक एनजीओस, ग्राम पंचायत और बेनिफिशियरीज कोलैबोरेशन में किया। पंचायत से कुछ नहीं पैसा दिया अभी तक। वो बेनिफिशियरी जो है वो पर मंथ 50 रुपीस टैरिफ देता है। इस डोर टू सप्लाई हो रहा है, मीटरिंग सिस्टम में पानी सप्लाई हो रहा है। और इसीलिए जो पहले पॉन्ड का पानी लोग पीता है, वो पॉन्ड का पानी के सुजोगर नहीं है, तो कॉन्टामिनेट नहीं हो रहा है पानी। तो हर घर में टॉयलेट बना दिया, हर घर में हम लोग जो स्वास्थ्य विधि के लिए जो अवेयरनेस वो भी क्रिएट किया। तो हर स्कूल में हम लोग टॉयलेट फैसिलिटी नहीं था, सेपरेट टॉयलेट नहीं था। जो एडोलेशन गार्ड के लिए जो मिनिस्ट्रियल प्रॉब्लम था, उसी टाइम जो उसका नैपकिन डिस्पोजल करने के यूज़ करने का चांस नहीं था। हम लोग हर स्कूल में रनिंग वाटर, टॉयलेट फैसिलिटीज एंड वेंडिंग मशीन इंस्टॉल कर दिया, डिस्पोजल मशीन भी इंस्टॉल कर दिया। इसीलिए जो हेल्थ हैजार्ड था अभी वो नहीं है। अभी हम लोग ये बोल सकता कि तो मेरा ग्राम पंचायत वाटर सफिशिएंट ग्राम पंचायत, क्लीन एंड ग्रीन ग्राम पंचायत, हम लोग वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का एक सिस्टम चालू किया।
रविंद्र जी, वी विल हैव टू, आपका सुनेंगे बाद में, क्योंकि अभी वो 2 बार मेरे को टाइम दिखा दिया।
ठीक है। तो आई एम ग्रेटफुल टू प्रधान टू चांस मी हियर। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I just want to say one thing. It's beautiful the way Ravindra ji talked about how they chose the theme 4 and theme 5. They said there was open defecation led to water and contamination, which led to health hazards, which led to dropouts, and therefore man days lost, school days lost, and therefore theme 4 and theme 5. So the way the whole thing was structured, I think was very, very good. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah. Niharika, आप बोलेंगे.
मेरा नाम निहारिका सुकृति है और मैं झारखंड के बोकारो ज़िले से आई हूँ और हमारे पंचायत का नाम है बुंडू, जो कि पेटरवार ब्लॉक में है. मैं पंचायती राज से मात्र 17 महीने मतलब 17 मंथ से जुड़ी हूँ. हमारे आने के पहले पंचायत में नाली नहीं था. जितना भी कचरा था, लिक्विड कचरा, वो सारा रोड पर बहता था. और अभी जो है वो जब से जीपीडीपी का है, क्लीन एंड ग्रीन विलेज का है, तब से हमारे जीपीडीपी में महिला सभा द्वारा, बाल सभा द्वारा, नाडेप, सॉकपीट ऐसी योजनाएं आने लगी. क्योंकि जब हमारा गांव स्वच्छ नहीं रहेगा तो बहुत सी बीमारियां फैल जाती हैं. उन बीमारियों से बचने के लिए विभिन्न तरह से लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का हमने किया, जिसमें अलग अलग जगह पर नाडेप बनवाया, सॉकपिट बनवाए, और अभी जो है हम लोग सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट पर काम कर रहे हैं. हमारे पंचायत में ब्लॉक लेवल पर प्लास्टिक सेग्रीगेशन सेंटर भी बन रहा है, जो ऑन गोइंग है. कंस्ट्रक्शन कंप्लीट हो गया है. और सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट के लिए हमारे सांसद मतलब मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट गिरिडीह लोकसभा के, उन्होंने हमें एक व्हीकल्स दिया है जो कि कचरा उठाने के लिए है. और हमारे पंचायत में अपना स्वरजित आय मतलब ऑन सोर्स रेवेन्यू है, जो कि मंथली लगभग 2 लाख होता है. और वहाँ पर गागी हाट लगता है, हाट बाजार लगता है, जो 30 to 40 रेडियस किलोमीटर से लगभग लोग आते हैं वहाँ पर. और वहाँ हमने ऑन सोर्स रेवेन्यू से टोटल 18 to 19 लोगों को रोजगार दिया है, जिसमें महिला की संख्या ज़्यादा है और 11 सफाई कर्मी हैं जो कि महिला हैं. और अभी जो हमारा है वो हम लोग बाल सभा के द्वारा आया हुआ है मेंस्ट्रुअल हाइजीन पर. उसके लिए हम लोग MHM लैब बना रहे हैं स्कूल में. और स्वच्छता को ध्यान में रखते हुए हमारे बढ़ते कदम पर क्लीन विलेज के लिए हमारे सांसद और विधायक MLA जो होते हैं वो हमें डस्टबिन प्रदान किए हैं, जिससे अपने गांव को स्वच्छ रखने में हमें बहुत ही मदद मिलती है. जीपीडीपी में शौचालय का, जो कि पुरुष और महिला के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, उसका निर्माण कराया गया है. जैसा कि हम लोग सबको जानते हैं कि गांव जो कि बहुत ही नीचे स्तर पर आता है, वहाँ के लोग जिला या ब्लॉक नहीं जा पाते थे. तो उसके लिए हमारा पंचायत जो है वो एक बहुत ही सशक्त निकाय है. और वहाँ पर हमारे आने के बाद में बहुत सी महिलाएं जो, क्योंकि महिला प्रधान होने से बहुत लोगों की समस्या का समाधान वहीं पर हो जाता है. और महिला लोग जो है वो खुलकर पुरुष लोगों से बात नहीं कर पाती थी, लेकिन हमारे आने के बाद में हर तरह के जितने भी सस्टेनेबल गोल हैं उससे रिलेटेड जितना भी समस्या आता है उसका समाधान हम लोग करने के लिए तैयार रहते हैं.
Thank you, Niharika. Very good. I will do the translation in English. Basically, she talked about how local government is important because the distance to block is quite substantive. And also women and men would not talk, but when she's become the Sarpanch, that is something that she has been actually overcoming. And she has conversations with on various issues with the men of the village also. She talked about her initiatives on liquid, basically constructing drains, again related to health and health contamination and health hazards. So liquid and solid waste management issues they worked on, construction of drains and soak pits. They are doing the waste segregation at the household and the panchayat level. There's a block at the block level with the grant from the MP LAD. They have constructed a block level plastic segregation center. So the segregated waste goes to the block thing. Then they have a hart, basically a local market, which through which they generate a lot of revenue. She's talking about 2 lakhs rupees per year, and basis that revenue they are able to also pay people for the cleaning staff, so Safai Karmchari as she called them. So they are able to basically manage their revenues with payment for cleanliness of their village. They have actively used the funds from the MP and the MLA. The MLA has given them dustbin segregation units, etc. So on the whole, what the panchayat is doing is leveraging a lot of resources from various sources and not just the funds that they receive. Thank you so much, Niharika. Thank you very much. रहमत आपसे बात करेंगे आप हिंदी में, नहीं तो हिंदी में बोलेंगे तो अच्छा है क्योंकि फिर ट्रांसलेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, हम ब्रीफली बता देंगे.
हम रामतुल्ला कर्नाटक से चित्रदुर्ग डिस्ट्रिक्ट अडवीगोलरहल्ली एड़गोड़ ग्राम पंचायती से. मैं हिंदी में बोलेगा. हमारे पंचायती से अंगनवाड़ी का लिए फर्स्ट मैं इसमें पंचायती में गए अंगनवाड़ी हमारा बहुत इसमें आता. वो अंगनवाड़ी का खेलने का सामान, फिर इसका पेंटिंग्स पूरा खेलने के वो से डेवलप करा है. वो भी 15 फाइनेंस में 10 अंगनवाड़ी है, पूरा अंगनवाड़ी एक ही बार करा है. नेक्स्ट में वो हमारा 15 फाइनेंस में 25% SC/ST समुदाय के लिए फिक्सेड रखा था. उसमें हायर एजुकेशन के लिए पैसे हायर एजुकेशन कौन जा रहे हैं उनको भी दिया है. बाद अंत्य संस्कार SC/ST लोग अंत्य संस्कार को भी पैसे हमारे तरफ से फर्स्ट टाइम वो हमारे पंचायत में हमें गए स्टम्प ऐसा भी दिया सकते हैं कर को बोल को हमें दिलाया वो मीटिंग में पास कर को. फिर उस मैरिज ये SC/ST समुदाय पूरा गरीब लोग थे, मैरिज के लिए भी उसमें पैसे दिलाए 5,000 एक मैरिज के लिए. वो फिर कॉलेज हमारा स्कूल पूरा पेंटिंग्स करा के अच्छा क्या है तो स्कूल को लोग विद्यार्थी लोग पढ़ने आना है करके अच्छा पेंटिंग्स करा के उसे अच्छा डेवलप करा है. बाद ये हमारे ये सब भी करना है कहे तो हमारे पंचायती में अच्छा एक महीना पहले हमें अनवर्ड फाउंडेशन के जोड़ में मिल के 1 साल हो गया. उससे भी पहले में 3 महीने 2 महीने एक मंथली ये मीटिंग चल रहा था. अनवर्ड फाउंडेशन के जोड़ में मिले महीना मीटिंग करने के लिए हमें बातचीत करे, वैसा ही करे. वो उसमें मतलब स्टैंडिंग कम्युनिटी बना है. वो हमना स्टैंडिंग कम्युनिटी क्या मालूम नहीं, फर्स्ट में 12 स्टम्प वो स्टैंडिंग कम्युनिटी के उसमें हमारे पूरे 15 लोग मेंबर्स पूरा मिल के बातचीत करके पूरा हम क्या बजट के ऊपर हमारा 15 फाइनेंस बजट कितना आता, हमें क्या कितना रखना प्लानिंग कर रहे थे, वो बजट के ऊपर प्लानिंग करके ये सभी करे. फिर अब एक हमना ये क्या चैलेंजेस क्या है कि तो 1-6 महीने के सामने हमारा स्टेट गवर्नमेंट आ गया. स्टेट नवा गवर्नमेंट आके उसमें स्कीम्स बल्ला के अलग अलग स्कीम्स दिए. वो स्कीम्स में हमना बराबर माहिती भी कहे तो कुछ भी मालूम नहीं. वो स्कीम्स क्या है फर्स्ट हमें हमारे MLA होंगे MP होंगे कौन भी नहीं मिलता है. हमारे वार्ड में पंचायत में फर्स्ट मिलता है नंबर. वो स्कीम्स करे सो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट वाले थे फर्स्ट हमना गालियाँ देते, उनको स्कीम नहीं मिला गया तो तुम्हें क्या कर रहे हैं मुझे स्कीम नहीं आया. फर्स्ट बोल हमना हमारे सामने आने का पंचायती के सामने आने का हमना का क्या है तो गालियाँ देने का बोलने का कर रहे थे. वो भी हमना चैलेंजेस कहे तो वो 6-7 महीने से वो बड़ा चैलेंज कहे तो उनका स्कीम मिलने के लिए आधार कार्ड पासबुक इसमें नेम चेंज होता था. वो ऐसी स्कीम नहीं आ रहा. अभी तो अभी 20% नई स्कीम मिल रहा है. नवा स्कीम में हमारा कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट करे सो अभी नहीं आ रहा. वो खाली वो प्रॉब्लम हमें सॉल्व करते आ रहे हैं पंचायती से. लोग आते हमारे हमना भी गालियाँ देते हैं, हमें नहीं करे वो स्कीम बोले तब हम नहीं चुकता. मिलने का लोगों मिलने का हमें नंबर्स वार्ड में पंचायती में फर्स्ट हमना गालियाँ देते. वो सभी सॉल्व करना हमना वो एक बड़ा चैलेंज हुआ 6 महीने से वो स्कीम के बारे में लेने. अभी हमना काम करने के लिए कहे तो हम गवर्नमेंट से और 29 इलाके से हमना कुछ भी नहीं ये माहिती क्या भी नहीं देते हैं। क्या है तो काम इतना करना, ऐसा स्कीम आया वो ठीक से नहीं बताते हैं। अमर जुड़ को मिलके क्या भी एक स्टार्टिंग आज से हम नंबर हो के 1 महीने में हमें वो उसके बारे में मीटिंग कहता है, ट्रेनिंग क्या तभी दी है, तो अभी अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं कर बोलते हैं। इलाके से पूरा क्या जानकारी आया ना हमना ठीक से दी है तो अभी अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं। हमने भी क्या भी मालूम आता नहीं वो क्या है कि हमें आना कर को नहीं है, इसमें आ गए स्टम्प ये सब भी देख लेगा तो बड़ा है, सीखने का बड़ा है। अभी कितना करे तो भी हमारा आंगनबाड़ी को अभी कर रहे हैं, करे तो अभी लोग पूछते रहते हैं अभी वाटर फिल्टर दलक दो, वो अभी कितना करे तो भी कितना प्लान करे तो भी अभी चलते रहता है कि ये कभी कुछ ये नहीं होता है प्लानिंग में। काम करते करते आता रहता है। वो तरफ से हमना अभी ये सब भी ठीक से करना है तो हमना जानकारी भला इलाके से पूरा करेक्ट जानकारी मिले तो ये हमें एक सक्सेसफुल हमारा ग्राम पंचायती बनाने में कोशिश कर सकते हैं करके मैं बोलने के।
थैंक यू रेमत। और ऑल्सो आप बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली 5 मिनट बोले, उसके लिए भी थैंक यू। हाँ, तो वेरी क्विकली बेसिकली टॉक्ड अ लॉट अबाउट certain things about institutions. So the panchayat would not meet very regularly. So the members have actually managed to do that. Incidentally, this entire district, 80% members are new. So they're first timers. So a need for training is that much more. And so he talked about need for information on the 29 subjects. And he said when the state government changed, as from Karnataka, new schemes came. But to avail those new schemes, there are a lot of other documentation required, which they did not have knowledge about. And they would then get pressure from citizens because the campaign talked about all the schemes and then the panchayat had to deliver, but panchayat had no information on those. So he says a lot of pressure comes on the panchayat members. And yeah, he talked about other achievements on basically utilization of the SC/ST funds and on higher education for children, marriage support, paintings, etc. So thank you so much, Rehmat. Huh?
What is the priority?
No, there was, he talked about different, he did not talk about any localized SDG. So he's talking about basically working with the SC/STs. He's talked more about their challenges because he's just elected like last 2 years, and he did not speak about any specific priority that he worked on. Ramesh from Nagaram Gire.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಅಟೆಂಡಿಂಗ್ dignitaries to ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I am M. Ramesh, second time contesting elected representative from Nagaram Gire village, ಚಳ್ಳಕೆರೆ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಪೆನ್ಷನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಾಪ್ಯ ವೇತನ, ವಿಧವಾ ವೇತನ ಮತ್ತು ಫಿಸಿಕಲಿ ವಿತ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡಿಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಡ್ ಡಿಸಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಮೈತ್ರಿ ಮನೇಶ್ವಿನಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಯಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಮ್ಮಿ 80ರಿಂದ 80 to 100 ಪೀಪಲ್ಸ್ above 60 years above pension holders are enrolled and orders copy with issued persons entire grama panchayati ward elected representative under ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಆರ್ ಒ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್, ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ ಒ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗಳನ್ನು 8 ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ 7 ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ. 7 ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಆರ್ ಒ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ಡ್ ಪರ್ಪಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟರ್. ಬೋರ್ವೆಲ್ಸ್ ವಾಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಕುಡಿದರೆ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡಿಸೀಸಸ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆ ವಾಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೈಟ್ರೇಟು, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಶಿಯಂ, ಫ್ಲೋರೈಡ್ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನದಾಗಿ ಕುಡಿಯೋ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಆರ್ ಒ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ನ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೂ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಆರ್ ಒ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟನ್ನು ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ, ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಆ ಲೈಬ್ರರಿಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಫಂಡ್ ಅಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ 15ನೇ ಹಣಕಾಸು ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಣವನ್ನು ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು 4 ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಜುಕೇಟೆಡ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ ವಿತ್ ವೈಫೈ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಲರ್ನಿಂಗು ಕಲೀಲಿ ಅಂತ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ 5806 ಬುಕ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ 5806 small stories books is also present in digital library, and also 3 daily newspapers, 4 monthly magazines available in our gram panchayat. and also brain lipi, handicapped persons brain lipi is also available in our library, and also learners readers oriented purpose RO small water purifications installed in our library. Anganwadis and schools also are developed with well, and also students drinking water purpose RO installed in our entire village schools and Anganwadi. Writing wall writings and paintings in Anganwadi and schools. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆ ಬಿದ್ದು 3 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು, 3 ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬಿದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಫಂಡು ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ MP MLA ಹತ್ರ ಹೋದ್ರೂ ಫಂಡ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ ಕಾರಣ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರೋಂಥ ಒಂದು CSR ಕಂಪ್ನಿ, ಪ್ರಕಾಶ್ ಸ್ಪಂಜ್ ಐರನ್ ಓರ್ ಕಂಪ್ನಿನ ಕನ್ಸಲ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು CSR ಫಂಡ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಟರ್ನೂ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ನು 1 ತಿಂಗಳು 2 ತಿಂಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತೇವಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ತಿಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ BPL ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡರ್ಸ್ನ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಕುಟುಂಬಗಳಿಗೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆ BPL ಬಿಲೋ ಪಾವರ್ಟಿ ಲೈನ್ ಇರೋವಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಿಂದ ಉಜ್ವಲ್ ಯೋಜನೆ ಹೊಸ ಗ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಸಹ ಒಂದು 25ರಿಂದ 30 25 to 30 ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಉಜ್ವಲ್ ಯೋಜನೆಯನ್ನು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಕಲ್ಪಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ PM ಕಿಸಾನ್ ಸಮ್ಮಾನ್ ನಿಧಿ ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಹ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಥ್ರೋ ಆ್ಯನ್ಯುಯಲಿ 6,000 ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅದನ್ನು ಸಹ ಒಂದು 50ರಿಂದ 60 ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಎನ್ರೋಲ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. NREG ಒಳಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ಅಂಡರ್ ಸಿಮೆಂಟ್ರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಮಶಾನಗಳನ್ನ ಮೂಲಭೂತ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಯುಟಿಲೈಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು NREG ಏನಂತಂದರೆ ಡಿಮ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಇರೋಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಲೇಬರ್ಸ್ ಓರಿಯೆಂಟೆಡ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಎಂಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀವಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯೊಳಗೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ SBM ಯೋಜನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ODF ಪ್ಲಸ್ ವಿಲೇಜ್ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ 75% ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಂಡರ್ 7 ವಿಲೇಜಸ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲೀಸ್ ಕನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಟ್ ದ ಟಾಯ್ಲೆಟ್ಸ್. ರಿಮೈನಿಂಗ್ 25% ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ವಾಟರ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಅವರ್ ಅಂಡರ್ ಗ್ರಾಮ ಪಂಚಾಯತ್. These are the achievements of my Gram Panchayat, and also thankful to Pradhan, CI Foundations, Anode Governance, and also Axis Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramesh. Lingadevru, I think if I could request you to shortly summarize.
Yeah. I will going to summarize the whatever Ramesh said.
Yes, please. Yeah.
So 3-4 major points he has mentioned. One is ensuring the social security schemes that should reach to beneficiary. So generally people are access to social security scheme is panchayat, but whoever is facing challenges, he came into contact, and almost 80 to 100 people are reached through his intervention. That is the one. And second one is RO plant. So he is coming from the Challakere block, which is the lowest rainfall receiving district in our state actually. So because of that, most of the borewells are contaminated by nitrates, chlorides and other chemicals. So so because of that, 8 RO plants are installed on priority by the state government, and then RWS, Rural Water Scheme Department, and then it is handed over to Gram Panchayat. So Gram Panchayat is maintaining that, and continuously the Panchayat is taking care of the RO plants to ensure safe drinking water should reach to community. So that is the one. And second one, under NREGA, so they are ensured the facility of availability of cemetery to all the villagers throughout the Panchayat. So 7 villages are reached. Under NREGA, they have made basic facilities should be available at cemetery. So that is the one. And second one, through convergence, Anganwadis and education schools are developed through wall paintings and play materials and other things. And one more important work he has mentioned is digital library. So in Karnataka, government has established the digital libraries throughout the state, and then they are handed over those digital libraries to Gram Panchayat. So after taking handover to digital libraries, so in this Panchayat, they have used OSR, own source revenue funds, for maintenance, they have provided 4 Android tablets and free Wi-Fi, so which is accessible to students and other adults. That is the one. And that digital library has 5,806 books, which are reading books, and also few books are available under Braille, this one, literature. So that is the one. And second one, he and his colleagues, I mean other Gram Panchayat members, have enrolled more than 1,000 members, including students. So they have made membership to those libraries, and also they have a membership card so that they can access the books and other Wi-Fi, tablets access. So that is the one. And recently they have showcased one career guidance chart in digital library, which is very useful for the adults, students, and who are doing higher studies. So
thank you so
that's
much.
it. Yeah.
Thank you, Devru. Thanks. So without losing any more time, and thank you so much to all the panelists or the elected members here, because I know it was a bit chaotic because of translations, etc. But these are stories from villages and people, what they have worked on, and while we hear them in 5 minutes, a lot of effort which goes on, and it was nice to hear them. I'm going to invite Professor Isaac, Thomas Isaac, to please. How many minutes? 7 minutes. She said 7. You can take 8.
When it's time, just raise the card. So we have had very interesting 5 presentations. Some of them best practice, I'm sure, which gives very important insights to the way the prioritization is being made at the local level and the challenges that some of the Gram Panchayats are facing for this prioritization. Now you have a friend from Maharashtra who has chosen to focus upon drinking water. Then you have sanitation, 2 cases, and Karnataka, education, library, and so on. Fine. I want to ask them one simple question, but I'm not going to make them answer that. How did they prioritize this? How did they reach this conclusion that this was their priority? It was not on the basis of any index or the relative ranking vis-a-vis the nation, state, or other panchayats. It's the felt need. For us outsider, you need the data. You need all this thing. But beauty of local level planning is, okay, you need data, but a minimal level, because they live the area. It's their life problem, they know. They may not be able to articulate it in the data set and so on, but they know it. They also know through the experience the interlinkages of, she was speaking about drinking water with health. Yeah, she spoke. With, again, sanitation, green and clean. No, very wide canvas. How intersectoral linkages. See, this is how local level planning takes place. The ground rule is keep it as simple as possible. You are all working in different NGOs, most of you. You're all adept in various participatory research methods. What is the characteristics of these methods? They are made so simple that others do understand and it is easy for them to participate. Now, this is my objection to index-based localizing of SDG. I like it the way Sunil Kumar presented in the morning. Okay, there are 9 themes. Leave it to them to decide which is their priority. They know. In fact, a student of mine, doctoral student of mine, did her work on local development index. Now that being Kerala, with more robust secondary data at panchayat level, they say, and in the People's Plan campaign, we had carried out a secondary data collection campaign, going to each office, filling up the data set that can be collected from there and so on. Despite that, when this index was made, we had to leave out half the panchayats, only 600 panchayats we managed to make index. Of course, thesis was not about making index, but relating it to the other capacities, the performance of the panchayats. Okay, that was the thesis above. So this is given the nature of data at local level. Okay, all data is generated at local level, then aggregated at district and state level. But higher the aggregation, the rule of averages work out here. Some public health PHC would be bad data, understating it, somebody overstating it. So aggregation at district level, state level, most robust is national level. As you come down to state, there is a limitation. As you go down to state, district, there is even greater limitation. When you go down to panchayat, mind you, the data is very suspect. Yeah. So we should look at the planning process from the perspective of the participants. Their capabilities, here Kannada was same, we were new to it. Every 5-year results in a new set of people coming in. You don't know how the departments are going to collaborate with them, cooperate with them, how the capacity making creation at the panchayat level is going on and so on. So the minimum conditions for a planning process to achieve is very difficult. Therefore, my plea would be, the presentations made here would underline the need to keep this process as simple as possible. See. We would require this at national level to have indices to assess performance and so on. Maybe have it at district level, up to district level. Beyond that, don't go into this localizing SDG data-wise, data point. Just think about it, 600 data points to be assessed at the local level, etc. There is something called data fatigue. So, it's very important to localize SDG at the local level. For the simple fact, they are intimately related to the lives of people. And that's where action will take place. So that's a very right approach. But don't put index before that. Thank you.
So I don't think I need to summarize any further. So I'm going to close this session. I think we heard stories, grounds up. We heard achievements of panchayats. Professor Thomas Isaac rightly pointed out the needs emerge from felt needs, the priorities, etc. And the place for data at the local level, how it is positioned, whether it can be visualized, what needs to be done, we have to think. There are a lot of reflection points. So thank you so much, Professor Isaac. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you to all esteemed panel speakers and moderator for completion of this session very successfully. So with this, on behalf of Samagam, we would like to felicitate our panel speakers and moderator. For that, I would like to invite Sahana to do the felicitation. Thank you, Sahana. With this, we have to move forward to the session 2, which is on LSDGs and inclusion of marginalized sections. For this, I would like to invite on stage the panel speakers. Ms. Sharda Murlidharan, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala. Ms. Smriti Sharan, Joint Secretary, Rural Livelihoods, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Ms. Yu Hee, Chief of Social Policy, UNICEF India. Mr. Matthew Cherian, Global Ambassador of Aging of HelpAge International. Mr. Shushant Verma, Asia Regional Director, Trickle Up. Ms. Ranu Bhogal, Executive Director, Karm Daksh. Ms. Madhu Ketan, Integrator, Pradhan. Madhu will be the moderator of this session. I will just take few more minutes to give a brief introduction about the panel speakers. Talking about Ms. Murlidharan. Ms. Murlidharan's career spanning various pivotal roles in the government and the development sector. Sharda Murlidharan is a seasoned leader known for spearheading transformative initiatives in the domains of women's empowerment, poverty reduction, and social justice. She is currently Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Kerala. Ms. Sharan is looking after the policy planning and monitoring, international cooperation, and Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Rural-Urban Mission. She has worked as Deputy Director General in the Department of Posts, and currently she is the Joint Secretary in Rural Livelihoods in Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Ms. He oversees the social policy, social protection programs, and social policy evidence agenda, including in 14 UNICEF state offices. In collaboration with national, subnational government and partners, she is spearheading key initiatives that include child, gender, and shock-responsive social protection, public financial management, and child-friendly local governance, as well as SDG localization initiatives. She is currently the Chief of Social Policy in UNICEF India. Mr. Matthew has spent 4 decades in development work in India. He served full-time as Chief Executive of HelpAge India for 18 years and now serves on several not-for-profit boards. He is currently the Global Ambassador of Aging of HelpAge International. Mr. Verma has over 25 years of intensive experience in managing social development programs, especially in the rural development sector, specializing in the areas such as education, public health, livelihood promotion, community development, disaster management relief, corporate social responsibility, and women empowerment. Currently, he is the Asia Regional Director of Trickle Up. Ms. Bhogal has 30 years of experience on issues related to gender, natural resource management, and sustainable development with a special focus on rural development. She was chosen as one of the 50 women leaders in a study of women leadership in development sector commissioned by Rockefeller Foundation. And last but not the least, Madhu. Madhu is recognized for her pioneering work on gender equality through women collectives, focusing on women's understanding of gender in their everyday lives and catalyzing issues of stereotypes. She is currently leading a partnership with NRLM around strengthening the higher level federated structures of SHGs called cluster level federations for building them as member owned and managed organization contributing to members. And also she is involved in the UN Women funded initiative focused on unleashing women's economic empowerment through multiple pathways of education, employment and entrepreneurship. With this, I hand over the mic to Madhu, and we will have sharp 1 hour for this session. So we will have 45 minutes for the focused discussion, and to close up this session, we will have another 15 minutes. So yeah, that is a buffer. Yeah.
Thanks, Shikha, for introducing the panelists. Let me begin by thanking all the panelists for the time that they have given. This is a complex issue, and I think has a lot of relevance given the increasing inequality globally as well as in the country. So I was trying to get some estimates of what is the number, the magnitude of people or households that may be chronic poor or ultra poor, whatever we may call it. But after going through several documents, I kind of gave up, and hoping that the illustrious panel can maybe also cover this among the other questions. But suffice it to say that in all our journey as development professionals, and also organizationally, I know in Pradhan also, we've kind of seen that even after, decades of work which each of us has kind of put in, we will find that in every village there are these, households that seem to be, completely left out of whatever programs that may be happening in the village. We also see that there are specific social groups which are kind of really on the periphery or margins. So the nature of ultra poverty also is kind of varied. I will, without taking up too much time, I would like to move to the panel. I mean, we would, given the limited time, we hope the session will provide, stimulate our interest in the topic of engaging with the ultra poor enough so that more of us get interested. We hope to cover who are the poorest of the poor, what could be possible solutions, how has convergence helped, any policy level changes needed, and all this with also the perspective of localization of SDGs, and therefore the role of Panchayati Raj institutions. So I'll maybe start off with Sushant. Sushant, you've been associated, you had Trickle Up, which has been kind of one of the pioneers of the work around the graduation approach. So please give us a grounds up view of who are the ultra poor and briefly about the graduation approach.
And Pradhan for inviting us. This is a topic, ultra poor, which is not widely discussed or like widely talked, because this is a segment where we feel that today we are talking about localization of like SDG, but we recognize that ending extreme poverty must start with ultra poor. That's what has been our experience, and I'll start with that. Trickle Up is a global organization which works in 28 countries and very difficult countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, Chad, Sudan, and Syria. And India, we work in states like Jharkhand, Orissa, West Bengal, and we primarily focus on ultra poor. As we all know that there is no global definition of ultra poor, but we feel that those extreme poor people live on less than $2.1 per day. The ultra poor are the lowest earning and most vulnerable subset of the population globally, what we feel. The marginalized subset of extreme poor often lack access to even basic social safety net or support from government and NGOs. At most of the places all around the world where we work, we hardly see any NGOs or any government services providing them. If you even go to our project area in India, you will meet on the way elephant, wild boars on the way, and you have to walk for 8 hours and 10 hours to reach those villages. So we identify those villages where government has not gone, where other organization has not gone. We feel that ultra poor and extremely poor communities who suffer from multi-dimensional poverty reside in one of the remotest part of India and remotest part globally. And as I mentioned, that Trickle Up recognizes that ending extreme poverty starts with ultra poor, and if we have to achieve at least the first SDG, which is no poverty, we have to start with ultra poor. This multidimensional approach recognizes that the most vulnerable are often trapped in cycle perpetuated by exclusion and discrimination based on gender, social group, disability, and stretching across organizations. So that's why we choose to work with ultra poor, and I'm very happy to share that we are one of the few organizations who especially work with ultra poor. But friends, it's not easy to work with ultra poor. You need the different kind of commitment, different kind of skill set. But anyway, as you have asked about the graduation approach, I'll explain the history of the graduation approach. I know we don't have much time. Graduation is not exactly a model, it's an approach, which was started in Bangladesh way back in 2002 by BRAC. And the program was called Targeting the Ultra Poor. And the journey of graduation approach started from there, and now it's being implemented in more than 50 countries. In India, Usaji is sitting there, Bihar, Jharkhand is the state where graduation approach is being implemented. And we can see the data, it's a very positive data which we have got. Trickle Up got into a program called Ford Foundation and CGAP, which was started in 2009, and after that we decided to work on graduation. So what is a graduation definition? The graduation approach uses the right mix of interventions offered in right sequence to help the extreme poor graduate from extreme poverty into a sustainable livelihood within a span of 24 months to 34 months. It depends on the community where you want to work. I'll just take 30 seconds because it's a very interesting topic. Trickle Up and Pradhan has recently started a program in Jharkhand called Ultra Poor Response Panchayat, where we are working to strengthen the Panchayati Raj system, building the capacity of PRI members so that they are sensitive towards the need of ultra poor, and we will ensure that these ultra poor communities are involved in the whole system, in the Gram Panchayat, and their voice is heard if we are talking about localization of SDG. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Sushant. I'll move now to Ms. Smriti Sharan. Ms. Sharan, MORD has integrated an inclusion approach, and by focusing on specific sections of society which typically we found were getting left out of the SAG framework. So in that context, I'd like you to specifically talk about the work on ultra poor and any reflections, and specifically the integration with women's collectives and any lessons, that broad directions also going forward.
So good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madhu. Madhu, let me just begin with a confession. When you just said that while you went through the literature and you did not get any specific answers, I felt elated. At least I'm not the only one outside who's still struggling for answers. So I feel less left out. So we are in it together. So as we're talking of localization of sustainable goals, I think the three cornerstones that we really look at is participatory planning, designing and implementation, and very, very continuous on-the-field monitoring. And the ultra-poor graduation approach works with all three. And that perhaps is the reason for its success. But before we talk of our experience, what I'd like to say was that when Government of India moved on the universal social mobilization pathway, it was driven by the fact that no one should really be left behind. So if we see our research and our data, even at the very earlier instances, the most backward blocks were what were first integrated. And going forward with that, when we also looked at the SECC data and the participatory identification process, all of that focused on either identifying through a community or an auto-inclusion, where there was a widowed household, where there were no male members, where there were single deprivation or 2 to 3 deprivations. All of that worked towards an inclusion. Our experience tells us that there is extreme vulnerability. And this vulnerability is so stark that perhaps that itself is a setback for them to get enrolled into the self-help group movement, because they don't even have the wherewithal to follow a routine or to follow a saving pattern or to even have enough for 2 square meals a day. So that perhaps pushes them back. So when we talk of an ultra-graduation approach, after we've identified and we've done the verification, it is extremely important to handhold them and then perhaps bring them into the fold gradually. In fact, the DNRLM program stands out for its flexibility. And that flexibility has more meaning when we talk about the ultra-poor approach, because we try to include all sorts of groups and cohorts, whether they have a capacity to save, whether they have a capacity to repay, whether it's a smaller group, it doesn't fit into the boxes of SHG or a VO or whatever, we still do it. And this is the only group where we also have a concept of grants. So we could give them something from a loan to a soft loan to a grant, but anything to kind of begin the journey with them. So there is the basic consumption grant that is given to them, and then we give them the big push investment. And experience says that there is no size that fits all. It varies from state to state. So while Bihar Ajivika looked at the participatory model, in the other hand, Rajasthan, it was West Bengal, I think, that used an external agency for identifying the ultra-poor. The initial learning from these has been so encouraging that there are more states that are coming forward to us for having similar programs in their states. And as we talk, there are almost 6 states where either we've given them the approvals or we're in the process of just scrutinizing their proposals threadbare. So that was Rajasthan, where we did an external resource agency. As we talk, we have Meghalaya, which has come up with a very innovative proposal about abandoned single women, because that is a very stark social cultural trend there, and the state government wishes to work on that. In Tripura, we have PVTG groups which fled the ethnic violence and have come there. In Rajasthan, we have the Saharia community. In West Bengal, we have the Lodhas that were identified. But not to miss that this whole initiative, one of the pioneer people was Kerala ma'am, with Kudumbashri, where they work with the PVTG people. And that's where we learned that participatory identification and working very closely with the line ministries has made all the difference. Two very significant things that I have noticed which works very well is a very trained, dedicated cadre. We call them mentors, we call them coaches, you give them any name. But they are so firmly entrenched with that group that they know just about everything. Paise bachaye, jama kiye, kya kharida, what did you do with the grant that was given? And so we are so committed to having these mentors really tied to the communities that we have been training with our partners, people from the same cohort who can work with the group. And that is a very encouraging result. In fact, one of the panelists mentioned BRAC. We recently went to Bangladesh to see the same ultra-poor experience, and we went into an interior village in North Bangladesh. The coach who took us to that particular village, he even knew the cattle names by heart. So he said, ye kaisi hai, or Hema kaisi hai, or whatever. And he knew the size of the poultry, the number of hens she had, or chicks she had. He even remembered that पिछली बार तुमने यहाँ लौकी उगाई थी, अब की बार कुछ और उगाया है. That's the kind of community participation and working that we're going forward. I know my time is up. I will just like to close on one very, very hopeful note that working with the ultra poor is an idea which has arrived on the scene, and there is no way that we cannot look at it. So a lot of partners are working with us together to stitch a common minimum program so that no matter who is working, they work on the common minimum agenda that we have for working with the ultra poor, leaving no one behind as the government's mandate is. And hopefully in the very near future, we will be able to come up with some very enthusiastic news for all of you in the development sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Smriti ma'am. Really heartening to know that, this agenda is kind of gaining more, accelerated this thing within the SRLMs. And yeah, moving on to Hyun Hee. Hyun Hee, children, particularly, those born in households with multi-dimensional poverty are kind of a big chunk of the individuals at risk. So what is, the global perspective also around children's poverty? And also, what is UNICEF's experience of working in the issue and the reflections from there?
Thank you. Namaskar. मेरा नाम hyun hee ban, Chief of Social Policy में UNICEF में काम करती हूँ. हिंदी थोड़ी बोलती हूँ. But I want to convince you, why focus on children and child poverty? Because as UNICEF, I'll just give you a little bit of global picture and local picture. The whole session is about localization of SDGs, local action. And currently, 44 indicators of the SDGs are actually related directly to children. And 2/3 of those are off track at the midpoint of the SDGs. So if you at grassroots level, and it was very heartening to hear references to Bal Sabha, Mahila Sabha, the child-friendly villages, women-friendly villages, we need to focus on children. And children are SDG 1. You talked about the SDG starting point is 1, no poverty. And 1.2 actually recognizes explicitly the multidimensional nature of poverty for children. And they also talk about national definitions. And the 1.3, a few talked about social security. So in terms of effective policy measures, target 1.3 is actually about strengthening social protection systems and providing access to those vulnerable poor with social protection entitlement. 1.4 talks about basic social services, as well as technology and financial inclusion. 1.5, because climate change is a big threat. It does talk about community resilience to disasters and shocks, those related to climate-related extreme events. And then they also talk about gender and pro-poor policies and programs. And lastly, they talk about investing resources into eradication of poverty. So I just wanted to frame that because the SDG actually provides a blueprint for an effective policy at national, subnational level, down to the GP level. And just in terms of a global study, so 2023, there was a global study, poverty analysis done by the Oxford Policy, Poverty and Human Development Initiative, as well as UNDP. So they say that across 111 countries, 1.1 billion people are in poverty. And what's very, I don't think surprising, is that half of them are children, 566 million. And if you drill down in terms of who are the poorest in terms of age group, it's 0 to 9. So the younger the children, the poorer you are, multidimensional. Things like health, nutrition, education. And in it, they actually contribute 60% of the contribution to multidimensional poverty to aspects. School attendance, years of schooling, and nutrition. So I think that this may resonate with you. But there is a silver lining because India is one of the 26 countries where they were able to have poverty rates in the last 25 years. So they have done grassroots level, national, subnational level. They have the SDG index. They've done a lot of LSDG initiatives. So they have many initiatives specifically looking at 2/3 of India's population who are in the rural development, rural area. And this has contributed to reducing poverty. But in terms of policy measures, I want to talk about the new face of poor children and families that UNICEF has talked about. So after COVID-19, so the new face, I would say, are poor and those that are resilient to poverty, or those now urban slum is growing, so that's a trend. Second is humanitarian and conflict situations. And third is informal sector. And the care issue is a very critical component that needs to be childcare, especially, that I want to highlight. And then lastly, because I only have 1 minute, effective policy measures, social protection. The government and at national state level have many social protection measures. We need to actually invest in social protection measures in the early years, based on evidence. So we all know the science and evidence that if you invest in the early years, you actually generate the highest return on investment. And so it's good for children, it's good for women, it's good for families, it's actually good for economies because the high-income countries actually, there's a study done by UNICEF this last year. They studied the pattern of spending and investment of 84 countries in high-income, middle income, and low income country. And they tend to backload the investment in the older children age group and youth, but actually they need to focus a lot more on the early years, things like early education, nutrition, water and sanitation that contributes to early childhood development, maternal health. These are things that will really break the intergenerational cycle of poverty. So in terms of policy measures, and then lastly, as UNICEF, time is up, okay. So what is UNICEF doing in India? We are supporting MOPR around a very important topic that many of you talked about, participation. So under the local LSDG initiative, we are supporting the government institutionalized Bal Sabha, Mahila Sabha, because we need to get down the priorities of the social sector and the GPDP that matters to children. We need to ensure fund flows to the sectors. And secondly, targeting the largest social protection programs in the world and in India, like the NREGA that you talked about under rural development, unlocking the potential of gender and child opportunities because they have a creche component. So we are working closely with MORD, but more. So in short, we need to design inclusive policies, programs that focus on children in order to achieve the SDGs. Lastly, people matter. We need to invest in participatory processes, and it really does make a difference. So thank you for that. Boho Danyawad to Pradhan and Access Foundation and the government for giving UNICEF this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Hyunhee. And I mean, even though one kind of guessed it, but it's really, I mean, these figures indicating that children is really kind of really very stark. And yeah, so thank you so much. And we move on to Mr. Matthew Cherian. Mr. Cherian, you've kind of spent decades working, you know, on improving the situation of the elderly in the country. And so just your, reflections from that work and, what are the takeaways, challenges that remain, etc.
Thank you, Pradhan, and thank you, Madhu, for inviting me for this conference, Samagam. I will begin with the good news. The good news is all the people in the room will live to be beyond 80 years. And the women in the room will live another 4 years, 84 years. We are on the edge of a longevity revolution, and elderly will become a huge segment. And today it is 140 million. It will grow to be much higher. And if SDG 1 has to be tackled, we will have to tackle SDG 1 because the poorer, older women will be the largest segment. And single women. Of course, some panchayat leaders spoke about this, especially from West Bengal and from Karnataka. So I was hearing the presentation of the index, and there have been 9 themes, there have been 181 indicators, there's a child-friendly theme, there's a women-friendly theme, but there is no age-friendly theme. But what we did is in Kerala, thanks to Isaac sir and Vijay Anand sir and Shailaja teacher who was a minister, we introduced age-friendly panchayat in the villages. And of course Kudumbashri, I don't know whether Sajit is here, but Kudumbashri also helped us in this effort. And we have been trying to convert the panchayats into an age-friendly panchayat. Because my state of Kerala has become an old state. We are more than 14% of Kerala is elderly. So this is something which you need to incorporate if you have to tackle SDG 1, which is the most important thing because this will be the future of the poor. Now coming to the other area is, there was this panchayat leader, Ramesh, I think, from Karnataka, who was talking of pensions. I have been working on pensions for a long time, and I've been with the Ministry of Rural Development, which offers under the National Social NSAP scheme for older people, older widows, and disabled people, plus and also victims of terrorism. This is also what is given. But what is happening is this scheme has been stuck at an extraordinary low level of 200 rupees per month, which is, I would say, it's a humiliation for the elderly to give a pension of 200 rupees, of course, we took it to the court. I have been made the amicus curiae in the case in the Supreme Court, and we are saying that there should be a universal pension. And unless we have a universal pension, there will be no improvement of the older people in this country and also widows. In the same case, we are also tackling the widows of Vrindavan, Haridwar and Kashi, which are the worst widows. Of course, I have no capacity to reform Hinduism, and why does Hinduism discriminate against widows? And I think today it will become a very hot agenda if I do that. But we have been trying to say at least provide them the pension, provide them financial security, and so that you can have that. Because under Article 14, Article 32 and 21, they have a fundamental right to a universal pension. And if we cannot get a universal pension or a universal health care, the lives of people in panchayats will be miserable. Of course, this has been heard by the Rajasthan government, and the Rajasthan government has also studied the Kerala model and started going to do age-friendly panchayats in Rajasthan, and have also introduced a universal pension of 500 rupees for all the elderly. It may not be a huge sum, but at least within the state government revenues, they are able to provide a universal pension. So my plea is to this august audience is, when you're considering LSDGs, etc., please do not forget older people. If you want to leave no one behind, you are now leaving the older people behind in whatever planning you have done. So try to include it. Barring 2 states, Kerala and Rajasthan, which have included to some extent, we would need to. And then pension to widows is a big issue, and in every village where I go, the widows are saying we do not get it because some government at center or state has capped the amount of pensions which can be given to single women.
Yeah.
And of course, Smriti Sharan is here. Maybe you can look at it. Why is this cap there? Is it whenever demographic explosion is happening, how can you put a cap on single women? And so this is something which needs to be corrected. And if you don't correct it, you will leave older people behind.
Thank you, Charanji, and we'll also have maybe looking at the time, maybe another round, so we can probably take some of the questions that you that are coming up, not only in Mr. Charan's sitting, but also others. So coming to Ranu now. Ranu, after your long stint of working on poverty alleviation, issues of multidimensional poverty, you are now involved in conducting a research on, understanding the work that is happening on ameliorating ultra poverty. So early discussion, early observations, insights from that study, and what needs to be strengthened and lessons for all of us.
Thanks, Madhu, and it's always a pleasure to come for any event that's organized by Pradhan, its family. Firstly, because I think Sushant had set the ground on, so I'm studying graduation approach particularly, and my affair with ultra poor study goes back to actually 2013, 2012. And I also remember going through the NRLM booklets, and poorest of poor was identified as a category. And it was Kudumbashri and SERP, the Telangana Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty programs, that had taken it up very seriously. And also, I think, Tamil Nadu. And I had documented these experiences in a policy brief I had written in 2014 for the Access Development Services Livelihood. And I was looking at that, and I think a lot of it is still relevant. So the way I'm looking at it now, this particular study that I'm doing, I have specifically looked at Bihar and Jharkhand, and I have looked at the NGOs that have been involved in conducting ultra-poor programs, that is Trickle Up, Bandhan Konagar, and very briefly Nudge, because they are new entrants in this field. So what I'm finding is, and of course some of you who watch the work of the livelihood missions, you would know that in August in Bihar, Jivika, they released something called a playbook on Satat Jivika Uparjan Yojana, SJY, which is the ultra-poor program of the Bihar Jivika. So one needs to distinguish, firstly, again, I want to bring your attention. There's a very interesting research work done by 2 behavioral economists from Harvard and Princeton, and I've quoted them in my paper. The book they have written is called Scarcity. And they say that there are 3 things, behavioral aspects, that stand out about the very, very people who deal with scarcity. They also give examples of time poverty, and even people like you and me could be suffering from scarcity. But analyzing it for the ultra poor, so there is something called tunneling effect. So you tend to have very short time horizons. And therefore you're not able to even visualize or dream about a future that is possible. The second thing is about borrowing. Obviously, because given the state of poverty they live in, a lot of them work in the informal sector. They are migrant laborers. I've met PVTG communities recently when I traveled to Gumla, working as bricklane workers in Tripura, in Tamil Nadu, in Hyderabad, all over. I mean, they are not sitting in forests. I mean, when you say PVTG, you will feel, oh, they are sitting in forests. They are not. They are forced to migrate out because they don't have any livelihood options back in their villages. And they borrow, and they are eternally in debt. And we all know about the debt cycle. You never get out of it. And the third thing they suffer from is distraction. Because of stress, scarcity creates stress, and therefore they are not able to actually focus and to ground any activity. We all know, we have worked for years on livelihoods. We have worked with middle poor communities and relatively communities that are willing to make that effort. For ultra poor, because of these three behavioral characteristics, it is extremely difficult for them to, get out of that trap. And therefore, they continue to work in exploitative labor arrangements. They migrate. They somehow make do and live by. And that's where I'm glad, Smriti ji, you brought out this point about the critical role of the community resource person or the master resource person. Some people call it the change makers. I think that's a very, very critical note. So one of my early observations looking at the scaling up. So, another point I want to highlight is that when an NGO implements the program, there is a lot of intensive work. We all know that. The whole system is geared to delivering a program. The moment you take it to a government system trying to scale it up, and like in Bihar, the first number they needed to reach was 1 lakh. And now I think they have upped it to probably 2 lakhs or whatever. Now the scale itself introduces very different kinds of challenges. And this MRP or the change maker who has to work intensively providing mentoring, counseling, handholding support is expected to do, if you go through the playbook, I listed about 11, 12 tasks that are expected. The MRP is normally a class 10 pass, usually women, in some places men. And I really felt that the system is expecting too much out of the MRP. So wherever the NGO technical support organization is present, they are able to give a backup support to the MRP, and a lot of things get done as a result. But I'm just trying to imagine the moment it will move, or it moves to the government delivery system. And I know in Bihar, for instance, it's one of the tasks that their social development team is supposed to do. It's not a dedicated vertical. So what I'm arguing in my paper is that to work with the ultra poor, you actually need a dedicated vertical, right, in the system, and not distract them with 5 other things that they have to do. The success of NGO pilots is precisely because there is a dedicated vertical. The change maker or the MRP needs also constant hand-holding. It's wrong to assume that you train them in 5 modules and few refresher courses and they are fine on their own. There are daily challenges. We have all worked on ground, and when we work with human beings and with such a challenging group of people, there are daily challenges, disappointments, demotivation, you give up. The attrition rate is very high amongst the MRPs. So I think that is something that needs to be kept in mind, that how do you create a system that continues to provide them support, motivates them, so that they in turn can continue to provide that kind of support, that intensive kind of support that is required for the ultra-poor household. The second thought that has come to me, and I've talked to a lot of people in both the states, is that because the moment you move into a scaled-up government program, the flow of funds, timely flow of funds, cash transfers, timely asset transfers have become very critical. It's a beautiful system that SRLM has worked out. Everything comes through the village organization structure. There is little scope for leakages. All that is very good, but there are huge delays. So what happens if you imagine an MRP who has motivated an ultra-poor household to take up an activity, and they are now ready to get started, but the asset is not coming. And you know, timeliness is very critical because they are very vulnerable. So it's, you don't get things in time, they'll migrate again. And that's the end of all the effort that and it takes about 6 to 8 months to actually motivate them to even come on board because they don't trust you. I mean, that's another thing we have all learned is rural communities, especially poor, don't trust outsiders. They have been cheated so often that they think that, oh, you are just telling us stories and we don't believe you. We'll go back with the Sardar who will take us to Tripura, at least we'll get food to eat. They may not get much money to bring back home, but that's the real story. So timely flow of funds is extremely critical. A motivation of cadre, I've already talked, a dedicated vertical. I think the program duration is another thing that needs to be kept in mind. This thing about magic bullet of 24 months, 36 months does not really happen in practice, real life, because in none of the programs I talked to, the NGOs and the government system, after the graduation is done, except Trickle Up is now doing some work on that, nobody looks back and sees what happens, what has happened to those graduated households. After 2 years, have they continued? Because just giving a few goats is not going to give you a sustained livelihood. You need probably a diversified portfolio of livelihoods to be able to survive. So, you know, tracking these graduated households is also very critical. Is there a dropout? Is there a slip back? What else needs to be done with them? Is my time up?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I mean, I have lots more to share, but then you
Yeah,
can read
maybe, yeah, we can have a second round if time permits, yeah. So lastly, coming on to Shada. So Shada, hoping to listen from you on the Ashray program through Kudumbashri and then a more recent effort of 14 lakh enumeration resulting into some 64,000. And of course, when it's Kerala, we all hope to, you know, also listen to all the experiences of localization.
Thank you for the opportunity. If you look at Ashraya, the experience of Kerala through the Ashraya program is about 19 years old now. So we've been trying to target that very difficult segment of the destitute for rehabilitation for quite some time. There have been a lot of experiences, both good and bad, that have come out of Ashraya. There is also, right now, the Niti Aayog says that the multidimensional poverty in Kerala is 0.55%. So obviously, somewhere down the line, we have been doing a good job in handling poverty. But this also means that we are now looking at that last mile. And the last mile is very often the hardest to handle. So who are these people in the context of Kerala? And I've got to say that it's in the context of Kerala. In the context of Kerala, these are people who don't matter. They don't matter to or they are invisible to the state, they are invisible to the local government, they are invisible to their communities. So finding them, locating them is therefore the first and most important and very critical thing to do. When we do surveys, they are the ones who get left out of surveys. They just don't, you just don't count them. So, which means that we really need a new methodology of being able to find these very critically ultra poor, the extremely poor. So for us, you know, when we already have a group of 2.5 lakh people who are in Ashraya, but who are these people who still were out of the system was something that is very important to find. And we thought that we should not go the regular survey, we should find a much more nuanced and a process by which we could also get the local governments to own up to them. Because it is very important. These are people who are irrelevant to the entire system. So how do you get the local government to own up to them? Because you are also talking about bringing in a huge element of resources which would be in targeting just them. Those would be resources that could be taken by the poor, the near poor, the moderately poor, who would be in a much better place to actually seek those resources. So that was a challenge. And we did try out this thing that maybe we can get the local communities themselves to identify the poor. And how would you do that? Could we task them with the responsibility of identifying the poorest of the poor in their midst? Could we task them with the responsibility of saying that yes, this person is poorer than me or poorer than the person that I know? Could we get the local governments to own that up? Was a question. And that obviously also meant that we had to come up with a template of identification of questions, which was something that communities would understand. And that communities would also not misinterpret, because it would be very easy to misinterpret it in a way that suits you. So how do you get past that? Which meant that we first came up with the set of indicators that were looked at critical, leading to critical indicators to poverty and not so critical indicators of poverty, made a combination of these, and then did the trial testing on the ground. So much so that ultimately so this was looking at health, it was looking at nutrition, it was looking at food deprivation, also looked at asset and lack of amenities as a next step. So these were the critical things that we looked at. And these qualitative indicators, after multiple iterations, had to go through FGDs. And the FGDs itself required a lot of focus in terms of iteration, again, to ensure that the communities got this right. Finally, we had 14 lakh people across the state coming out with a list of 64,006 families. And through this, we also had a fair idea of what was leading to their poverty. And from that, this, it was multiple deprivations that we needed to tackle. And so that meant that you had, for every single family that was identified, micro plans for the family had to be developed. So this was another additional exercise that was done over the identification. And after this the next question was, can we get into, first of all, making them visible, which meant they needed their voter cards, their Aadhaar, their bank accounts, the social security pensions, ration cards, etc. So getting those entitlements across, because we knew exactly who needed what. The next was also about finding out projects, looking at ensuring their health, nutrition needs were taken care of. Some of these people, and many of these people are people for whom we need to, we would look at care till the end of their lives. It is not as if they could be rehabilitated. And that is important to know, because when you're looking at ultra poor, sometimes that's all you can do. And you have a family of people who are mentally ill, with very severe illness. All you can do is look at how is it that you can take care of them. So this was something, and let's end with this last point, a couple of last points. One is the fact that this cannot be done by the local government alone. It requires government. It requires the state also to intervene. And this is what we've been trying here. We have all the departments who are involved actually taking responsibility and tracking what is going. So local governments provide the data, but then the responsibility is vested with the departments. And the state, at the state level, this is being tracked at the highest level by the Chief Minister himself. And where does the community come in? The community is also coming in as a monitor who is reporting as to whether all these entitlements and support that we are talking about, are they institutionalized? Is it regularly going? Are we slipping anywhere? And that is where the communities are now coming in, because one lesson that we learned from Ashriya was that sometimes, over time, what happens is you leave it to the community to take on that burden. And that's not done. It's the responsibility of the state.
Thank you. Thank you, Sharda. So we've all been kind of very good and have so we are still left with, what, some 3-4 minutes, Saroj? No, 3 minutes. So any thoughts that are triggered, etc., open, remarks anyone wants to make? Yeah, Ranu.
So working with ultra poor is time consuming, HR intensive, and needs money. And I think in the desire to reach large numbers, we have shortened the time span. We give huge numbers to each MRP to manage, which is at times not very practical. And as a result, you end up diluting the approach and the program. So I think both donors and government needs to recognize this, that you need to commit dedicated human and financial resources, get the money and put it for this. As a special, you have a special vehicle, also a special program. So that's one point I definitely wanted to make. And the second is about convergence, and we are talking of LSDGs and localizing SDGs. And this whole business of ministries and departments must come and work together. And as you rightly said, Shardaji, that ultimately it's the responsibility of the government to ensure. So unless, and this only SRLM cannot ensure it. So how do we ensure that the other schemes, programs, entitlements reach the ultra poor? I know the MRPs are supposed to get them to fill forms, but just filling forms is not enough. So there's a lot more work that is required. I have many more points, but I'll be
I guess. Smriti ji.
So I just quickly add to what Madam Ranu just said. So all of your points are absolutely well taken, and which is why we try to use a saturation approach. And the whole conversation that we do is across convergence with all the line ministries. So I guess we are on that path, but the numbers are so daunting that it would take time. And as you rightly said, we do have a fund under the Innovation Fund, which we are trying to use. Of course, we've submitted a white paper to Niti Aayog, and other things remaining the same as and when we get our approval, we'll probably scale it up in terms of finances.
Great. Yes, Shada.
So the beauty of NRLM is that it universalizes it universalizes so the people approach, and because of that you don't have there is nobody who really feels left out. But when we say nobody, it is that nobody who actually has access or can have access. It is still critical to be able, in the when we're looking at the poorest of the poor, to be able to target. And that targeting is going to be extremely difficult, because until the larger community feels feels its level of comfort of having access to resources, it is not going to let the poorest amongst them to obtain the resources. So that's always going to be a big challenge.
Great. Yeah, so, So thank you so much to all the panelists. I can't even, begin to summarize, but, broadly to say that, I mean, there are approaches which kind of focus on, which are SRLM driven, but, looking at the complexity of the diversity of the people in the ultra poor segment, which, as Hyun said, children comprise a large section, the elderly comprise another significant chunk, and single women. So again, there needs to be, I think, a whole of society, a whole of government approach, and also, deeply, strongly anchored by decentralized, local, bottom-up approaches. So that's my high-level takeaway for the panel. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, panel speakers and Madhu. And before we end this session, we, on behalf of Axis Bank Foundation and Pradhan, we would like to felicitate the guests. So for that, I would like to invite Isha on stage. As we are moving towards the lunch break, I would request our existing panel speakers to join for the lunch. So, as we are running out of time, we will have like 40 minutes lunch break, and the lunch arrangement has been done towards your left space. So there are few event sketches that has been created at the live moment, and that will be displayed in the entrance area. So once you complete your lunch, you can move around and have a look at that. Thank you so much. We will meet at 3:10 in the same venue. Thank you.
हेलो 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 Good afternoon and welcome back. Good afternoon and welcome back. May I please request the esteemed panelists for our session 3 to kindly come up and take their place on the stage. अभी मैं नीचे आऊँगा तब बात कर लें. I request you to kindly take your place on the stage. Dr. Shagun Sabharwal, Shri Raju Sharma, Shri Prabhakant Jain, Dr. Sushmita Parai, Mr. Subrat Singh, and our moderator for the session, Shri Shashank Rastogi. So, the third session, our third session today, is centered around the subject of what role can corporates and CSR play in supporting localization and realization of localized SDGs. So, really looking forward to this third session post-lunch. We have 5 panelists, and very quickly and very briefly, let me start the introduction. I'm going to start with Dr. Shagun Sabharwal on our extreme left. She is the Asia Program Director for Co-Impact. She leads the Co-Impact program strategy and grant making not only in India but across the entire Asian region. She is a social policy and development leader with demonstrated experience building partnerships for achieving use of evidence and policy. She's deeply passionate about creating a world full of opportunities that enable leadership, particularly of women and young girls. And over the years, she has led several different portfolios supporting governments to work towards evidence-based solutions. Our next panelist is Dr. Sushmita Parai. Ma'am, welcome. She's Senior Manager with the Tata Trusts, and her work experience covers strategic program development, aligning particularly with what we are here discussing today, SDGs, in collaboration with government, with non-government, corporate partners. So, जो सरकार समाज बाजार की जो हम बात कर रहे हैं उस पर आप काम करती हैं और as a qualified veterinarian, she pioneered in bringing science and technology for the benefit of marginalized farmers to increase their income and food security. तो आपने कई अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं के साथ में काम किया है. वर्तमान में आप, जैसा मैंने कहा, आप टाटा ट्रस्ट में सीनियर मैनेजर के पद पर कार्यरत हैं. हमारे अगले पैनलिस्ट श्री सुब्रत सिंह जी हैं. आपका स्वागत है सुब्रत जी. आप एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर हैं फाउंडेशन फॉर इकोलॉजिकल सिक्योरिटी और 27 वर्षों से ज़्यादा आपका अनुभव महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे, उदाहरण के तौर पर ज़मीन के मुद्दे, पानी के मुद्दे, नेचुरल रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, कम्युनिटी गवर्नेंस, पॉलीसेंट्रिक गवर्नेंस, पब्लिक पॉलिसी, इन तमाम चीज़ों पर आप काम करते हैं. सुब्रत जी, आपका आज के इस तीसरे सत्र में स्वागत है. हमारे जो चौथे पैनलिस्ट हैं श्री राजू शर्मा, आप डायरेक्टर एंड हेड ऑफ कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एट इंटरग्लोब एविएशन लिमिटेड, व्हाट वी नो एज इंडिगो एयरलाइंस. वहाँ पर आप सोशल इनिशिएटिव लीड करते हैं अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के इन एरियाज ऑफ चिल्ड्रन एंड एजुकेशन, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट, एनवायरनमेंट एंड हेरिटेज. आप ESG टास्क फोर्स जो इंडिगो संस्था की है उसमें आपका एक बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है और विशेष तौर पर अपनी संस्था में सस्टेनेबिलिटी एलिमेंट्स को कंपनी के अंदर और जो आपके पार्टनर्स हैं उनके साथ मिलकर आप उसको बढ़ाने का काम करते हैं. आपका 2 दशक से ज़्यादा का अनुभव है जिसमें आपने NGOs, INGOs, गवर्नमेंट कॉर्पोरेट के साथ में आपने काम किया है. हमारे 5वें लास्ट बट नॉट द लीस्ट श्री प्रभाकांत जैन जी हैं. आप हमारे 5वें पैनलिस्ट हैं. और आप जो हैं DS ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज़ में आप कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फंक्शन को लीड करते हैं, और DS ग्रुप जो है वो एक बड़ी लीडिंग FMCG ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है हमारे देश में। आपका जो अनुभव है वो स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग, पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेशन, प्रोग्राम डिज़ाइनिंग, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, तमाम ऐसे मुद्दों पर आपने काम किया है, और विशेष तौर पर पानी वाटर के सेक्टर में, लाइवलीहुड्स में आपका बड़ा काम रहा है। आपको कई जगह से आपको सम्मानित भी किया जा चुका है। अंततः गत्वा लास्ट ऑफ कोर्स नॉट द लीस्ट, शशांक रस्तोगी आप यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। आप इस पैनल को मॉडरेट करेंगे। आप ब्रिजस्पैन ग्रुप के प्रिंसिपल हैं, और वहाँ पर आप मुंबई बेस्ड हैं। वहाँ पर आप अपनी संस्था में, ब्रिजस्पैन ग्रुप में लीड करते हैं जो आपका रूरल प्रोस्पेरिटी का वर्टिकल है अब हमारे देश में, और इसी के साथ में पे व्हाट इट टेक्स इंडिया इनिशिएटिव को आप को लीड कर रहे हैं। ब्रिजस्पैन के माध्यम से आप देश की कई CSR संस्थाओं की मदद करते हैं, फिलैंथ्रोपिक फाउंडेशन के साथ आप काम करते हैं, NGOs के साथ में काम करते हैं। आपने कई किताबें भी लिखी हैं, आपने कई रिपोर्ट्स भी जो है आपने उनको को ऑथर किया है, focusing on good funding practices like bridging the gap on funding the true cost of NGOs in India, building strong resilient NGOs in India. ऐसे आपके कई सारे अनुभव हैं। I'm sure all of us are looking forward to this very invigorating session on the subject of what role can corporates and CSR play in supporting localization and realization of localized SDGs. Over to Shri Shashank Rastogi.
थैंक्स अ लॉट। सो सेशन से पहले मेरे को ब्रीफ दिया गया है कि लंच के बाद का सेशन है, फंडर्स को क्वेश्चन करना है और लोगों को जगाए रखना है। इतने कंस्ट्रेंट्स और इतना मुश्किल प्रॉब्लम है, ऐसा लग रहा है मैं NGO चला रहा हूँ। And to be honest, all like I apologize in case I offend someone with my sense of humor, but I'll have to do this, otherwise आप सब सो जाओगे। The other thing is when initially Sudhir reached out and said कि अच्छा moderate करोगे session, मैंने कहा नहीं। Then he said funders का है, मैंने कहा हाँ ये करते हैं। साल भर वो सवाल पूछते हैं, 1 घंटे में हमें सवाल पूछने का मौका मिलेगा। So with that, I'll get into a serious mode. I'll talk about like very interesting session. Thank you, Pradhan, and thank you, Axis Bank Foundation, for setting this up. Sunil Kumar ji mentioned in the morning that there's a long way to go. He talked about creating accountability towards the community, towards the local governments. Dr. Isaac talked about listening to the felt need and keeping it simple. These are easier said than done unless a set of partners who are along the way, a group of partners who are part of this journey with the NGO are not aligned to it. And that set of partners are the funders. So basically, to start the conversation, first I'll just give a structure. What I'm trying to do is I'll ask focused questions. I did some research on these people. I want to ask them a little more difficult questions. And then give you all 4 minutes each. There will be a signal at 3-minute mark for you to wrap up your answer. And then hopefully we'll have some time left and we can interact, we can go further deeper and get the enjoyment of grilling the funders. So with that, Raju, I would want to start with you. And so how conscious are funders about aligning the initiatives with SDGs? And then Dr. Isaac mentioned about the fact that you are taking a top-down approach, you're looking at numbers and then figuring out those things. So how does like focus of SDGs, which are typically looked at population level, national, state level, to the localization and the needs of community work out from the funder perspective?
Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar. Pehli baat, before I start the conversation within the short 3-4 minutes, I would like to wish a happy Diwali, peaceful Diwali to everybody. Let there be peace everywhere. Let there be less smoke, less fire, let peace. I think that's the most important thing that we all of us need today. Forget about donors, forget about non-donors, NGO partners. वो सब आएंगे, जाएंगे, रहेंगे, but what we need is lasting peace. With that note, I'd like to start my conversation. सुब्रत, पहली बात तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो बाइनरीज हम बना रहे हैं ना कि डोनर्स, नॉन डोनर्स, पार्टनर, ये NGO, सिविल सोसाइटी, I think it is time for us to step away from all of these definitions and work on truly a trust-based partnership which needs to be practiced right at all levels. And the responsibility starts with me. Responsibility starts with each one of us in this room. That is my personal and my personal ethos and personal belief system. Now, to answer your question, Subrat, how conscious are corporates about localizing the SDG? I dare say, ऐसा कौन सा corporate है who cannot be conscious of the SDGs and localizing it SDGs? No corporate, no company, no government, no civil society group can dare not localize the SDGs in this today's context. And why I'm saying that? In today's world, we have what I often call, what we have often studied, what we have often quoted are the 4 mega trends in the world. The first mega trend is climate change. You know, climate change has affected all of us extremely badly. We all know that. Scarcity of natural resources. Yeah, you agree to that? Scarcity of natural resources. Unmanageable pollution. Delhi में हम सबको पता ही है क्या हो रहा है. And last but not the least, inequality that's happening. ये सारे context को देखते हुए हर business को अपने business programs और अपने CSR interventions हो, अपने sustainable interventions हो, इनको ध्यान में रखते हुए they have to intervene the program. So gone are the days when any corporate can think of not localizing it or not daring about it. So I believe, I am of the firm belief that it is the need of this hour and it is required today that we have to localize it, and how it is to be done, I think it is a conversation that we can have in the whole. Or do you want me to continue?
Probably give some pointers because
For me, there are 4 or 5 points that my experiences tells me that how do we do that? First of all, understanding the local context. Whenever we have any kind of program, whether it is a business, whether it's a development program, whether it's a CSR context, you need to we all need to contextualize our programs down at the grassroots level. So, for example, when we plan from Delhi or when we plan from Bombay, are we only thinking about starting the business, or are we still only about starting community development programs around our units, around where we work, or are we thinking about equitable ways of working? If indeed we are thinking about equitable way of working, why does, I want to ask myself, why does the northeast of India receive less than 3% of the CSR funds in the entire country? Are we talking about equity? So therefore, there's something is difficult then. Something is not correct. So I think that contextualized understanding is very, very important. How do you engage stakeholders? Whether the stakeholders are from the panchayat, from the community members, whether from the government, civil society, media, groups such as these organizations, the stakeholder engagement is extremely critical. How do we strategize? How do we integrate the SHGs into our business, into the core business? Today, most companies have tried to integrate SHGs into their business streams. We have an ESG, we have an ESG framework, so it is not about only doing a CSR and forgetting about it. The whole country today, the whole progressive companies who are doing really well in terms of their socio-economic indicators, they have tried to enhance their businesses through the through the ESG lens. तो चाहे उनके प्रोक्योरमेंट पॉलिसीज हो, चाहे उनके HR पॉलिसीज हो, चाहे जो भी पॉलिसीज हो, दोज आर ऑल मेजर्ड अंडर ESG फ्रेमवर्क. और ये मैं प्रोग्रेसिव कंपनीज की बात कर रहा हूँ, कंपनीज दैट हैव सर्वाइव एंड दैट वांट्स टू ग्रो and that wants to make a positive impact in this country and in this world. Thirdly, employee engagement. That's a very important part of localizing SDG. How do you involve how do you involve our own employees into different aspects of the work? Then reporting and publishing the reports that how the company is managing. How transparent are the companies as far as their own reports are concerned? That is extremely critical. And one of the other pillar of localizing is CSR, the CSR projects that we all run. All progressive companies are required to design CSR programs in such a way that there is value creation at all levels. And last but not the least, how do we advocate for policy changes at the highest level by understanding, by learning, unlearning the programs from the field. I think these are some of the pointers that I would like to highlight as far as localizing SDG is concerned.
Thanks, Raju. And I wanted to bring Prabhakant here. You actually lead CSR for a very different kind of company, a company which may have higher dependencies with the rural communities as well. So, like the same question to you in terms of the consciousness of localization, or like, if I may put it in a different way, having more community centricity in the programs, and how do you bring that about?
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Pradhan for inviting me for such a wonderful and in-depth discussion. Basically, just let me take this discussion forward from where Raju has discussed about ESG. So CSR is actually just 2% of their profit, but their business impact is actually multiple times is quite higher as compared to the CSR investment. And across the world actually, and again the SDG is not only about 16, 17 goals, actually there are 169 targets. So SDG actually it's a very, very comprehensive agenda for all developing challenges. So if you are addressing any challenges, somehow you are addressing the SDG. As simple as that, is for me at least. If we are doing quality education work, for that is also addressing SDG. If you are basically working on water, again then you are addressing the SDG. So moving forward for that, actually, I would like to change the shift. Actually, this is not the donor and kind of thing. So CSR को कई बार हम लोग सिर्फ funding domain से देखते हैं, तो it's not like that actually. CSR is, for me actually, it's a corporate approach to addressing the social and environmental challenges. So जब I'm talking of the approach and strategy, so there's a deep thought behind the corporate. For example, a company like us, when we were discussing what kind of CSR should we implement, so we thought actually there are different stakeholders for us. So we realized that farmers are very important stakeholder. तो एक प्राइमरी स्पेक्ट्रम में दिखता नहीं है कि farmers एक company में कहाँ से involve हो रहे हैं, but we know that in our ecosystem, whatever we are actually processing, हर processing item के पीछे एक farmers community is engaged. For example, if we are into the catch spices, तो spices grow करने वाले farmers हैं. एंड फार्मर्स के जो चैलेंजेस हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप स्टडी करेंगे तो स्पाइसेस में देयर आर लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज बिकॉज ऑफ द क्लाइमेट चेंज. ये इश्यूज आ रहे हैं, तो ये इश्यूज सिर्फ फार्मर्स के नहीं है, दोज इश्यूज आर आल्सो इम्पैक्टिंग आवर बिजनेस आल्सो. सो अगर आप बिजनेस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखते हैं, देन आल्सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. फ्रॉम सोशल डेवलपमेंट परस्पेक्टिव से देखते हैं, देन आल्सो इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो वी एक्चुअली decided to work with the farmers, and then we realized that around 80-85% water in consuming in the agriculture sector. So then water is the very important, basically not only a resource, it's an economic tool for the farmers. So we designed a project called Creation of Water Economic Zone. So everywhere people are talking about the SEZ, Special Economic Zone, jobs create hongi, industry develop hogi. So we thought actually we should think about in a rural perspective, and we should focus on the water so that farmer can actually flourish and farmer can basically improve their livelihood based on that water. So initially that project was started for the marginalized community. We reached out to Udaipur, primarily with the tribals community, and that project still we are working, and now it's expanded into the 4 districts of Madhya Pradesh. And the other important aspect I would like to share about the shared value thing. We designed another project, we call it as a scale, sustainable and comprehensive agriculture for livelihood enhancement. This was the basically full form. So So that project actually is based on this specific commodity-driven farmer. So initially our thought was that we should work with the only marginalized farmer. We should not work with the large or medium farmer. What we realized actually they are also struggling because of these issues. For example, turmeric growing farmers erode. Generally they consider as a different kind of farmers, but still they are facing a lot of challenges. There are a lot of unfortunate news are coming from that side also. Similarly, areca growing farmers also in Karnataka, they have a lot of challenges, but people are not talking about because it looks like they are growing cash crop, but unke saath issues nahi honge. But there are a lot of issues are with them. They are also struggling because in sometime cash crop, there a lot of investment is there, and against the return, it's a very, very tricky situation for that. So we are working with that. We believe that whatever challenges they are facing, they are our challenges. वो challenge हमारे लिए भी उतने ही equally critical हैं. And now coming to this, our approach about the localization of SDGs. So I would like to, one this agenda, we are actually reaching out to the local problems. And we believe that solution come from the field only. So in our case, basically, jitne bhi hamare partners hain, and we also work with the Pradhan, so they can understand what kind of liberty they have in terms of the planning and execution. So when जब bottom to top जब planning होती है, जब grassroots पे detailed planning होती है और उसको अगर corporate accept करते हैं, so it's about the localization of SDG rather than कि corporate अपना agenda देके उसको implement करवाना चाहेगा, that may be the wrong approach. So we believe in that. So in that form, I would like to close my remark here. Thank you.
Thanks, Prabhakant. And both of you have made really relevant points about building trust, understanding the context. Raju, you talked about the change begins from me. I'll move on and I'll use Subrat in this panel as a counterweight. We have 4 funders, 1 NGO. Otherwise, ulta hi hota hai. एक फंडिंग अपॉर्चुनिटी होती है और 50 NGO होते हैं. तो Subrat, I wanted to talk about the same issue from an NGO perspective. Yeah. Completely agree, especially if that NGO is FES. So Subrat, I wanted to talk about the same issue, and we have what I would classify as Raju, you said, more progressive businesses or more progressive funders on the panel. But in the larger ecosystem, and FES works on issues which are not, they're related to the community, but not very obvious, not very intuitive on their relation to the community for an urban dweller like me. So how easy or how difficult is it for you to create that community centricity, that localization aspect, and convince the funders on that? And how do you go about doing that?
Thanks, Sashank. Thanks, Pradhan, for the opportunity. And yeah, it's a challenge being in this panel. But yeah, I just wanted to wanted to share what FES does primarily, and then what is the challenge that we face. We work largely on conserving or restoring natural resources, involving communities in governing these resources, as well as seeing that how economic opportunities, how this work can actually help in improving the economic opportunities for poor and poorer communities. And in doing so, we are the fundamental principles that we use is about commons and commoning. And that's a very difficult, I would say, thing to explain to everyone, or to at least in the initial stages of association with any partner organization, be it donor or even with district administration or government. But what we try and do is to, while that is a key principle that the organization tries to look at and work towards as a mission for itself, what we try and do is also to look at and break it up into components of what are the key components that we are working on, be it watershed, be it in the form of watershed development, regeneration, revegetation, governance kind of aspects, but and approach basically different donors on those terms initially. But as what we have seen over a period of time, there is much appreciation of the concept, and also to understand that this this kind of holistic kind of understanding is important. Also that when we are looking at this as a very complex kind of an issue, it requires working not and primarily when we are working on a difficult area like trying to look at how do we improve stewardship of communities over their resources and over their agenda. It is a very, I would say, a difficult issue even to quantify and convince any kind of in a project kind of term. But it is more I would say a challenge that we take it to ourselves to integrate programs and projects to actually help in a longer term benefits at the community level. And that is, I would say, one of the strategy that works out. But in many cases, say proof of concepts, visits from donors and supporters actually helps in bringing out that the nuances in what we do more clearly, so that the larger concept could be supported. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Subrat. So keeping this as a central tenet and not leaving it, it's like creating more immersion opportunities for funders and keeping at it, so that can help. I wanted to come to Shagun here. Shagun, Co-Impact is a very unique funder in the way you work. You are pretty flexible, you give large grants, but at the same time, your theory of change is to bring about systems change and look at key levers which can bring transformative impact. And would that be at loggerheads with like the community-centric approach or the localization approach that we are discussing?
Yeah, thanks a lot for this question. So, and thanks a lot to Pradhan and the organizers for inviting me. So I think what I would say, and also just building on what everyone has said, I think what is very important from a co-impact perspective is that the expertise of the changes that we want to bring about, because ultimately we are all here because we want to see some kind of a change in the positive sense, but that change, who is it for? And how much are those people involved in that change-making process, right? So for Co-Impact, we are really a lot about this perspective around philanthropy. And the idea is that philanthropy is not really there to even come in and do things that governments are supposed to do, because there's no way we can compete with the resources that are available to the public systems, right? So at Co-Impact, we talk about system change, and there are public systems, there are market systems, there are community systems. We are primarily, our theory of change is that when expertise that is on the ground, through the non-profit, through the communities themselves, if that expertise can come and work to make the systems better, to make the systems that work for the people better, then true and lasting change can happen. Otherwise, whatever we may try to do will just be a small piece, or it will just be the tip of the iceberg. So that's the first principle. So for us, it is very program partner centric. It is the fact that we don't have a strong point of view that this is what needs to happen. The partners themselves know what's on the ground. Now to your question, I personally think that if we take a step back, what are these SDGs, right? SDGs are meant to provide a framework, a goal post that that globally everyone can agree on, right? And I have personally a background in research, and what we know is that when we are trying to do something which is very complex, but research and measurement is all about making it simple. simplifying it so that you can track it, measure it. But that comes at odds because the reality that you're trying to change is so complex, so multidimensional. So SDGs really provide that window where all different types of countries and stakeholders are now signing in on and saying that we will look into this, right? But that's just the beginning point. After that, how does that get translated in a way that works for everyone is where we are seeing all of this process happening. Now to your question, I don't think those two things are at loggerheads. Simply because there are organizations, you know, Pradhan being a good example, FES being another example, that who are actually trying to get these voices of these people, trying to give these people a seat on the table so that they can not just be people who are receiving some development, but can actually be the agents of change themselves and say, this is my perspective. So in the morning, Dr. Thomas Isaac said this very good line that the lived experience cannot compete with the data, etc. Now data is obviously needed at that macro level, but so how do we bring, like how does this all aggregate up in a way that's systematic? And I think there are organizations, so for co-impact, of course, every organization is important. The smaller organizations that are just starting out, that are doing very niche work are also important, but that's not in our wheelhouse. We typically look for organizations that can make systems better, that can leverage like what FES is trying to do, right? Make the communities take ownership of these commons and be a part of that, setting that agenda. So far we have been very impressed, especially in India, with the number of organizations that are our program partners that are doing such wonderful work, which is at the right cusp of systems change, but also communities.
And does that mean that there are certain capacities or capabilities that the organizations need to build beyond like serving the community manner? And what's your point of view on that?
So I do think that one of the big things that comes out all the time is impact. Okay, what's your impact? And impact can be looked at in many different ways. But I think this ability to measure and track, for example, so what we call as LME, and it's used in many different ways, those are things that we do encourage the organizations to invest in, not just so that they can tell their stories better, but so that they become tools for their own learning to know how we are doing and what we are doing. And many times this LME gets perceived as, oh my God, another big thing, let me bring a consultant on board, but how can they take ownership of that? So that's one, but there are some other types of, so for co-impact, it's not just funding, we also provide tools, etc., to help them really kind of build this systems thinking. So systems thinking is not just, oh, this is a problem my organization is trying to solve for this problem, but what is the system of today? Where are you a small piece in this big system? And what would you like the system to be tomorrow? So we have modules on this. We have a lot of tools and frameworks that we provide to our partners. So that's what we do.
Sure. Sorry, I still want to stay with you because just one thing more is about the fact that India being such a complex country, the needs of the community can change within a 100-kilometer radius, which means that the kind of the approach, the thinking, the way of working that you're talking about needs to be far more decentralized in that way. So is that also something that you focus on?
Yes, so I think that if you will now look, I mean, we don't have enough time, but if I look at the portfolio of organizations that we have been supporting, they all actually are having a decentralized model in and of themselves. Right, so which also say that there is something at the back of the mind. So we first of all try not to go in for the typical INGO. So it is local, it is very much local centric. But like you said, not every organization that's local is big enough to have that systems thing. They may not have inroads into the government, etc. Yeah. But we have been very fortunate to have partners that follow a very decentralized, like, you know, Subrat is right here, Pradhan is here, we have so many other programs, like we talked about ultra poverty in Bihar, the Jivika initiative. So Co-Impact has been funding JPAL, has been funding Bandhan Konagar. So that's a model, and there are many organizations like that.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. And I'll let you off the hook now. So I'll move to Sushmita. Sushmita, Tata Trust has been the OG, like the original grant maker, original promoter of NGOs, if I may say so. And you work with hundreds of NGOs across the country. So how does this aspect of localization while keeping an eye on SDG work out for Tata Trust?
Thank you very much, Shashank, for the question. And I would like to first begin with acknowledging all my seniors and colleagues in this room with whom, who held my hand and opened the entire development sector to me. And I thank Tata Trust for the opportunity for choosing me to be in the panel today because as Raju said, I trust, when I represent trust, I am amongst you, I was with you, I am with you. So there's actually no divide as such as who is donor and it's all a beautiful rainbow and we are trying to do a good work and each one of us is playing a different role. So yeah, I do not see a distinction there and I don't think trust sees a distinction there. And trust has always had, it believes in building resilient communities and together. So when you say of localizing the SDGs and how trust works, so if you see trust works pan-India, it supports all organizations and like in the beginning of the sessions people said, it's felt need of the community. So trust believes the organizations who are working directly in the geography, in the local domain, who are aware of what that Didi or Dada needs, what the situation over there. If trust is able to support those organizations, it believes it is actually helping in bringing about the SDGs at local level because the people are there and the solution provider, like they all are together working with each other. So I think trust very well, believes in it and does it. And from Shagun's, the thing of also trust believes in research-based policy influencing. So bringing sectoral changes, which is also required. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Sushmita. Back to a difficult question with Subrat. So Subrat, the funders talked about capacity building of NGOs. Is there a need for capacity building of funders in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I think when I was speaking earlier, I was saying that it definitely takes time, especially in the context that we are working and in the issues that we are working, to understand this in a holistic manner. It does take time. Initially, while the concept might be simple as part of the project proposal, project development kind of thing, but as it gets rolled out on the ground, and as a program or as an NGO, it is not like one works isolatedly on a particular project. They work with the government, they work with different stakeholders within that thing, and therefore the outcomes that are coming in is not as a result of just the project alone, but about what is the kind of engagement of different stakeholders in that process. And understanding that and understanding the change and understanding the outcomes that evolves out of such processes is an important part. And I think looking at it just from a project perspective or from the metric of project perspective is, I would say, is a limited, might have a limited outcome, but the outcome actually on the ground is much larger than what exactly is reported or is visible. And that understanding is, I think, appreciating that understanding and appreciating that the complexity in complexity and in the situation as well as in the engagement, and seeing it as a whole is an important component. That is what I would like to add here.
Raji, you want to add?
Though I am on the so-called donor side, I'd like to respond to this. And I want to be extremely candid here. And I believe that capacity building is required, both at the donor end and both at the NGO end. Therefore, right at the beginning of the conversation, I said that the binaries of this donor, donor, and what? NGO, civil society, all that has to go. The learning has to happen at both ways. Do you think, as a donor in Indigo, I will understand all the states, all the communities in India? I will be a fool to understand that. I don't understand. I'm telling you here. What do? I learn from my partner. I have learned extremely from Pradhan. I have learned from FES. I learned from each one of you in the room. And what stops you from learning from me? Corporates bring brilliant management aspects. Civil society groups, NGOs bring brilliant innovations. This is what the marriage has to happen. The brilliance of the civil society group, the brilliance of the corporate has to happen, and each group has to learn from each other. There is no shy in saying that I need to learn from each one of you, and similarly. So I think that's something which needs to be completely clear. I don't want to beat around the bush. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Raju. And please.
It's a very actually interesting topic. And I'm very much aligned with the Raju's word that capacity building is required both end. But एक concept है इसको बहुत अच्छे से समझना जरूरी है कि CSR is not just a funding. ये actually बहुत wrong perception है development sector में कि NGOs are expecting corporates के पास CSR money है, इसको just उनको देना है. We are accountable towards MCA. आपको शायद actually it's really difficult to understand from the NGO perspective कि what kind of complexity is there behind CSR. It has to be reported into very detailed manner. We have to submit the each and every detailed which partner, even now partners are also registered under the MCA. They have also got the CSR Form 1. So now this MCA is very, very aggressive towards the CSR funding. So CSR actually is a compliance. If it is a compliance, it has to be spent in a very, very precise manner. It has to be very, very process driven. So that we need to understand, number one. The second part, NGOs and corporates both are from the extreme corner. NGOs feel that actually we know the community, we know how to address the issues, and corporates feel that actually this is our money, it should be spent according to me at the top level. And professional like me, Raju, and any other CSR head, they are basically bridge between both of them. So we need to understand their perspective also, we need to understand their perspective also. We have to actually bring both of them together. Then we can implement the successful, impactful CSR project. So it's a very difficult task that we have to manage. I think you must.
Somebody spoke about lived experience today. I have a lived experience. Like in all my 20 years of experiences, when I have met few NGO partners, आपका प्रोग्राम कैसा चल रहा है? बढ़िया चल रहा है. यहाँ तक तो मेरे को ठीक रखता है. जब वो बोलते हैं बहुत बढ़िया चल रहा है, then I got worried. Seriously, I get worried. When I go to the villages, what happens is that there is a lot of problem that happens in the data management at the grassroots level. Okay, data comes from the state level, data comes from the national level of the NGOs, but where is that base data managed? That is the most authentic data. When the data is managed at the micro level, at the village women's household, or at the unit level, that's the most. Who is verifying that data? How is that data coming to the corporate to be reported to the ministry? That is very, very extremely important. So I'm saying that doesn't mean that we leave smaller organizations. Everybody cannot have the capacity. Capacity building of the communications, capacity building of writing, capacity building of communicating not at the best of the English, but in simple terms which is to be understood by all parties. These things are very, very critical at this point in time, because as he rightly said, all corporates are also responsible for this. It's a shareholder's money. It's not the corporate's money as such. It's the shareholder's money which one is looking at. Therefore, there are certain duties, roles and responsibilities that need to be done by each of the parties, whichever side of the table you are sitting on. And lastly, having said that, as one of the responsibilities that we donors have is that we need not only look at the big INGOs or the NGOs as such. There is a responsibility for us also to groom and nurture smaller NGOs that are working today, fantastic work at the grassroots level. They are finding the best solutions there. How do we rope them us along with the CSR partners? Maybe we have a concept in Indigo, we have a concept of a mother NGO tending to smaller NGOs and all of that. There can be innovation. If the attitude is right, we can reach out to all. So I rest my case, so to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Raju. And very interesting point if I combine both your points. Basically, what right now the situation is that the corporate leadership is at one extreme, the NGO leadership may be on the other extreme, and the right solution is to look at this, as Raju, you said, it's not a binary, it's a partnership, it's one entity together. And that difficult role falls on the CSR head in a way. And I think that empathy towards CSR professionals may go a long way. Sorry. So empathy is definitely very important, and for Sushmita and Shagun, I wanted to pick one statement that Subrat made. When he was talking about the complexity, he said, when you are working in a community-centric approach, there are far more complexity, and the onus of converting that complex approach into projects which can get funded falls on the NGO, which seems to be a very difficult task. So people with your kind of experience, can you share how can that burden be shared by funders of like either looking at it in the whole complexity or helping break it down into a manageable piece? So Sushmita, you want to go first or Shagun, you?
Okay. Yes, definitely problems are complex. And to take a step towards that is, I think at Trust what we are now doing is, co-creation. So a co-creation gives an opportunity where, like Raju said, there's a lot to learn from the corporate way of working, so the management skills, M&E skills, and then from the ground, the felt need and the complexity of the problem. So co-creation where there's mutual respect for each other, there's no up and down or hierarchy, but we all are partners in this together. I think that gives the space to create, platform to address these complex issues, as well as it gives empathy to extend the timeline and not, 24 months, 36 months, but to empathize with it and to understand that, yes, the solutions may not come in 36 months. So we have that scope and that understanding, and we built it together that, yes, there's another phase coming to it. We will track it and see how it's going and then move forward. Yeah, if that helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Shagun?
Yeah, I mean, I would completely agree with what Sushmita just said. So I think at Co-Impact, in fact, we now have this model where we start off with a design grant, which is a smaller size grant that we give for 1 year to the potential program partner, and we provide them with tools, etc., that I mentioned, and then we kind of co-create, we become on this journey where again the partner is on the driver's seat, but we come in, we give our suggestions, we also encourage them to bring on a coach. A coach is someone that's not someone who's like a consultant who's just writing the thing for them, but someone who will ask them tough questions, who will nudge them back, etc. And we find that a lot of our program partners have really appreciated this design phase and the opportunity it gives them to really relook at their entire strategy, right? And after this design phase, then we come in with that flexible money, which is more longer term. But now that program partner has a vision, it's a strategy which they say for 5 years, this is what we want to do. And part of it Co-Impact is giving. So you are kind of flipping the NGO going from funder to funder, responding to RFPs, to saying now, this is what I feel is going to make a difference, this is what's going to transform the lives of people, and can the donors come and support us? So that is something that we think is really important. Having said that, I do want to acknowledge that while we want to say that we are all one community and one world, the power asymmetry does exist. Ultimately, who has the checkbook and the person who is wanting, whether we like it or not, they would try and take up any suggestion that we give, even if that suggestion doesn't make sense, right? So to break that culture, I think the onus is on the funders to really go all out and make them understand, because ultimately the program partners do feel that they must accommodate the vision and the wishes of the funders to some extent, right? So, and for us, and the other thing I would say is that this thing that Subrat said, how do you then convey the work that you are doing? We also then have to convey to someone else, right? So the other way that we try to do is that if your prospectus or strategy document is really big, then we take up that load of putting it into a 2 or 3 page recommendation memo, because they won't have the time to read through the whole thing, right? So it is in a way something that we are all working, but my takeaway is the more involved and engaged the funders are in this journey, and I agree there are resource constraints, you can't always be, usually donors are very small, we have very, very small teams. But the more you can do it, the better the outcome is for everyone.
Subrat, any last words?
No, just to add to what Shagun said, is I think the process that Co-Impact we had worked with on the program, I think it allows a lot of scope to understand, to actually create a much better programmatic action for a longer period of time. And I think the only aspect that I wanted to add is the effort that goes in such programs is something that different other partners also have to believe in and to support that concept as it is. But every time, if I take that concept, saying that this is something, this is a strategic plan for 5 years or 10 years, not many donors would accept that same program as a design. But that is something that one needs to work on. I would not say this is an onus on any one to actually say that, okay, this is what has to be accepted, because each one has their own objective and own objectives to meet, and that is something that we need to bring in a way that how we can work on that. And while like the SDGs is more of a holistic thing which everyone might agree to, but always it is something like we can support this component because of the sectoral nature of the work, both for donors as well as for NGOs.
So we are almost at time, so I just wanted to thank all of you. I think quite a lot of takeaways, looking at SDGs as a framework to simplify a very complex situation, but not making them the way to go about doing things. And having that empathy, that trust, that approach of collaboration between the funder and the NGO, that can really help us in localization of SDGs, the message that I take. One message I have for Pradhan is, like, as a consultant, we do pattern recognition. What I can recognize as a pattern is progressive funders have experience in development sector. So you're creating human resources for the development sector. Maybe you should also start thinking of placing people in funding organizations now.
So the funding scenario in India, so just to add on here, the funding scenario in India in the last 5-10 years, particularly after 2014 when the bill came into being, it has changed dramatically. If you see earlier, it was a time of Oxfams and American India Foundations or other funding agencies. Now it's kindly shifted. So I think as we progress, as we go, there will be a lot of learnings and unlearnings that happens. Like today what has happened is also a contribution of these kind of forums initiated by Pradhan and Access Foundation and all of that. I think if the binaries are of donors and these things are diffused as much, I think there is a lot of work that together people can do.
Thanks a lot, Raju, and thank you everyone for hearing us out.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashank, and thank you to each panel member for the insightful discussion. On behalf of Axis Bank Foundation and Pradhan, we would like to facilitate our speakers, and for that I would like to invite Bala on stage. Samagam is a joint initiative of Axis Bank of Foundation and Pradhan, supported by Niti Aayog and CII Foundation. No, we had served a good food. With this, we are moving to our next session, which is about PRI CBO collaboration to achieve LSDGs. For that, I would like to invite on stage Professor Ramesh Chandji, member Niti Aayog, Ms. Usha Rani, lead IBCB, SI and Social Development and HR in Day NRLM, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. Mr. Sajid Sukumaran, Chief Operating Officer, Kudumshri. Mr. Libby Johnson, Executive Director, Gram Vikas. Mr. Saroj Kumar Das, Capacity Building Expert in apologies for the wrong designation. Mr. Das is an ex-additional director, SIRD and Panchayati Raj. Before starting the discussion, I would like to take some time to introduce to our speakers. So starting with Ramesh Chand sir, he's a member in Niti Aayog and he in the rank and status of a Union Minister of State. He has a PhD in agriculture economics. His work has been in policy formulation for the agriculture sector for the past 2.5 decades. Prior to his joining Niti Aayog, he was director in National Institute of Agriculture Economics and Policy Research. Sir was supposed to join in tomorrow's session, but due to some pre-engagement, he agreed to come and join this panel discussion. For that, we really thank you, sir. Ms. Usha Rani has over 3 decades of experience in conceptualizing and implementing large-scale community-based development programs focusing on institution and human capacity building, microfinance, livelihoods, and other related verticals. Ma'am has been instrumental in policy advocacy, capacity building, and networking initiative of self-help movement in India. Mr. Sukumaran has more than 25 years of experience in the social development sector. He had worked with the government of Kerala as coordinator of its e-governance project, which computerized the local governments in Kerala after the state did a massive decentralization starting in 1997. Since 2017, he has been leading Kudumshri's program across India in its capacity as a national resource organization for the National Rural Livelihood Mission. Mr. Johnson has led large-scale impactful poverty eradication efforts in his nearly 3 decades of social development work with non-profits and governments in India. Mr. Johnson has been instrumental in setting up a national resource organization for the government of Kerala to adopt experiences and lessons from Kerala to other states under the National Rural Livelihood Mission of the Government of India. Mr. Das is a keen planner with expertise in project appraisal, monitoring and evaluation of program. He works with international agencies, namely UNDP, UNICEF, UN Women, UNFPA, and various departments of ministry and state union government level. With this, and also last but not the least, the moderator of this panel is Mr. Anoop Nautiyal. He is the founder of the Social Development for Communities Foundation. And briefing about Anoop is a social worker and a community leader in Uttarakhand who founded SDC Foundation, a Dehradun-based not-for-profit engaged in climate and environmental conservation, sustainable urbanization, and solid and plastic waste management. Anoop has vast experience of working in the development, government, and corporate sector. With this, I would like to invite Anoop on the podium and
Thank you very much, Shikha. And we've had a full day today, of course, as we all know. So this particular fourth session today is on the subject of PRI CBO conversions. And I'm, of course, humbled to be asked by Pradhan to be moderating this session. Before I welcome our esteemed panelists here, I would like to as a part of my own research, for this session, I was looking at the 2023 UN report of Sustainable Development Goals, and I found some very, very powerful and very sobering words which are attributed to Mr. Antonio Guterres, who's the 9th Secretary General of the United Nations. So I just thought and I felt that in fact, in the overall scheme of things, where he says that halfway to the deadline of the 2030 agenda, the SDG Progress Report Special Edition shows we are leaving more than half the world behind. Progress, of course this is global, this is not for India, but progress on more than 50% of targets of the SDGs is weak and insufficient. On 30%, it has stalled or gone into reverse. These include key targets on poverty, hunger and climate. Unless we act now, the 2030 agenda, and these are, this really hit me, the 2030 agenda could become an epitaph for a world that might have been. So, as I said, I just felt that it could be perhaps, good to start with this. So, sir and ma'am, I would like to gently bring to your notice that we have 1 hour on the higher side. If we can finish earlier, we'll try and do that. It's not necessary that we have to be here for 60 minutes. First, we were thinking that, we'll do maybe 2 questions, but maybe we can tweak a little bit. Let's leave it at 1 question each with a ballpark limit of 6 to 7 minutes for each of your answers. I have a young colleague here, Monica, who's helping with the, Mohini, who's helping with the time management, and she will just show you a small, like a card or something. So as Shikha mentioned, sir, very happy. I'm speaking to Professor Ramesh Chand, sir, that आपने कल आना था, लेकिन आप आ जाए, उसके लिए आपका आभार. Sir, I would like to actually start with you. In fact, ask you 2 questions in 1 question itself. And the first question is more of a macro question. It goes, I think, more than the subject of PRI and CBO. And the larger question is that since you're a member at Niti Aayog, how does Niti Aayog look at the entire subject of localization of SDGs, which is what is the largest subject of this 4th Samagam of Pradhan and the Axis Bank Foundation? So that is question number 1. And number 2, which is more relevant to the PRI CBO conversions, given your own background as a distinguished agriculturist, given your vast experience in that field, how can the PRI CBO conversions help to facilitate increase in incomes in the farm sector, sir? So these are, as I said, 2 questions rolled into 1 for you, sir.
Thank you, Nautiyalji. You see, if you look at SDGs, there are two dimensions of SDG. One is that each country need to create sort of macro environment, need to provide some sort of resources, prepare a framework for achieving these SDGs. So as far as these things are concerned, the responsibility rests with the union government, with whatever organization they designate, like now they have designated Niti Aayog. So that is one part of SDG. Second is that making use of that policy, making use of resources, making use of whatever scheme or mechanism is created, we need to act on ground. Because SDG targets are not seeking what is your fiscal deficit. They are looking at how many people are hungry there. So when you look at the indicator or measurement of SDG, it goes to ground level. Any kind of thing, be it hunger, be it health, be it equality, everywhere you just find that it goes to the household level, it goes to ground level, it goes to say sea, water bodies, which are all at ground level. So as in some cases we say think globally, act locally. So in this particular case also, that you think at macro level, but act at disaggregate level, which is village level, town level, mohalla level, work, undertaking work there. In fact, when these SDGs started, I participated in some meeting in UN also. I have been participating mainly in terms of food-related activity, but sometimes even for SDG also they consult me. I was of the view that even the choice of indicator should not be decided at the level of UN. It should be left to the concerned country, what kind of indicator they choose. Even in Niti Aayog, initially, I developed indicators which were different than what were the indicators given by UN body, for the simple reason that you gave those indicators at international level, keeping some common parameter in mind. But when you come down at country level, there are country specificity, there are country circumstances, which require that if you develop some indicator which is around the goal, 16, 17 goals, but which is specific to that country. So that was the intention, but it didn't happen. So everybody's, all countries are required to report their progress on whatever parameter is given to them by the UN body. Like other day, where I met Pradhan representative in a discussion on SDG. I was not scheduled to participate in this conference. I came unplanned. So it was there only that she requested me to please come 2 days back. So this is how, out of the respect I'm having for work of Pradhan, that I just came, even though it was unplanned for me. That different studies using a particular parameter arriving at conclusion. For example, in Kerala, 30% people are hungry, or in UP, 50% people are hungry. That is the concept which has come from somewhere. What is perception of people of hunger? See, it's very different that you are using some nutrition related indicator which is not linked to cultural factor and other kind of factors, because of which you find a lot of confusion happened. That confusion relates to so many things. It also relates to India's food transition, dietary transition, that what happened in rest of the world that is not happening in India. Rest of the world, you just find that when food production improve, per capita income improve, per capita intake of cereal also increased. But in India it is not increasing. Either it is stagnant or it is declining. But you don't find any explanation in nutrition study, etc., etc. I could find some explanation in work of one French anthropologist, Frederick Lendy, who explained it in terms of culture of India and why in India the food transition is different than the kind of transition which is witnessed by almost all other countries. So I was just mentioning these points that if country are different reason according to their cultural context, according to their specificity, was allowed to tweak a little bit, we could then better capture our failure and our success. Coming to this farm sector, this PRI and CBO means community-based organization.
Yes.
Community-based organization. You see, PRI situation in our country also varies a lot. PRI in South working in different way than in North. Lot of variation we are just observing. But over time, the role of public, this Panchayati Raj institution, initially when I was a child, the loudspeaker will be operated from the house of Pradhan, mentioning about what kind of announcement relate to agriculture. But over time, at least in North India, I just observed, panchayats have no interest in agriculture. Panchayats are getting more engaged in terms of what money comes and how they spend. They take most of the interest in those kind of things. That doesn't mean that everywhere panchayats are like this. There is a lot of variation. But I want to say that over time, if you look at the way panchayats have evolved, especially after that 73rd Amendment, the way panchayats have evolved, village society totally now divided on political line, factionalism, and so many things. And collective welfare of village by panchayat has become a victim to those kind of things. So we need to do something if we can, that panchayat take more interest in agriculture, more interest in farming, which is the principal activity, which is India as a whole. 1/3 of economic activity in rural India is still agriculture. 1/3 of rural income still come from agriculture. 2/3 come from non-agriculture. So because of that, because agriculture still remain dominant activity in rural India, and in terms of employment, it is not 1/3, it is more than 60%. We need some kind of organization. So I feel that that is why that since role of panchayat got diluted, community-based organization emerged to occupy that space. I feel that if panchayat were playing that role, there was no need for community-based organizations. So since these organizations have emerged to occupy that space, I do not find strong reasons necessarily for them to collaborate. Nor do I feel that if they do not collaborate, the success of program will not happen, since community-based organizations are target-driven. They work for a particular purpose. If it is an NGO, it takes resources for particular purpose, and then they follow that kind of resources. And mandate of panchayat now reduced to economic development and social justice, but very little interest with panchayat for economic development. It is interest in development that involve resources, making village road, drainage, some other building. Most of their interest now goes in those kind of things. Very little in doing things for agriculture.
All right, sir. In fact, sir, just to, because we couldn't, of course, share the entire context of, this, of Samagam 2023. So as far as Pradhan is concerned, the whole focus is on strengthening the triumvirate of Sarkar, Samaj and Bazar. And that is what, has been, the discussion during the entire day. And even in earlier Samagams, that how can, different institutions from the government, from civil society, from the corporate sector collaborate. So in that sense, sir, CBOs have an extremely crucial, critical role to play when it comes to, let's say, the strengthening of the PRI sector itself. So that is one takeaway, sir. The other thing that, at least listening to you, the sense that I got is that, of course, as you mentioned factually also, that even though today this PRI CBO space is not so much dominated by the agricultural discourse or by agricultural activities, but therein lies an opportunity. So since it is lacking, there is an opportunity for this particular space to evolve and develop over a period of time. Sir, before we proceed any further, I just wanted to ask you, do you need to leave at 4:30, or we'll be very happy if you could be here for... Wonderful, sir, wonderful. So we'll go ahead and Mr. Das, before I come to you, I'll ask ma'am a question and then we'll come to you. Ma'am, given your very, very long experience, आपका कितना लंबा अनुभव है, how do you see the immense power of women's collectives and women-friendly panchayats? हम women-friendly panchayats की बहुत बात करते हैं PRI, CBO space में. What results have you seen, and what more, of course, since we all want to progress and do more, आपको क्या लगता है कि हम और ज़्यादा क्या इस क्षेत्र में हो सकता है?
I would like to thank Pradhan for inviting me for this Samagam. Regarding this question, actually, how I am actually seeing is both the organizations, that is the PRIs, and when I am talking about the CBOs, as my experience is more related to the SHGs and their federations, so I am confining to that. So if you see both the SHGs and its federations and PRIs, they share common vision and also goals. So the PRIs basically they focus on the economic development and also the social justice and also upliftment. And also it is trying to actually facilitate decentralized governance and also decision making process and other things. And if you see the SHGs also by the major role, and in the recent past if you see, they are also actually focusing on the poverty alleviation, and also they are focusing on enhancing the quality of life of the poor people. And by design itself, there are some elements in the SHGs and its federations, especially on the decentralized governance, decision making process, so, and also transparency and accountability. So in DNRLM, actually, after realizing the potential of the PRIs and also the SHG federations, ma'am was there during that time, Sharda ma'am. In 2013, after taking the experiences from Kutumbashri, with the support of Kutumbashri, we have actually started some of the pilots. So those pilots have given a lot of experiences. I will come to little later. If you see these 9 themes in the LSGDs, today, because earlier, before 2000, the role of SHGs were more into the microfinance. Currently, the role has changed. So out of these 9 themes, in fact, SHGs can play a very important role on 7 themes. Directly, that is what I am actually able to see. And field level also, those are the learnings that are coming up. So currently in the DNRLM, we are actually adapting 2 approaches for nurturing this PRI CBO convergence and the collaboration. One is a kind of a very intensive kind of an approach. So in that we call it as intensive PRI CBO convergence approach. The second one is the extensive approach, where in 2015 Government of India mandated participation of SHGs in the GPDP. That we call it as extensive approach. So in the intensive approach from 2013 onwards, with the support of Kutumbashree, we have actually piloted PRI CBO convergence pilots across the country. In 15 states we have conducted, and around 72 districts and 145 blocks we have done. And in this, actually the major focus was actually creating the awareness among the CBOs on the roles and responsibilities of the PRIs, and how the women SHGs can participate in the Gram Sabhas, and also how they can access their rights and entitlements. And there are no external studies actually done for this intensive approach, but Kutumbashree has done an internal study in some of the states that has given a very clear findings. There is a increased Gram Sabha participation of the women. In some states it was increased up to 90%, but on an average, if you can see, 60 to 70%. And in very recently, with the MOPR in the meeting, when Vijayanand sir came also, it was also showing there is an increase. And the second thing what we have actually very clearly observed was, earlier in the GPDP process, the majority of the plans are related to infrastructure. But after involvement of the SHGs, what happened was the plans, there is a change, more focus on the livelihoods, and also in the recent past we have included the social development also. So that is where in fact these findings are coming out very clearly. And if you see in some of the states, especially as this study is 2 states, from that 2 states, 200 leaders who locally we have developed, they have actually become members of the panchayats also. So that way political empowerment is also happening through this process. So through the extensive approach, and in the recent past, last 4-5 years, we are closely working with MOPR, and now MOPR is also very much convinced, and both Ministry, MORD and MOPR, we are continuously working, and we are trying to actually develop a continuous system where the SHGs can participate. That is where from this year onwards, we are universalizing PRI CBO convergence across the country I think in 3 phases over a period of 5 to 6 years. So we will be able to do. So this is one aspect. The second aspect, what we are trying to do as part of strengthening of these SHGs, we are actually focusing on the gender aspects and also on the health and nutrition related aspects. In the gender, actually, we are developing an institutional mechanisms where Panchayat Raj PRIs and also the SHG federations at the VO level, they are coming together working on various gender related issues and also on the women related issues. So what I see, there are challenges. It will take long time, but it is possible. So with that hope, I think 5-6 years, we can see that kind of a change in the country.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. So we have only, in fact, 7 years left before 2030 comes. Mr. Das, my question to you is that, since you have such a long experience, how do you, in your own experience, in your very, very long experience, how do you see the ministries of Panchayati Raj, rural development, ma'am also mentioned those departments, even women and child development. How do you look at all these ministries working in the PRI CBO domain? In fact, also positives, and of course where there are challenges, I'm sure there are many challenges as well. So if you can just throw light on what changes, what key trends, what strengths, what lacunas, what problems have you witnessed? So I think, that is what we would like to know from you.
Thank you. It's a really great pleasure to be part of this great learning event. And I unlearn myself to learn many things. So also with you all. 2 things, the question of voice and choice. And the Pradhan Samagam, Sarkar, Bajar and Samaj. ये 2 choice voice ना, ये तीनों में ही है. ये तीनों में ये choice voice जो है ना, इसको हम देखना पड़ेगा. I am told we have 6-7 years to go. But I will take a cue from the
keynote speakers address, we have to be impatient and have a sense of urgency. That's the one of the keynote address. Hopefully, Durvisa ma'am made a observation. And second keynote address, 3 A's: availability, accessibility, and affordability. This is also why I tell all these things, because I have a point to make PRI CBO, how it is important and how the ministry, both 3 ministries are really doing the women's job, wonderful job. And the one more cue I'll take from one more statement: engendering the development will be possible through women-friendly GP and more importantly through the PRI CBO convergence. So this convergence is really a platform where both the voice and choice can be given to voiceless as well as choiceless through your participatory planning or through the community engagement. And interestingly, we are 122 ranked among the 163 countries. We have a score of 63.45 out of 100, and we need to be much more aggressive. Yes, aggressive is our brand word. We are going in a big way. So also the ministry. Here the question is that with the 14th Finance Commission, I was strongly, very passionately engaged with all the very big people sitting over here with whom I feel privileged to work. The 14th Finance Commission grant was something wonderful thing which really strengthened the Panchayat Raj institution more than even the 73rd constitutional amendment. This is my submission. 73rd constitutional amendment gave a statutory recognition, but the real power given by the 4th Finance Commission grant, either through the state government or of the union government. So here with this Finance Commission grant, we had a wonderful space given to the Panchayat at least to think on this. Yes, it's an implementing agency. They have more powers, statutory functions, functions mandatory as well as optional. They were more to the implementing functions. So question here is that once the GPDP started with the Finance Commission grant and with the MORD anchored VPRP, Village Poverty Reduction Plan, later on it is Village Prosperity Resilience Plan, and it has 4 components. If you look into, because it's a quite enlightened crowd, you Google it, because 4 to 5 minutes, 6 minutes time may not give me enough to really make you immersed into this convergence process. But you look into these 4 components and look into the various steps of preparing, and I'll not say comprehensive holistic GPDP, rather I will put it that smartly captured GPDP, looking into the local conditions with the 9 thematic areas of SDG. I hope both the ministry has done a wonderful job, starting with Finance Commission grant anchored by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj, then the day NRLM of the Ministry of RD, then the Mission Shakti also came into the, the Ministry of Women CD, they came into the scene. If you look into the real thrust, it was since 2021 with the LSDG report. And after that, the thematic GPDP, and more so over the line itself was more the train itself, the journey was made possible more faster because of People's Plan campaign. Yes, it has many challenges. Yes, it has, the VPRP has many challenges. Yes, GPRP, but all these challenges are inherent, and the Government of India, Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Women CD, they have very strategically rolled out the capacity building plans. RGSI is one of the wonderful 880 crores project, and the report itself, we have also a minimum, if you just pull in the fund, you will getting around 10,000 crores as CB fund. So we need to build up the capacity. Wonderful. And all are going in that direction, whether it is corporate or the civil society or the government. But one good thing, since you have made it in point, what will be the takeaway? What could be the policy input even for the government as well as the corporate as well as for the NGO, civil society? I look that PRI CBO can be really make some impact, and our takeaway for this workshop may be for future things. As regards to takeaway, I'll tell you because of healthy PRI CBO relationship, which is evidently seen in the GPDP portal or even in your DNRLM, the respective portal. So more livelihood focus is to be there, because livelihood is very key to empowering the things. Yeah, time up, I know that. I'll just end with 30 seconds. So this GPDP or BPRP should have been livelihood focus, and especially adopting to the sustainable climate smart agriculture. That's my point. Sustainable climate smart agriculture. And moreover, this convergence can more better happen at the drinking water and sanitation for poor. These are also goals, and also the decent work for everyone. So this is all about.
Okay.
I would like
Thank
to
you, Mr.
complete.
Das. I have a very brief question to ask you, because we also have
Yeah,
two more
fine.
panelists. You have outlined a series of steps that different ministries are taking. There's so much money on the table, but still, for a layman like me, I wonder, why are we 112 out of 162? So can you tell me, enlighten me, and maybe others, what really, one or two, just one in 1 minute, where really is the big lacuna?
Yeah, fine. If you look into this, I hope she made a point in one of her, you made it so the goals where we are really making impact and where we are really, if you look into the doing good goals, so we are wonderful in goal number 1, no poverty, and goal number 12.
Sorry, no, I'm not, about individual, but the big picture. Why are we 112 out of 162? Given your long experience, just in 1 minute, what comes naturally to you?
If you look into the diversity of the entire country, look into the complexities across the country with 1.4 billion people with so much diversities, this is very natural. And moreover, if you look into Kerala and other side, another state in northeast or somewhere in our eastern part of the country, the question is that the very diverse culture and the work culture and ethos, and moreover the very typical ecosystem we have, that is somehow not very encouraging. But all said and done, I see the information, the ecosystem created out of knowledge management of all these critical stakeholders, especially the government and the corporate as well as the civil society organization, is really adding very good health to the maybe another 1 or 2 years will be much more better, and we will be having more smile on faces, like also giving smiles to these voiceless and choiceless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Das. So you mentioned about Kerala. We have two more panelists with a lot of experience. I would like to come to you, Sajid. And, again, what impacts have you seen, with this PRI CBO convergence, since I'm given to understand that, you've worked a lot in the area of poverty eradication, you worked in disaster management, livelihoods, and in these different sort of domains where you've been involved. So what really ground impacts, have you seen yourself? And apart from that, if you can share with us some actual concrete examples, some best practices, some best models, some success stories, so that'll, I guess that'll help all of us.
Okay. Yeah, it's a privilege to be here. See, so far we have supported NRLM in implementing this PRI CBO convergence pilots in 15 states. Of course, the experiences have been really rich and interesting. At the same time, extremely diverse. You are talking, if you look at areas, states with PRIs, Panchayati Raj institutions, they are themselves very different. Some states like Karnataka are very, have gone much ahead of others. There are some states which are lagging behind. Similarly, if you take PESA areas, Scheduled 6 areas, areas covered by state tax, like in Manipur. So the experiences across have been very different. And within those, I would say, it has been really enriching because, see, we are talking about women sitting and planning.
Ushama already said, there is a difference. The way women would look at things, they won't prepare a wish list. They will make plans. They will make real plans when they sit in an SHG, because they know there is a limited resource envelope available to them. So within the scope of that, when they make plans, as Professor Isaac asked in the morning, how do they prioritize? How do they decide what they need from the panchayat? What are they going to demand? So there we have some extremely interesting experiences, moderns, as you asked for, which when started or while we were supporting, we never thought they were anything to do with localizing SDGs. But in hindsight now I can say, okay, we are talking about probably that. When we start women demanding membership in an Anganwadi level monitoring and support committee in a village, it means a lot of things. And when women start engaging with that as members or ensuring that the committee is meeting and the program is delivered better, that is probably beginning of something which we have seen in UP, we have seen that in Arunachal Pradesh happening to PRI-CBO convergence. Similarly, something very unexpected in a village in Bishwanath district in Assam, a village called Gameri, where a village organization with no resources, absolutely no resources, tried to replicate a Kerala model of a bud school for the mentally challenged children. And it's a village organization that's running it. It was something which the women planned and developed in collaboration with the panchayat. Probably it could be one small big step towards a day when we have 7,200 Anganwadis for mentally challenged children across India. Today we have none. So there are things which are probably small big steps that women are taking in collaboration with panchayats. And you mentioned about incomes and agriculture. See, in Bihar, also in UP, through planning and in convergence with panchayats, women have got land from the panchayat, allotted from the panchayat, and started weekly markets there. They're selling their products there. But will they sustain? Will these weekly markets sustain? Will they be able to continue with that and continue earning something from that? Is something which we will have to see, the sustenance of it. When I talk about the diversity of the experiences, I would say even the first time when we conducted Gram Sabha, organized through SHGs, we used to call it conspiracy meetings, pre-Gram Sabha conspiracies, when women discuss and decide what to talk at the Gram Sabha. And when 300 women for the first time come to a ground to attend a Gram Sabha, the Panchayat Secretary just cancelled it and went away. From there to having an active Gram Sabha where women engage with Panchayat is a huge difference. And also, women engaging for the first time in MGNREGS planning through the village employment committees in Meghalaya, which is a Scheduled 6 state, is probably another big step. So the experiences have been extremely diverse, but you cannot directly call them localizing SDGs, but many of them are. When you are talking about ALM's Anganwadi level committee, you're talking about delivery of nutrition also. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Sajid. As you said that, these appear in hindsight, on face value, they don't appear to be, localizing the SDGs, but that's how the picture emerges. So the last question, at least for this panel, and friends, there's a reason why I felt that we'll just put one question, because I think we'll have time left. And what we will try and do is that if you have a question, instead of me asking a question, I would like that you actually ask a question to our panelists. But before we come to that, the last question here for Libby, Shri Libby Johnson. Libby, in fact, as a matter of coincidence, our last, of course, you heard the last session 3, which was on this whole thing about CSR, and I want to ask you about that. the CSR donor community. Again, given your experience of the CSR donor community towards the PRI CBO space, so because we heard the donors, but what recommendations would you like to make to the CSR and donor community who are present here today, who shared their views in the third session?
Thank you, Anup. I've had, fortunately, the opportunity to understand, explore, and study this whole PRI CBO convergence from two vantage points. Initially, before Sajid came in that position in Kudumbashree, when we rolled it out, and now a very, very micro worm's eye view from a few villages in Odisha. So and in this role, I also work with the with donors and the larger community development support ecosystem. What gives me hope? I mean, today there is very little that's spoken about PRI CBO convergence outside government, outside NRLM, outside MOPR, outside the state livelihood missions. But what gives me hope that there is huge potential is, if I go back to the 2011 program implementation guidelines of NRLM, Chapter 6 said, convergence with PRIs/CBOs/NGOs. That was what NRLM put PRIs in when NRLM started. From there, to be able to talk about universalization of CBOs with PRIs from NRLM, MOPR came in much later. MORD saying this is what we want to do as NRLM, I think it's a quantum leap. And if that can happen, where PRIs unfortunately got bracketed with NGOs, but somebody understood the reality, and many people in this room played critical roles in that. I think there is hope when it comes to universalizing it, not just within the government, not just within the administrative structure of the government, but beyond that. There are 5 points that I want to make in this with respect to the next steps. Us implementers in the community development, the political entities, the NGO sector and the donors, we do not have an understanding of the program priorities when it comes to convergence. Because for us, convergence is about how much money did I mobilize, leverage from, say, government, from panchayat. Convergence is a platform. And if it's not recognized as a platform, then we have a problem. And unfortunately, these platforms are not projectizable. We cannot project it, reduce it to a project and say this is a convergence project. It doesn't work that way. That is one huge limitation that we have. As I said, this whole realm of convergence is still dependent on higher levels of government. Panchayats in most states, save a few exceptions, still depend on the block level or the district level, or in many cases the state level machinery to define convergence for them, to lay out what is the scope for working together with NGOs, with CBOs, with SAG networks. It has to come from state livelihood missions, it has to come from state departments. So we still need to evolve that first place before donors can really think of coming into a space there. Third point, continuation of that, this is a government program. We have not defined the role for other development actors. Except a handful of states in the south and some parts of the west, NGOs have a critical role in the last mile or the first mile facilitation of services. I mean, NGOs were in that space from the theory of state and market failure at one point. Panchayats have come in substantially to address the gap of state failure. State missions, state programs have. But there is still a gap, which you need a third actor to be there to play with. So convergence programs have to emerge. Now, what are the serious constraints here? One is, of course, the projectizing, the inability to projectize, and therefore not able to write a proposal for a donor, or for the donor to understand it within a limited frame of a theory of change or a log frame. We don't know how to work with panchayats. I remember in 2004, when I was in Odisha, before I went to Kudumbashree, and National Watershed Guidelines changed, something called Haryali came in, and the Sarpanch was made the project implementation agency. 20 of us trooped to meet the then minister, RD, protesting. We said, how can a Sarpanch be made a PIA? We have the right to be a PIA. How can a panchayat come and take our space? A lot of us still believe that panchayats are a threat to us. So there is a perspective issue. There is a practical understanding issue. most of us, anyway, in the government also don't understand that the panchayat is a constitutional entity and not a service provider or a last mile implementing agency. In the government also it doesn't exist. We refuse to accept. If government is not accepting it, we also don't accept. So there is an issue with the understanding of panchayats, and where do we stand as NGOs, as donors, as a, the non-state actor community, where do we stand vis-a-vis panchayats? We still need to figure out. And last, I think there is need for action from donors. There has to be pilot projects. We have to overcome this difficulty of projectizing some of this. And we cannot depend on the government to tell us how to do this, or say NRLM or the Ministry of Panchayati Raj to tell us how to do this. There has to be some action that non-state actors take to show that this is the way that this could be brought together. Okay. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Libby. So I was under the impression that we could continue till 5:10, but I've just received some updated information. We have less time left. But what we'll do, sir, Professor Ramesh Chand, sir, we have 7-8 minutes left with us. I would still like, if you have a question or two, just one question, if you can introduce yourself, and please, who would you want to ask that question from? And then, sir, we would request you to kindly conclude this session. Does anybody have a question? Yes, sir.
It's a watershed, remarkable document in terms of devolution. And 15th has continued the tradition. But do you agree with putting these conditions? For example, this morning we had the choice given by the chairpersons of 5 local governments, their priorities. 4 of them gave sanitation. Why? Because in the wisdom, the Finance Commission has ordained that this money will be spent on sanitation, this person. So their priority doesn't matter here. You are giving such a small amount of money. But then why don't you give it free? Let them decide. Let them decide what's the priority. Agriculture may be the priority. That has not be the priority of the Union Finance Commission. What is your response to that?
Sir, I entirely agree with you. The question is that, yes, if you look into the pre-14th Finance Commission scenario and post, there is a change, sir. Yes, Panchayat, if you are bearing 3-4 states, if you look into the, resource repository of the financial bank of the Panchayat, virtually many states are bereft of such good things, unlike the Kerala and other states. Yes, I do entirely agree with you. This is a restrictive devolution of finance also. And I entirely agree, sir. This tied, on-tied, yes, it has. And within also the untied, you have also the Sankalp or resolution taken for the thematic area. You have to spend 25% of money over there. It gives, it is no doubt having an impact on the autonomy of Panchayat. I entirely agree, sir. At a different thinking forum, we are putting it before the government. Please amend it and see that whatever the problem we had with 14th Finance Commission by giving 100% money to Gram Panchayat is being corrected by the 15th Finance Commission. So let's hope in a note, have a note of positivism, and I entirely endorse, sir. I am with you.
All right,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, so thank you so much, and thanks for that. I wish we had more time, but nonetheless, I'll request the Honorable Member of Niti Aayog, Professor Ramesh Chand ji, to kindly share his concluding remarks in brief. And if I'm not mistaken, we have a cup of tea waiting outside after this. Yes or no? Huh? Yes, right? No, all right. So anyway, over to Professor Ramesh Chand, sir.
Thank you, Anup ji. You in the beginning mentioned that Sarkar, Samaj or Bazaar, you see, they alone are not enough for Samaj. Sarkar and Bazaar alone are not enough for Bazaar. They are itself not adequate for maximizing welfare of Samaj. Therefore, you need other kind of institutions also. Like we all know that bazaar, there are so many incidents of market failure. There are so many incidents of market becoming exploited.
Sorry, if you can have some silence, please.
Yeah, that's why you require MRTPC, Monopoly and Restrictive Trade Practice Commission kind of thing, some alternative to all those. So that's why in every society, alternative institution emerge depending upon need and circumstances. So I look at community-based organization, government floated cooperative institution, FPO, to play a role in society, in agriculture, economic activity, social activity, health, education, and all other activity which matter for the society. PRI is a elected body of the, is a body elected by people. I consider it as above or supreme among all kind of bodies which operate at rural level, different type of organizations. But there are issues with our vision of panchayats. Are we empowering and equipping panchayats the way it was envisaged in the Constitution or in the 73rd Amendment? Three serious issues: one, resources of panchayat; second, capacity development of panchayat; and third, commitment of the state toward panchayats. 14th Finance Commission did something. 15th Finance Commission further did something more. I was member of 15th Finance Commission. We had interaction with Honorable Minister sitting here also. So 15th Finance Commission made this recommendation that this much percent will go to urban local body, this much to rural local bodies, but they also do something on their part. But if you look at devolution of resources at state level, state may be attacking center that not giving us adequate money, this thing and that thing. When it comes to them for decentralization, devolution to panchayats, you just find that states are not even meeting their obligation of setting up a finance commission regularly. Then, even if they are setting up, they are not accepting or recommending most of the recommendation of state finance commissions. It is a formality which they are being, that is being done. I feel that two things need top priority for panchayat. One is adequate resources, and second is transparency in distribution of resources to panchayats. We went to, interacted with the Panchayat Raj body from all the states. So we just want to find out how the money is given to panchayat. Except one or two states, in other states, it is the MLA or MP of the ruling party who decide how much money will go to different panchayats. Not population of the panchayat, not development status of the panchayat, which ideally should decide, but should be the criteria for devolution of money further to panchayat. So I feel that panchayat are very important body. We need to make them strong, and we need to develop their capacity, and we should support them with adequate resources.
All right, sir. So on that note, thank you so much. Please give them a big round of applause. Let's close the fourth session here with this message that we need to strengthen our panchayats. No doubt about that. So I'm told that we'll start the next session straight away, right? So, sir, आप लोगों को स्मृति चिन्ह देने के लिए हमारे साथी आएंगे यहाँ पे. So Solomon from Pradhan, Axis Bank से. All right, okay. Dasa.
So we have come to our very last session for the day, session 5, which is about capacity building for LSDGs. And for this, I would like to invite the panel members of this session on the stage. I invite Dr. W.R. Reddy, Dr. Anjan Kumar Bhanja, Subrit Das, Mr. Binoy Acharya, Mr. Anand Adkalgud, Mr. Ronak Shah, and the moderator of the session will be Ms. Sheena Gandhi. And before entering into the panel discussion, I would like to take some time to brief and give an introduction about our panel speakers and moderator. So starting with Mr. Reddy. Dr. Reddy has served in various key positions, contributing significantly to governance and administration. He took charge of crucial responsibilities, including managing the Kerala Water Authority, reviving the dairy sector in Kerala as the Managing Director of the Kerala Milk Marketing Federation, and serving as the Special Secretary of Taxes for the Government of Kerala. Dr. Reddy's contribution extended to the national level in various departments of Government of India. Moving next to Dr. Bhanja. Dr. Bhanja is heading both the School of Local Governance and Center for Panchayati Raj, Decentralized Planning and Social Service Delivery of NIRDPR. He has coordinated more than 150 international and national training programs. He has conducted more than 30 workshops. He is in many national level committees constituted by Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. Moving next to Mr. Das. Mr. Das focuses on the civic engagement and government portfolio in the Foundation's Office for India, Nepal and Sri Lanka. Prior to joining the Ford Foundation, he was associated with the Center for Budget and Governance Accountability. Subrit has depth experience in civic engagement with physical governance, strengthening equity and inclusion in the physical policy discourse, and deepening physical transparency and accountability in India. Mr. Binoy Acharya is he's not available. So moving next to Mr. Anand. Anand co-founded Socion, a social enterprise with a mission to address societal challenges at scale by partnering with state, multilateral and civil society organizations globally. Additionally, Anand serves as a board member of Catalyst 2030, a global movement of social entrepreneurs. Catalyst 2030 aims to unite social entrepreneurs and organizations working to create positive social change worldwide. Mr. Shah has spent nearly 20 years in the development sector. After 7 years with Seva Mandir, he started Udaipur Urja Initiative, a community-owned company, which he led as chief executive for 4 years. He rejoined Seva Mandir in 2018 as the chief executive, and currently he is the chief executive of Seva Mandir. And the moderator of this session, Ms. Sheena Gandhi, is the co-founder of Sahyog Foundation, a not-for-profit that builds capability and facilitates partnerships and collaborations to amplify impact. It works with people and partners and create platforms to aggregate learning and increase accountability, improving organizational and programmatic effectiveness for scalable and sustainable development. I invite Sheena on podium to start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Yes. I know it's the last session of the day, so I'm going to try and take a leaf from Mr. Anoop's book and try and make this, we don't have to extend it for an hour, but I think it is a very, very pertinent topic. The last two panels have spoken about it. And it's really about understanding how is it that we really achieve those localized SDG goals, and how do we really build that local capability building. So without much further ado, I have a very eminent panel. I would actually like to start by asking each one of you if you can really share from your experiences. And Dr. Reddy and Dr. Bhanja, I would love it if you could go first. What are the areas of capability building across stakeholders that really define localized SDGs and are needed?
Yeah, thank you. When you are thinking of, or when you are discussing of the capability building, basically I refer to the capability building of the PRIs, Panchayat Raj institutions. So they have to be made strengthened. Their institutional capability should be strong enough to plan, to formulate any kind of plan, to implement any kind of plan, and to monitor any kind of plan. Unless until PRIs are institutionally strong, they cannot formulate any quality plan, they cannot monitor any quality plan. For that, we have to go for making the Panchayat Raj institutions institutionally strong enough. And for that, it is not only 3 tiers of Panchayat Raj system, we have to think in terms of the holistic system. Holistic system is the structures which are outside of the 3 tiers also. Take for example, states, they have to constitute finance commissions, there should be election commission, so that suggestions and recommendations will be there to make the panchayats institutionally strong. So that way we have to do, and when you are referring to making panchayats institutionally strong, it means they should know their roles and responsibility, there should be devolution of power, and this devolution of power should be linked with the principle of subsidiarity, and there should be activity mapping. All these things are interrelated, and to make this Panchayat Raj system institutionally strong, states and the ministries, they have to take enough initiative in this regard. Thank you.
Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. I think thin crowd and last session, advantage of last session is there is no next panel sitting on our heads, so we can have liberty. Don't worry, we are not going to prolong that, okay? Yeah, we had been hearing since morning the localization of SDGs and of course the panchayats. And our area is capacity building for that. But before that, I think I would like to endorse fully some of the previous speakers. I think Dr. Thomas Isaac has succinctly put forward. Let us not complicate the things. 577 indicators, and then how to build the capacity of these PRIs and PRI functionaries to understand in their own local parlance, and then come up with achieving these SDGs. Dear friends, we have started with the People's Planning Campaign way back in 1995 in Kerala. And I was fortunate to be part of that movement as a district collector in different districts in Kerala. We have seen how the people's movement, like a second freedom movement sort of thing we have seen in Kerala. Thanks to Government of India, it has realized the importance of decentralized participatory planning, started the People's Planning Campaign. I think for the last 4 or 5 years they had been doing it. May not be in the same full steam, in many ways in a truncated form, because it is top-down, top-driven, rammed from the top. If GPDP is professionally made by the panchayats, that means for which we have to enable the panchayat, we have to strengthen the panchayats to make the GPDP, Gram Panchayat Development Plan, which is participatory in nature and then take the local felt necessities into account, then I think we need not look for further segregating, disaggregating, and then bringing up with so many indicators and so on and so forth. I was looking at all the 17 SDGs, except 2.5 SDGs, I call 2.5. That is SDG 10, 14, and which deals with the marine resources, which deals with the global partnership, and another deals with reducing the inequalities. Even some is connected to the panchayat also. Rest of the SDGs are part of the GPDP. We have seen professionally made Gram Panchayat development plans by the forward-looking panchayats had definitely all the elements of these SDGs. So I think of late we have rammed from the above various constraints, various roadblocks for the panchayats. Roadblock like 15th Finance Commission, 14th Finance Commission was much liberal, but 15th Finance Commission is much constrained because it has added large number of restrictions. You have to spend this much percentage on this much percentage on this. First of all, let us ask ourselves, introspect ourselves, whether we believe on local governments or not, whether we believe on the constitutional enablement of the empowerment of the Gram Panchayats or not, or the three-tier bodies or not. Let me personally confess that the SDGs can only be achieved by the local governments, that is the panchayat, block panchayat, and district panchayat. There is no other way. And that's what we have realized, but we are trying to complicate the things. Dear friends, capacity building had been in islands. In fact, we have done the National Capability Building Framework 2022, for which I was the chairman of the committee. We worked for almost one year plus 2 months. We came up with a beautiful document. I don't know if you have come across that document, which is available on the Ministry of Panchayat Raj website. It has taken all these factors into account. And after extensive consultation at the field level with various stakeholders of various categories, and based on data, we have collected large amount of data, almost 4,000 to 5,000 respondents across the levels, sarpanches, ward members, block presidents, chairperson, Jilla Parishad chairperson, and so on and so forth. And then NGOs, we had interaction with NGOs also. We found that it is the complete ecosystem approach of capacity building is required for enabling the panchayats to work to its fullest potential, fullest capacity. If we follow 2022 NCBF document in 2 volumes, and we have further supplemented with standard operating procedures to implement each of the component, beautiful standard operating procedures for each of the component. If we do it wholeheartedly, completely, I think that will take care of most of our problems. So my point is, ecosystem approach is a must. All stakeholders, and the total stakeholders, it is not just 3 million elected representatives. In fact, there is a mistake. When we say panchayat functioning, we always look at elected representatives. No, there are so many other stakeholders, and unless they join their hand, the claps cannot happen. The elected representatives can lead. They are the leaders, but they require so much of support. Dear friends, capacity building is not a one-time affair. Induction for 3 days and then revision for another 3 days is not going to be enough. It has to be continuous hand-holding, and as part of hand-holding, we have done experiment in NIRDPR from 2018 onwards, a cluster approach, engaging an young fellow, a passionate, dedicated young fellow, tutored and groomed and mentored by NIRDPR, has done wonders in the selected cluster of panchayats. We have a lot of CSR friends here. My dear friends, I want to say that confidently, if you invest on this cluster approach by investing in this human resource in the form of a young fellow, the rate of return is going to be fantastic. It is going to change. Next important point is, I'll take just 1 minute so that I'll not ask for more time. The essential element here is the local leadership, their self-esteem is at low ebb, very, very low. because of this so many controls, constraints, both from the center and from the state level. The capacity building, if we say, how do we ignite their minds, how can we improve their self-esteem, is like waking up the Hanuman. You have power, you have capacity, but you are a sleeping giant. How can you wake them up? I think the whole capacity building approach should be to wake them up, and if they realize that yes, they have to do, yes, they can do, resources is not a constraint, people is not a constraint, nothing can be going to be a constraint. They can partner with, they can go where the resources are, they can reach out to Pradhan or similar like organizations who are here, and then they can find resources. Which panchayat leader doesn't want to see their family member, one of the family member in their panchayat, go hungry with empty stomach? No. No panchayat local leader would like to see that. Which panchayat local leader would like to see their child stunted in their panchayat? No. But only thing is we have to raise that sleeping giant. Are we doing that enough? No, it is not enough. We have to think on those lines. So the best thing we can do is reduce the obstacles which we are creating. Let us allow them to function, come up with their SDG, come up with their GPDP plans. Definitely all SDGs are going to be covered. Maybe in 1 year they may prioritize drinking water, next year they may prioritize sanitation, next year they may prioritize health. So they are going to cover even without we asking.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy.
Just one more, this thing. Then a lot of things have been talked about the data. Data aggregation is only meant for reporting to the government of India or state, and everyone agrees that that data is not available to the local panchayats. I think we have to reverse the complete process of collection of the data. Let the panchayat maintain the data. Whatever we require at the state level, we have to extract. Not to make the panchayat to feed the data required for Mission Antyodaya or XYZ. Why Mission Antyodaya is being continued now? Its relevance has gone. It is not covering all the indicators. Why still we are talking about Mission Antyodaya parameters? I don't understand. So I think we have to unlearn a lot of things, undo a lot of things, and e-Gram Swaraj is again truncated. They are making the projects very, very truncated. You may not know some Gram Panchayat, prosperous Gram Panchayat, advanced Gram Panchayats, they make 2 GPDPs. One for Gram Swaraj, another for their own functioning. Another is a full-fledged GPDP. So that is the stage which we are in. I think we have to do a lot of work to demystify these things and invent the local ways of identifying these interventions to make, enable the panchayats to function, and help them wherever they are required. And they are capable of doing it. And our job is going to be only help them, mentor them, and then help them to create that monitoring mechanisms. I think we are going to do wonderful things in achieving the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. I think you've touched upon many aspects of, I think, what we would like to discuss and debate as well. I know you spoke about the framework. Now, I think it's important to really understand from what is really happening from a reality standpoint on the ground. So one is the perspective of a panchayat, and I'd like to really hear from Anand as well as Subrat on just besides the issues that you've sort of outlined and the capabilities that have sort of been built already. It's not like the framework came into, it's been there for years. What has already been built, and how are we sort of amplifying that, and how are we sort of leveraging that? So Anand, if you can sort of start.
Thank you. So first of all, sir, I mean, it's amazing the number of nuggets that got delivered today. So it's, for me, I'm actually thinking I need to sit there and actually listen to all of these speakers and internalize all the things. So thank you very much for sharing all of this. So I was just wondering, what is it we can share from our unique perspective? Because there is no way we can match the wisdom and the experience that's there in this room. So I want to share a few things. First of all, sir, what you said, I think, goes to the core of it. We use the term saying we shouldn't look at capacity building or implementation where we put the community as the last mile. I think we should stop doing that. We should flip it and say, why would they go hungry? It makes no sense. So what if we look at the world from their eyes and say, what they have the intent, they're like us, mothers, fathers, uncles, whatever, they are doing every day to better themselves, to help each other. What prevents them from accessing the things they need to further their own lives? I think we need to start flipping the narrative and looking at it from their perspective. I think that's one of the most important things we've learned in our brief experience in this. The second thing is, I think we tend to think about capacity building as a means to make people independent. Like once I build your capacity, you don't need anybody else. I think this is fundamentally flawed. We have to continue to ensure people understand that we are interdependent. So we should not just build capacity for you to play your role. We should allow you to also work with others who have other roles to play, so you can all work together. And I think capacity building is becoming unidimensional, and I think we need to change that and make communication, collaboration, data, all of these part of the interdependence that really is necessary for this sort of complex ecosystem. The third one I would say is, we keep saying, most project orientation that happens, it's like building cars, everybody is doing capacity building in order to go from point A to point B. Mera kaam ho gaya. But nobody is building roads. Nobody is building the rules to say, let us all drive on the left side. So we use nature as a inspiration, and we were saying, what rules does nature have? Nature has a very simple rule. If you live or you die, everything becomes part of the ground. You either excrete it or you become ground, which means leaves behind nutrients, which somebody else will use. My question to us is, we've been building capacity for 20 years. Where is that built capacity? What nutrients have we left behind? Can I find the trained practitioners that all of you have built instead of training somebody again? Can I find all the amazing content and knowledge that you've all accumulated, shared over the last 20 years? Where can I find it? And I think this is where digital really changes the idea of what is possible. And I think we need to start not looking at data as a problem or something like that, as a new set of possibilities where we can think about leaving behind digital nutrients. Because I think if we just think capacity building is about building superhumans who can jump over mountains, I think we will have 10 people working on this. We have to shift the idea of capacity building in our experience, again, learn from everybody here, is it's about shifting the narrative from taking superhuman efforts to achieve ordinary outcomes to enabling people to put ordinary efforts to achieve extraordinary outcomes. There, the enabling environment, simple things I'll ask you. If you want to know how to recharge water, where do you go find this information? It's there. We all know it's there. It has been there for 20 years, creating amazing knowledge. If I want to find facts of which NGO worked in this village last year, where do I find it? There are no facts. There is no knowledge left behind. If I know that you have trained 100 practitioners and you're amazing at training, where can I find them? I cannot. So what we're saying is, I think we need to think about capacity building and move away from this idea of creating individual, superhuman, independent people to really starting to realize we are creating an enabling environment where normal human beings can achieve extraordinary outcomes. So this is my few cents. But
Thank you, Anand. Mr. Subrata Das, would love to hear your perspective as well.
Thank you. So, good evening, friends, and many thanks to Pradhan for giving me this opportunity. So, one of the previous sessions has already discussed the role of funding partners. So, the theme of this session is different, and so my views are personal. They are not Ford Foundation's views. So, until June this year, I used to lead a think tank focusing on government budgets called Center for Budget and Governance Accountability. I did that work on government budgets for 20 years. So it's difficult to get it out of my system. And I've been learning from the rich discussions we have had since morning, and on capacity building, I think Dr. Reddy's views were very substantive. I would like to add a new perspective based on what I did, in my earlier life, I think in the literature on localizing SDGs, a lot of emphasis has been given to policy coherence between different levels of governance. We do have policy coherence across sectors, but there are a few cross-cutting policy strategies which have come up in recent years, and they're getting a lot of emphasis at different levels, both at the national level as well as the state level. I think there is scope for further strengthening further coherence in those policy strategies which are cross-cutting. I would like to highlight three. How can we build stronger coherence there? By adding a localizing dimension in those policy strategies, creating mechanisms and spaces for participation, and having a bottom-up approach in those. The first one I would like to highlight is PFM reforms in public financial management, which is something that the Government of India and state governments are taking very seriously. So in the presentation by Anode Governance this morning, we heard that 3.75 lakh crores. That's the amount of money which is budgeted, which is allocated by Government of India in the current fiscal year for all those central sector schemes that can potentially be leveraged by Gram Panchayats. So there is a lot of financial resources which government budgets are investing, Government of India and state governments' budgets, and hence rightly so, the governments are very serious about improving value for money, enhancing value for money, and hence giving a lot of emphasis to PFM reforms. But the public financial management reforms, the way they have been conceptualized so far, are top-down, where the central ministries are trying to get greater visibility on utilization by states and districts. State government departments are also trying to get greater visibility on utilization by sub-state level entities. There, I think we need to strengthen how can PFM reforms empower local level stakeholders, local governments and all. There we come across the issue of getting hyper-local data on public expenditure. Because I think, many people say that, well, money is only an input, but that's a very crucial input. And no matter how much we, kind of work on the other dimensions, we also have to focus more on that crucial dimension, that crucial input, which is the public resources, the government money which is flowing, which is of a huge magnitude. And I think there we need to emphasize, the need for availability of disaggregated data on public resources, which could actually change things significantly at the local level. At the district level, there are the Disha committees formed since 2016, which can play, they need to be empowered also to ask the line departments for more disaggregated data. And so that's one domain where we need to introduce a localizing dimension. The second is outcome budgeting. Now, some of the states like Orissa and Assam have converted their outcome budget statements into SDG budget statements. And that's a trend which is catching up. I anticipate more states in the coming years to start publishing an SDG budget statement. But is that statement localized? Or is it being prepared in a top-down approach? That's the question we should ask. Is there spaces for participation, any mechanism for the local governments, the collectives, CBOs and women's collectives and all those actors at the local level to inform that SDG budget statement? The third, I would say, are two important strategies, gender budgeting and child budgeting. Now, 20 states or 21 states have adopted gender budgeting, at least 12 states have adopted child budgeting, and they're serious about it. Government of India is very serious about it. State governments are also serious about it. But again, the conceptualization is something which is not in a bottom-up perspective. There also we need to bring in that element of bottom-up gender budgeting. So the way gender budgeting has been conceptualized and implemented since 2004-5 is more top-down. There we need to introduce a bottom-up dimension, a localizing dimension, same with child budgeting. And my last point on capacity building, it's not just capacity building of the local governments or stakeholders at the local level. There is a need for capacity building at the state level and the central level as well.
Thank you, Mr. Das. I'd actually, from some of the points that you spoke about top-down, I'd actually like to do bottom-up and bring in Ronak here, who's really been working on ground, and share your experiences actually about some of the questions that Mr. Das has asked.
Hello. So first, thank you, Pradhan and Axis Bank Foundation for having me here. मुझे लग रहा है I'll probably try to speak in Hindi क्योंकि कुछ हमारे गांव से भी लोग आए हैं यहाँ पे. तो देखिए जब हम कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की जब आज बात कर रहे हैं, when we are talking of capacity building today, we also need to little bit understand the context where we are today. आज 2023 में हम हैं. Lot of work has happened in last many decades. It's not that we are going to start afresh. What we already have. One, we already have a lot of knowledge capital. What just Anand mentioned, that thousands of trainings, thousands of resources have been developed. So it's already there. हजारों innovations हो चुके हैं, हो रहे हैं, but हो भी चुके हैं. There's already those innovations are available with us. We have human resources, human capital. Unfortunately, we are not able to find them, connect with them, but they have been. आज अगर हम काउंट करने जाएंगे, यहाँ बैठे हुए लोग हैं, इन्होंने अगर जिनके ट्रेन किया है, वो कितने लाखों का फिगर होगा. एंड सोशल कैपिटल है, इंस्टीट्यूशंस फॉर्म हो चुके हैं, SHGs हैं, तो हम सुबह से उस पर बात कर रहे हैं, PRIs हैं. एंड द लास्ट context which I want to bring is the technology era. This is what is new for us, and it can bring a multiplier effect like what Anand just mentioned. So I feel जब bottom up की बात कर रहे हैं और capacity building की बात कर रहे हैं, there are 3 points I think I would like to bring here in terms of communities, panchayats, CBOs. Perspective. At this today, when we all are learning, how do we learn today? Do we learn today more going in classrooms or training sessions, or do we learn in some other way? We learn from the information world available to us. We learn from them by doing a googling. मुझे वर्ड अभी थोड़े दिन पहले किसने सिखाया, ये नया वर्ड शायद ऑक्सफोर्ड में आ जाएगा, बट googling करते हैं हम आज. Lot of information are already there. I think जो हमने सीखा है, जो लोग NGOs में जिन्होंने CBOs में काम किया है, when we work with one community और उनके यहाँ पे कुछ innovation होता है, कुछ अच्छा होता है, next community उसके बाद की टेक्निकल ट्रेनिंग से नहीं सीखती है, बट ज़्यादा सीखती है कि बाजू में काम हुआ है या उस कम्युनिटी में काम हुआ है. दैट्स अ कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग. It is all not only about the skill knowledge, which we more emphasize in subject skills, silos of subject skills, but it's more about the कैसे किया आपने. It is not about क्या किया. How did you do that? How did you mobilize people? आपके यहाँ लोग कैसे जुड़ गए आपके साथ? पंचायत एक सरपंच ने अच्छा काम किया तो दूसरा सरपंच उससे कॉन्फिडेंस लेगा. How do we create this horizontal learning today with all those knowledges available, all those human capital available, using the technology era? I think that's one of the area which probably can accelerate the pace of localizing SDGs. हर बार नया innovation कोई नया एग्रीकल्चर प्रैक्टिस ढूंढना ज़रूरी नहीं है, कोई नया टेक्नोलॉजी ढूंढना ज़रूरी नहीं है, वो तो होता ही रहेगा और हो रहा है, somebody else is doing, but ये एक दूसरे के साथ जो सीखना है और उससे कॉन्फिडेंस लेना है, I think that is one important area which it is my perspective that communities में आज आप उससे बहुत ज़्यादा fast काम कर पाएंगे. The second part, like some sir mentioned, that it is a continuous process, and we are into an era where we're looking at climate change, we are looking at man-made disasters, conflicts. काफ़ी अभी UN का रिपोर्ट का आप जिक्र कर रहे थे, कोई पैनलिस्ट भी आगे भी जा रहे हैं लेकिन हम पीछे भी चले जा रहे हैं. So this uncertainty needs dynamic decision making capacity for panchayats, for local communities. They can't be constant, so it cannot be one-time training, one-time capacity building exercise. For that informed decision making, उनको अगर सतत नए decisions लेने पड़ने वाले हैं, नए challenges को handle करना है. So again the question is that how do they access that dynamic information flow उन तक कैसे पहुँचता रहेगा? Are they always going to be dependent on NGOs or government से कहीं flow आएगा, या there will be other mechanisms which can be created as an ecosystem by us, by all of the people sitting here, or all the people we are all engaged with. So that I think taking informed decision is also a new capacity building which is needed by PRIs and CBOs. And the last part is, if we are expecting that Panchayat now leads or CBOs and they are ready, they are capable to do that, तो फिर हम सब जो लोग हैं, हमारी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में क्या बदलाव आना चाहिए? Because we have been giving training, मैं तो पानी पे जाके ट्रेनिंग दे रहा हूँ, मैं तो एजुकेशन पे जाके ट्रेनिंग दे रहा हूँ. Do we change our role of telling solutions, telling कि ये प्रॉब्लम है तो ये समाधान करिए, या will become probably we need to change our role also as more as a facilitator of this process of informed decision making, horizontal learning, and that capacity building of the people working with them or supporting them, that ecosystem, maybe वो बदलाव साथ में आना पड़ेगा. Because more and more we are seeing capacity building में it has become काफ़ी silos में हम धीरे धीरे पहुँच चुके हैं. एक time like community based capacity building is now it's difficult to find. It is more about little thematic capacity building. So मॉर्निंग में किसी ने मैम ने जिक्र किया था, शरण मैम ने, जो वो बांग्लादेश गए और वहाँ पे वो कैसे वो उनके साथ घर तक एंगेज हो रहे थे. सो देन दिस फैसिलिटेशन प्रोसेस इज़ दैट हाउ डू वी क्रिएट दोज, जो कैडर हमने ह्यूमन कैपिटल आज तक बनाया है उसमें वो कैपेसिटी में कैसे और बड़ा क्या बदलाव किया जाए. सो आई थिंक लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस विल बी नीडेड इन CSOs, NGOs, गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स who are engaging with CSOs and panchayats to help them take the lead and take the bottom-up approach.
Yeah, no, thank you, Ronak. I actually want to, a lot of the statements that you, Anand, and Ashrat have made, I wanted to link it back to the framework that you spoke about, Dr. Reddy and Dr. Bhanja, and how are a lot of these things actually built into that, if they are. And just would you like to share a little bit more with that with us?
It will be not fair on part of me if I'm not sharing my experiences with regard to capacity building and training with respect to localization of SDGs. As it has already been mentioned, the expert committee submitted the reports in September 2021 with respect to localization of SDGs in PRIs. So after that, the task of imparting training or the task of creating a pool of state level master trainer was given to NIRD PI. So we started the training from June 2022, In different batches, state level trainers, they came and they attended the training program. As per the instruction of MOPR, we had to create a pool of 1800 state level master trainers so that they can cover all the states, all the districts, and they can start conducting training program at the district level. So that was the target, and last year we created more than 1800 SLMT, state level master trainers. But thing is that when we imparted training to them, we prepared very good training module. As you know, to go for this capacity building, you have to have certain certain components or certain parameters. You have to have proper training module. You have to have proper trainer. You have to have ecosystem. What Reddy sir has already highlighted. Then only we can go for imparting training or creating a pool of trainers. That we did, and for all these 9 themes, we prepared the training modules. We shared with MOPR, and MOPR uploaded those training modules on TMP, Training Management Portal, so that the trainers across the country, they can make use of those training modules. Up to this, it is fine. But when when the trainers they attended the training program, I observed so many things. As you know, for many people, capacity building and training is not the priority area. It is not the priority for many. It may be government, it may be people. So for many, it is not the priority. As a result of which, the people who were selected by the states to attend training program or to become state level master trainers, their capability was in question. Because some states, they nominated people who are at the Gram Panchayat level, like Gram Rozgar Sahayak. Those people came and they attended the training program. So these kind of people, they are not for imparting training at the Gram Panchayat level. Actually, the state level master trainers were created to conduct district level training programs, to create a pool of district level master trainers. So as a result of which, the mandate of ministry could not be accomplished. This is number 1. Number 2, we planned that we can take it forward in cascade mode of training. Because as you know, there are around 60 lakh people, 32 lakh elected representatives, around 30 lakh functionaries, covering 2.5 lakh Gram Panchayats. So they have to be trained on this localization of sustainable development goals. So it is very difficult for NIDPR to cover these 60 lakh people. So then what is the approach? Approach is NIDPR has to create the state level master trainers. The state level master trainers, they have to go back to the district level. There they have to create the district level master trainers. District level master trainers, they have to go back to block level. There they have to create the block level resource persons, and block level resource person will go to the Gram Panchayat level to conduct the field-based training. But what we observed after imparting training or after creating the pool of 1800 state level master trainers, we realized that these trainers, they are not conducting training program at the district level. Why? Because most of the SIIDs, they have their own resource persons. Again, why? They are creating their own resource persons. There are so many issues. If they are nominating the people who are outside SIRDs, State Institute of Rural Development, then there will be a question of reimbursement of their travel expenses. As a result of which, they are not nominating the people outside of SID, and they are nominating the faculty members. The people who came outside of NIDPR, they could not take it forward. They could not conduct the training program at the district level. As a result of which, the link was disconnected. The people who are not trained by NIDPR, they conducted training at the district level, block level, and the Gram Panchayat level. As a result of which, there is a huge transmission lost. Whatever was communicated by NIDPR, it was not taken forward to the Gram Panchayat level. Another important thing, I think it has already been highlighted, the perspective issue or the issue of mindset. That mindset has to be changed. Okay, we always believe that the panchayats, they cannot do anything. They don't have capability to implement the schemes and programs. Basically, if you see the localization of sustainable development goal agenda, it revolves around 2-3 things. One is your people's participation. Second is your convergence. Then third is making the panchayats institutionally strong. If there is any you can say gap anywhere, it cannot be taken forward. So that is lost because we don't have that much confidence. We don't have trust on this panchayat. As a result of which, I think we are unable to build their capacities. We are unable to make them institutionally strong. And the last point I would like to highlight here, very recently I attended the Keralium, which took place in Kerala, that continued from 1st to 7th November. There is a proposition. Now it is high time to think beyond welfare states. State has to be compassionate, state has to be caring, so that the connect can be established, that elected representatives and people, they are not connected with each other. They have contact, but this connect is missing. The emotional link, emotional attachment is lost. So that kind of an attitude should be developed so that many things can be taken care of by the panchayats. Thanks.
Yes, please.
The transmission loss is not the new thing, not only happened in the LSDG's training programs which have been ably done by NIRDPR. It was there, and then we were struggling to find out how to overcome them. But I think problem is, it is all supply driven. The question is, can we make it demand driven? When can we expect the local leadership to come forward to SIRDs, ETCs, to NGOs like Pradhan and ask for, we want to do this thing, we don't know, these are the things, can you help us? So then structure the program, and I think Mr. Ronak rightly mentioned the learning, experiential learning, seeing from the neighbor, seeing from the neighboring panchayat. That's why ministry has started a program to take the elected representatives to successful gram panchayats, which had been doing well, which can be further improved by further tightening the whole thing. So experiential learning is going to be very, very important. So how can you make the demand driven? Again, we'll come back to the point of how can we motivate them? How can we ignite the minds of this local leadership? Number one. Number two, how can we cover the whole ecosystem? It's not only elected representatives. The departmental functionaries, and as I think Mr. Subrata rightly mentioned, the hurdles at the state government level itself. Hurdles at the Government of India, Ministry of Panchayat Raj itself. They require capacitating. They require, may not be capacitating, but reorienting them, sensitizing them. We may call whatever the name it is. So I think a time has come for us to create pressure groups from down below, for which we all have to work. Pressure groups in the form of maybe Sarpanch associations. There are, in some states, there are some, but not very effective. Block level associations, and then they started demanding. Now they are not in a position to say that what 16th Finance Commission should be. Maybe people like us from Niti Aayog who are the members, and then decide that some funds to be given to block also, some funds to be given to the district also. When we are talking about decentralization, why to again truncate and give part of that funds to this thing? Maybe next to 16th Finance Commission will say that, okay, state also may retain some portion of the Finance Commission grants. Now I think creating those pressure groups would require mobilization, whether we call capacity building or mobilization. And I think all of us have a role to play in that. Let us create those pressure groups. I keep hearing from one of my close friend, the IT sector has boomed, not because of government support, but because of an organization like NASCOM, which created pressure and then went to the government and lobbied and so on and so forth. Can we create such pressure groups from the local governments, from the elected representatives, from the stakeholders of the local governments, and which can transform the whole thing? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Any last words? We've sort of run out of time, so I would like to actually ask a few questions from the audience, if they had. Just quick last words from Ronak, Anand, and...
Yeah, I don't want to be the one giving the last words, but I just want, one thing that I felt is really interesting is this idea of, I don't think we can isolate kahan pe capacity building karna hai. I think everybody has to build capacity. But I think one thing we have to be careful. in trying to empower somebody, we cannot disempower somebody else. Like this idea, sometimes we go too far. You know, we say, you have to build capacity and let them decide. But the government of India has a role to play, the state has a role to play, they're held accountable to something. So we cannot do empowerment at the cost of disempowerment of somebody else. I think we have to think about non-zero sum games. This is not a zero sum game. That's all I wanted to add.
Ronak? Yeah.
My question to Dr. Reddy, sir, though I was a part of the NCBA committee, sir, in the whole framework of capacity building, we rightly mentioned about this pressure group, like in the format of NASCAM and also PADA. So creating even the pressure group, should the Government of India, Ministry of Panchayat Raj or RGSA or different flagship program in their CV components, should not they make provision for citizen-centric training? Which usually we saw whenever we go for stakeholders analysis in capacity building frameworks, citizen training is missing. So what is your submission, observation in this regard?
Yeah, everything expecting through the government channels is not going to fructify. I think for such effort, the informal channels, the channels of, let us say, CBOs, NGOs, like-minded people, I think can only create such groups or pressure groups, whatever we call associations or similar agents of demanding for certain things. Government has its own limitations, and whatever they understand, they are trying to do best. That's what they think they are doing best. But I think hearing the mind of the local people is the best way forward. That's what happened in Kerala. The participatory planning, deciding and everything. All other players have supported, facilitated, as Mr. Ronak rightly said, facilitator role. I think that should be the approach. Huge engagement is required. 260,000 panchayats. I was calculating, is not a big amount of money. Suppose one passionate youngster is positioned with the right grooming, it may cost about 17,000 crores over a period of, let us say, 3 years. If that can be done, and he or she can work along with the local leadership at panchayat level, a cluster of panchayats, then we can see the changes. They themselves will come forward that we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this, and find out. We keep talking about no cost, low cost development initiatives. But where is the offtake for them? They are only struggling to fill the data and then prepare the projects to upload in the e-Gram Swaraj and so on and so forth. Let us free them and then facilitate them.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone for being here today and imparting and sharing your thoughts with us on capability building. And I think we're...
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर आप सभी लोगों को। और मैं निवेदन करूंगा प्रधान से अभिजीत जी को कि वो कृपया कर मंच पर अपना स्थान लें और आप सभी लोगों को स्मृति चिन्ह देंगे। अभिजीत जी, आपके आने से पहले मैं एक व्यक्तिगत साझा करना चाहता हूं कुछ। रेड्डी सर, आपने हम सभी को बड़ा प्रेरित किया ये बात बोल करके कि ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है कि जो आवाज़ है वो ज़मीन से आवाज़ आनी चाहिए। तो आज जब हम इस सत्र को समाप्त कर रहे हैं, मैं थोड़ा सा व्यक्तिगत आपको अपने बारे में बताना चाहता हूं कि मैं जिस राज्य से आता हूं उस राज्य का जन्म ही एक आंदोलन के आधार पे हुआ है। मैं बात कर रहा हूं देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की। आज संजोग से हमारे राज्य का जन्मदिन भी है, 23वां जन्मदिन है। तो आप लोग इस खुशी में मेरे साथ शरीक हो रहे हैं, उसके लिए मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और निश्चित तौर पर जो हमारा राज्य है, वैसे क्योंकि ये मंच हमारे राज्य के बारे में नहीं है, हम तो प्रधान के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आपने प्रेरित किया और आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा कि कहीं ना कहीं हम लोगों को अपनी आवाज़ को सशक्त करना पड़ेगा, बुलंद करना पड़ेगा, तभी जाकर के जो जिन बड़े बदलावों की ओर आप इशारा कर रहे हैं, आप चाहते हैं कि आगे बढ़े, तो आपने ये बात आखिरी सत्र में बोली, और यही बात जो है पहले सत्र में जो हमारे सेवानिवृत्त अभी हाल ही में आदरणीय सचिव साहब हुए हैं, उन्होंने भी यही बात बोली थी कि ये बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण है कि नीचे से आवाज़ आनी चाहिए। तो मैं आप सभी को इस सत्र की समाप्ति पे आप लोगों को धन्यवाद कहने से पहले मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आज के युग में बोलना ज़्यादा आसान है, लेकिन सुनना, तो आप लोग सवेरे से यहाँ पर बैठ करके सुन रहे हैं। मैं ये चाहूँगा कि हम सब लोग तालियाँ आप लोगों के लिए बजाएं पहले। तो ये आप सभी लोगों को जिसे हम कहते हैं साधुवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप लोग जो हैं इतनी विनम्रता के साथ में आपने इतने सारे विचारों को आज आत्मसात किया है। हम लोगों के आज, जैसा आप जानते हैं, टोटल 7 सत्र हुए हैं, तो 5 तो हमारे सेशंस हुए, उसके अलावा हमारा एक उद्घाटन का सत्र था और एक नॉलेज सत्र, तो 7 जो हमारे सत्र हुए। प्रधान की तरफ से मैं धन्यवाद भी करना चाहूँगा, प्रेषित करना चाहूँगा जो हमारे 3 प्रमुख पार्टनर्स हैं, एक्सिस बैंक फाउंडेशन, उसके अलावा नीति आयोग एवं CII, और हमारे समस्त प्रदान के युवा साथी जो पिछले 2, 3, 4 महीनों से लगे हुए हैं इस कार्यक्रम को एक मूर्त रूप देने में। मेरा आपसे निवेदन रहेगा कि आप लोग इनके लिए भी तालियां बजाएं, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने वाकई में बड़ी मेहनत करी। तो ये आज का दिवस है। और जहाँ तक कल की बात है, कल हमारा, आज हमने शुरू किया है, हमें समाप्त भी कल करना है। तो कल का जो हमारा कार्यक्रम है उसका स्वरूप ये है कि हम लोग कल 10 बजे, जैसा हमने आज शुरू किया, हम समय पर कल शुरुआत करेंगे 10 बजे, और 1:30 यानी 1:30 बजे के लगभग हम एक भोजन पान के साथ में इसको समाप्त करेंगे समागम 2023 को। मैं आपसे यही निवेदन करूंगा कि कल भी आप लोग जो हैं समय पर उपस्थित हों। कल मोटे मोटे हमारे 2 सत्रों का आयोजन होना है। एक हम जो है 6वां जो हमारा पैनल डिस्कशन होगा, जहाँ पर हम नीति के बारे में, पॉलिसी लैंडस्केप के बारे में बात करेंगे, और उसके बाद में इन सभी बातों का समन्वय करते हुए, उन्हीं का समागम करते हुए जो हमारा वे फॉरवर्ड होगा कि अगला कदम क्या होना चाहिए, उसके ऊपर चर्चा होगी। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ में मैं अभिजीत को आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा कि कृपया करके हमारे सभी सम्मानित अतिथिगणों का जो है स्मृति चिन्ह दे करके उनको धन्यवाद प्रेषित करें। अभिजीत। आप भी आओ ना शीना, आपका भी है। दोस्तों, एक और जानकारी मिली है, आप लोगों को एक और हैप्पी बर्थडे बोलना है, लेकिन हैप्पी बर्थडे ये उत्तराखंड के लिए नहीं है। हमारे 2 यहाँ पर साथी सवेरे से बैठ कर के चित्रकारी कर रहे हैं, तो मैं चाहूँगा, निवेदन करूँगा, शिखा जी आप कृपया कर खड़ी हो जाएं। हम आपको एम्बैरेस नहीं करना चाहते। आज शिखा जी का जन्मदिन है, जन्मदिवस है, तो हम सब लोग मिलकर के जो है आपका जन्मदिन यहाँ पर सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, आप लोगों के लिए, सभी के लिए चाय का प्रबंध जो है बाहर दाहिने तरफ। जो शिखा, इनका नाम क्या है दूसरे से? नहीं, इस दूसरे दिनेश, शिखा और दिनेश ने जो आज सभी सत्रों का जो आपने स्केचेस बनाए हैं वो बाहर प्रदर्शित हैं। कृपया कर आप उन्हें भी बाहर लगा रहे हैं, कृपया चाय के बाद में वहाँ पर उसको हम देखेंगे।
What amazing.